it's Sarah. Welcome back to another video here on my channel. This is the compilation of all of my videos going over the plot of season 3 of the Vampire Diaries. For those of you that don't know, I make weekly recap content. So right now I'm going over the Vampire Diaries, Once Upon a Time, Good Omens, and the Throne of Glass universe from SJM. We got a lot going on. I'm not getting rid of my weekly video format, so I'll still be doing these originally in smaller segments, but I did want to give you guys a place for like easier rewatch, or for people that are maybe finding the channel for the first time that prefer just really long videos, you can just watch these. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and I hope you guys enjoy this season 3 gossip session. So, baby recap about season 2. Klaus took Stefan because Damon was dying, and Stefan agreed to go with Klaus as long as Klaus would save Damon. So we open with a girl coming out on her front porch and trying to call her dog inside. Klaus shows up and he uses an American accent, which he does a couple times, and it's very funny. Every time it's very jarring because, if I haven't said it before, Klaus and Elijah both have like lightly accented like British English accents. And so Klaus especially is like very much English. And so he comes out using American accent and he's like, "Can I use your phone? My car broke down, like I need help." And she's like, "Oh, you don't have a cell phone?" And he's like, "Oh, it died, like sorry. Can I come in? Can I use your phone?" And she's like, "I'll bring it out to you, stay here." And he immediately drops the act and he's like, "What happened to Southern hospitality? Take me inside." And he uses compulsion on her and gets her to take him in. And then in the kitchen, we see another girl that's like her roommate. And we find out that the two girls have a werewolf named Ray living with them. And we know that because Klaus, like, he kind of says something like, "I bet Ray's here at least once a month, right? Does he come back once a month?" Kind of situation. And so the girls are like, "Yes, but he's not here. He's somewhere else." Then Stefan gets let inside and they like fully get all the info out. And Stefan's like raging Ripper at this point. Like, he is not doing well. So then Klaus is like, "Okay, awesome. We know where Ray is now. We're going to go get him. Stefan, go ahead and handle our guests." And he just has Stefan kill the girls. And he does. As Klaus leaves the house, we just see this beautiful southern plantation style home in the back with just screams. Screams on screams on screams. It's not good. We cut to Elena waking Jeremy up. It's summertime, so he's got a job working at the grill. And that's kind of where we're picking back up with them. Rick is living with them, and they seem to be doing like okay, given everything. I think obviously Rick living with them is a big help in that department. Caroline is busy planning Elena's birthday party, and kind of, I feel like Caroline's always the one that's like, "Hey, we should just like act normal about all of this. We should just like pretend like nothing bad is happening and just like move forward and look on the positive side." So of course she's the one planning the birthday party. Elena is like game for it, but she's also kind of like, "Please keep it small. Like, I really don't want to do anything big right now." And Caroline's like, yeah, whatever. You're gonna love it. Deal with it. And then we find out that kind of in this summertime situation, Liz, the sheriff, has been tracking Stefan and trying to find him. Klaus thinks that Elena is dead, so nobody's looking for Elena. So far, she's safe. But Liz is looking for Stefan, and then Damon is looking for Stefan. Liz is kind of keeping Elena in the loop, and she's giving Elena these tabs and like leads on Stefan, and then Elena's giving them to Damon, and Damon is going, "Oh, nothing worked out. Sorry, I looked into it, but it wasn't anything major. It was really just an animal attack." When in reality, Damon is secretly keeping like a Mike's Mike level redline wall, and he's figuring out that it is Stefan, and so he's aware and he's tracking him properly, but he's keeping that from Elena because he wants to keep Elena safe. Damon and Andy are still dating. We get another really ridiculous scene of him in the tub in the bubble bath, and he's like, "I'm out of champagne, can you get me more?" And Andy's like, "Actually, I'm not your slave, and you have 2 hands, so I think you should go get it yourself," which, good for her. Good for her. So he gets out of the tub completely naked and just like walks through the house, dripping bubbles everywhere, and she makes fun of him. And then who does he run into downstairs? That's right. That's right. He runs into Elena. Do we think he covers himself? No. No, he does not. So that's a really funny scene. It's so good. Bonnie is staying out of town for the summer. I would love to know what Kat Graham was working on at this time. I should research that, because there are many episodes where it's like, oh, and Bonnie's out of town. Bonnie's staying with other relatives that don't live in Mystic Falls. Don't worry though, she's still going strong with Jeremy. They're doing great. But Jeremy is seeing the ghost of his dead girlfriends. And do we think he's told Bonnie? No, he has not. He has not told Bonnie. So how good are they really doing? Tyler's back in town also, and at this point, him and Caroline are like really, really close. And Matt is like completely avoiding both of them because as far as Matt's concerned, they're dating. And we find out kind of in a joking way with Jeremy that Tyler's mom actually also thinks they're dating. So everybody thinks that Caroline and Tyler have got something going on except Caroline and Tyler. And Jeremy is also just kind of like, you guys are so dumb. Like, just hook up already. Are you kidding? And they're both like, ha 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 ha, we're just friends. Nothing's going on here. Nothing's gonna happen in this episode specifically. Klaus and Stefan track Ray, the werewolf that they're trying to hunt down, to a bar, and they basically torture him to get information about where his pack is located. It's a really awesome scene, but it's also like very, well, I don't want to say very graphic. Now that Klaus is here and involved in this season, the blood and like violence level is just gonna like keep racketing up as we go along because he's just like really violent. And like very like impulsive with his violence. So he's the kind of guy that just will stab you with a fork at the dinner table. Like he's just a little unhinged. But yeah, so they find Ray and they start torturing him, and they do this really cool thing where they use compulsion on every single person at the bar so that no one helps Ray. No one even looks at him. So they torture him, I think like on the pool table. And everyone around him in the bar is just going about normal activities, acting as if nothing's happening. I just can't even imagine that. That's like a nightmare situation in real life. But they do end up torturing him so badly that he ends up giving away where his pack is meeting, because basically Klaus is trying to make hybrids. So he's just looking for a werewolf pack, and he picked Ray, and now they found the pack. So they're going to go after the pack now, and they're taking Ray along. Don't worry, they didn't kill him, but Klaus is planning to turn him. So Rick and Damon go to the house where Stefan killed those girls, and like short and sweet accounting of that is that Ripper Stefan is called a ripper because he completely rips his victims to pieces. And then when he's done that, he realizes, oh my God, I ripped my victim to pieces, and he puts them back together like little dolls. At the bar, while Damon and Rick are at the house, Klaus finds out that Damon and Rick are at the house, and he's like, we have to handle this. And Stefan's like, I can do it. I can do it. I can make my brother leave us alone. I just need to remind him that I hate everyone now. Cut to Elena getting ready for her birthday party, and Damon comes in and is like, hey, I got you something. Jingle jingle, and like pulls out her necklace that was from Stefan, and she's like, I thought it was gone forever. And he's like, yeah, don't worry, I got it back for you, like no problem. And he puts it on her, and then he walks her down the stairs to her party. It's a very iconic Damon and Elena moment. It's really sweet. And then we get to the party. It is not small. Caroline Forbes did not listen to instruction. It's a freaking rager in the Salvatore house, so it's wild and free. Jeremy and Matt talk and do a little bit of bonding. They end up smoking together, and then because of that, they talk about the fact that Jeremy can see ghosts. So Matt is the first person that Jeremy tells, and it's really sweet because Matt is like, oh yeah, dude, you know, like I see Vicky sometimes, and it's sweet. It's like bonding over the losses they've had, and it's nice because I feel like Matt doesn't talk to a lot of people, so it's good that Jeremy picked him, and they can kind of have that bonding moment. Caroline goes to the girl that Tyler brought and is like, you should leave. Like, I love your outfit. Thanks for coming to the party. Get out of the party. And just like kicks the girl out. And Tyler is like, excuse me, you told me I could bring a date. And Caroline's like, and like leaves. And Tyler's just standing there in the middle of the party like, okay, what is going on? what is this? I'm confused. Elena has a really hard time like enjoying the party and like quote unquote moving on from Stefan. It seems like most of the people in her life are kind of like, look, he's not coming back. You need to get over it. You need to move on. And she's kind of like, I don't understand why we're all giving up on him. Like, he would never give up on us. So why are we just like expecting me to forget about him and move forward? And then she's in Damon's room for some reason, and she finds the wall of like Mike's red wall connections that Damon's been doing, and she realizes that Damon's been tracking Stefan and lying to her about it. Andy is working late. Remember, she is a news anchor, so she's late at the station finishing up, and she ends up getting attacked by none other than our friend Stefan. So I'm sure that's gonna go well for Andy Starr. Damon gets a message from Andy asking to come pick her up, and when he gets there, he finds Stefan, and Andy is at the top of like the newsroom shooting space. So she's like up in the catwalk where all the lights are, and she's like, Damon, I can't move, help me. And Stefan is like, you need to let me go. You need to understand that I don't want to be saved. And Damon's kind of just like, I don't believe you. I know that you're lying. Like, we're going to bring you back. It's all going to be fine. And Stefan's like, oh, really? It's all going to be fine? I'm going to come home? I don't think so, Damon. If you don't get the point, I guess I'm going to have to make you. And then he's like, Andy, you can move now. And Andy freaking jumps off the catwalk, y'all. And that is how Andy dies. It's heartbreaking. Damon does try to like run to her and catch her, but Stefan attacks him and keeps him from being able to get to her in time. So Andy just dies, and Damon is really upset and hurt by it. So Jeremy offers Matt a ride home because Matt gets a little too messed up at the party, and he starts like talking about vampires and werewolves in front of everybody really loudly, and that's not good. So Jeremy's like, let me drive you home. And then before Matt can get in the car, Jeremy sees Vicky again, and Matt hears Jeremy say Vicky out loud, and he's like, did you just say Vicky? What are you talking about? And when they get home and they've kind of sobered up a little bit with some snacks, they walk, they don't drive. Don't drink and drive, kids. So they walk home, and when they're there, they have some snacks together, and then Matt is like, I know you said Vicky. Like, you see Vicky, you're seeing Vicky, because I think I see Vicky sometimes too. And Jeremy like doesn't really know how to tell him, like, no bro, I'm like literally seeing Vicky. So he just kind of blows it off and is like, oh yeah, I just miss her. I just miss her too, you know, we both miss her. And they just bond a little bit more over that. Tyler goes to Caroline and is like, stop giving me mixed signals, okay? Either you want me to date other people or you want to date me. We gotta stop this back and forth nonsense because we're too old for this. We're freaking almost seniors, okay? So silly. It's so dramatic. But he basically is like, what do you want, Caroline? Tell me what you want. And then she kisses him at the party, and they leave together to hook up. And it is very cute, okay? If only Tyler wasn't a creep. So Elena confronts Damon when he gets home, and obviously he's extremely traumatized because Andy is dead. So he's like, I don't want to talk to you right now. You need to leave me alone. And she's like, I can't believe that you kept Klaus's victims from me this whole time. Like, did you not think I could handle it? Like, I'm the one who's been trying to find them, and you're out here keeping Klaus's kills from me. Like, it's not fair. And Damon's like, that's because it's not Klaus doing the killing, you freaking idiot. It's Stefan. And she's like, no, you don't know that. And he's like, actually, I do. Because I've been with him for like over 100 years, and I know what his kills look like, and this is Stefan, and that's why I didn't tell you. Because he doesn't want to come home, he doesn't want to be saved, and we're not going to be able to do anything about it, Elena, okay? So just give up. Rick, who, as I said, has been staying in the Gilbert house, feels bad about the fact that he let Elena have a rager of a party. And so he's like, I need to leave. I'm a bad influence. I'm not a good enough father figure for you guys. So I'm going to move out. And he's like, Elena, you're 18 now. You can handle this all on your own. You're going to be fine. Which is just like famous last words, Rick. Like, you could have said anything else. Why would you say that to her? On her birthday, too. You're going to move out on her birthday? Freaking rude. Stefan also has a meltdown, so the brothers are sensing each other. They have equal meltdowns, and Stefan ends up outside after Klaus is like, I hope your brother bought it. I hope your brother leaves us alone, because if he comes after us again, I'll handle it. So in the parking lot, Stefan's like mentally losing his mind, and he calls Elena from a blocked number, and she answers, and he doesn't say anything. but she knows it's him. And she's like, Stefan, if it's you, I love you. Hold on to that. We're gonna save you. It's all gonna be okay. Just hold on to the fact that I love you. And he just cries on the phone. And so it's really sad because at this point you're like, is he not really a ripper? Is he faking it? Has he been faking it this whole time? And it just feels bad. It just feels bad all around. Caroline, who just hooked up with Tyler, you know, good for her, is sneaking out of the Lockwood house, and she runs into Carol, Tyler's mom, and freaking Carol poisons and kidnaps Caroline. So Elena goes straight to Damon with this information and is like, look, he called me. You're wrong about him. He does want to be saved. We need to help him. You need to help me help him. But Damon is still in tantrum mode. So he's like, no, you're an idiot. We need to give up on him. So Elena goes to Rick and wakes him up, and he's like, I told you I didn't want to be a part of this anymore. I told you, like, I was out. I don't want to do this. And she's like, yeah, well, you're like right in the thick of it, Rick. And I need you to tell me what the heck Stefan and Klaus were doing. Like, I want to know what their plan was. I want to know all the information that you and Damon have been keeping from me. And Rick just gives in and tells her everything. So now she knows they're tracking werewolves. Stefan and Klaus arrive to see the pack gathering as they get ready for the full moon. If you remember, Jules has said a couple times, and Tyler's kind of explained, that there are places where the wolves will go, like national parks and stuff like that, where they can gather for the full moon and like just enjoy turning as a pack and like go through the transition together and then like spend the night being wolves as a real pack in the wild, which is kind of a cool concept because so many of them, like Tyler in the beginning and Mason, seem to be just kind of like suffering on their own without a lot of friends. So it's cool to think about the packs living together. But in this situation, it is not good because now they're all together and Klaus has come to turn them into hybrids. Carol makes Tyler coffee that has vervain in it. He doesn't realize that that's what it is, but when he drinks it, she's like watching for his reaction. And then he's like, ooh, I think the cream is bad. Like something's wrong with this, but it doesn't hurt him. So she's like, okay, cool. He just tasted it. He's not a vampire. Check. Awesome. And then she like gives him some shit about Caroline sneaking out and all of that. And he's like, yeah, don't ever call her bad names again, Mom, because I really like Caroline. So you need to be nice to her. And Carol's like, oh, yeah, okay. And then the second Tyler is gone, she whips out her phone and she's like, Bill, we have a bit of a situation. We have a vampire problem on our hands. Who is Bill? Jeremy goes to Matt now that they're both sober, and he's like, look, you remember how I blew off the Vicky stuff last episode? I've changed my mind, and I actually want to hold a seance, and I need you to help me because you're her brother, and you should be able to connect to her better than me. And Matt is like, I thought we were high. I thought we were talking about things because we were high. You were serious? What? Lena finds out from Tyler where the Tennessee pack, which is Ray's pack, is gonna meet. Obviously she doesn't really know that it's Ray that they're going after at this point, but she knows that that's probably a good place to look for Stefan. So she wants to go like right away, and Rick is initially like, yeah, no, I don't think this is a good idea. And she's like, well, I can either go alone or you can take me, so you decide. And Rick's like, okay, fine, go get in the car, I'll take you, little demon adopted daughter that I didn't ask for. Ray wakes up and he's kind of in the middle of transition, and so the first thing that vampires have to do when they wake up from being killed when they're going to turn is drink the blood of a human. So there is one human who's there with the werewolves. It was like somebody's partner, and they grab him and feed him to Ray. And then Klaus is like, don't run, okay, little human, because you're gonna need to help all of them. And then Ray starts systematically turning all of the werewolves. Yeah, I said Ray. Klaus. Klaus starts turning all the werewolves. And in case you were wondering, he does not wait to make sure that things are gonna go smoothly first. He just takes like all 20 werewolves and tries to turn all of them at once. It's not like werewolves are endangered or anything. It's not like there's very few of them in the world. Yeah. Tyler goes to Matt, still looking for Caroline, and they realize that like nobody's really seen her, it doesn't seem like. So Tyler kind of thinks maybe she's avoiding him, but he's not sure. And then Matt offers to help Tyler since it's the full moon. He's like, do you need help with that? And Tyler's like, no, I'll be okay, but thank you. And then because Tyler came to the grill to see Matt, he drinks some of the coffee and he's like, oh, what is that? Like, why does everything taste so off for me today? Something's wrong with my taste buds. And Matt's like, no, dude, it's just the vervain. Like, the sheriff has me put it in the coffee so that everybody in town has some now that we have like vampires living here. And Tyler's like, oh, we have a problem. Bill shows up. This is Bill. Say hi, Bill. He comes to Carol and he is gonna help her fix Caroline. When Elena and Rick get to the mountains, they start trying to track the pack, and then out of nowhere, Damon just shows up and throws Elena in the lake. He literally like punts her off a mini cliff and she lands in the lake, and she's like, what are you doing here? And he's like, what am I doing here? What are you doing here? On the night of the full moon? You freaking idiot. Have you learned nothing? You are so stupid. Get out of the water. We're going home. And she's like, no. So then he gets in the water with her and grabs her and is like, we are going home. And she's like, I'm not giving up on Stefan. We're going to look for him. We're going to see if we can find him, and we're going to try to bring him back with us, okay? Because he needs to know that we're looking for him. So Damon gives in and is like, fine, but I'm staying because if we're doing this, you're not doing it alone. Ray is supposed to be transitioning at this point, so he's already a werewolf and now he's gone through the steps to become a vampire. But instead of getting better and turning fully, he starts like leaking blood from like his whole face, like his ears, his eyes, his nose, his mouth. And he's like shaking and he's feverish and like something is clearly wrong. So Klaus and Stefan are like, maybe we did something wrong. Maybe this was a mistake. Because remember, he's already done the same thing to all the other werewolves. Are you joking? So Ray ends up turning feral and he runs off through the woods, and Stefan gets sent after him to find him. And then he runs into Elena and Damon and Rick, so he can hear them in the woods and he sees them. So now Stefan knows that they're out there with them, and he's also chasing Ray. He ends up getting bitten by Ray, and when he comes back to Klaus, he obviously doesn't tell him that Elena and Damon and Rick are there, but he's like, hey, Ray bit me. What do we do? I need your blood, please. And Klaus is like, oh, that is such a shame. Unless you can find him and figure out what's going on and bring him back to me, I'm not gonna heal you. Good luck. Tyler confronts his mom and he's like, I know you know about the vampires. Where is Caroline? Give her back. And his mom is like, well, if you know about the vampires, then you know that Caroline's a vampire, and you know that Caroline's evil, and she's tricking you and manipulating you, and you're just a poor little human that needs to be protected, and I'm gonna protect you. And Tyler's like, oh, you don't know. You don't know what I am, Mom. Okay, come with me. And he like takes her. So Ray ends up stumbling upon Damon and Rick and Elena. He's still in his human form. He attacks Damon, but they're able to like get him down, and then they tie him to a tree. And they're basically planning on talking to him and getting information out of him. But when he wakes up, he's rabid and he starts turning. And they're like, oh no, how is he turning before the full moon comes up? Because remember, now that he's a hybrid, he should be able to turn at will. So it's not good. So they run away, and then they end up getting attacked by an actual wolf. And I am, honest to God, not sure if this is supposed to be Ray, like if Ray fully turned and chased them, because in a minute Ray is going to be a human again. I don't know who this wolf is supposed to be, but a wolf attacks them. End up getting split up, so Rick convinces Elena that they have to leave Damon behind because Damon's faster, so he should be able to outrun the wolf. So they kind of split up, and Rick is basically on get Elena to the car duty. This is when we get a scene where Elena and Rick talk about the fact that he doesn't want to be their guardian, and she says, I don't think you realize how good you are at taking care of us because you're lost too. So we're all lost, and it just makes sense if we stay together and become a little found family. So you need to get it together and be our dad. And Rick is like, oh man, okay, I guess I could do that if you're really sure. And that's how they adopt Rick. Elena literally adopts Rick into the family and is like, no, you live with us now. Matt and Jeremy start the seance. And then Matt just like freaks out completely and backs out of it and is like, I can't do this. Just kidding. We're not going to do this. But then weird stuff starts happening to Matt. So he starts getting like some paranormal activity stuff going on in his house once he kicks Jeremy out. We cut to Klaus watching as all of his wolves start like going rabid and dying. So not a single one of the werewolves turned correctly as they were supposed to. Tyler takes his mom to the cellar and locks her in the cage, and then ends up turning in front of her so that she can see that he's a werewolf and understand that he's not a human and he does not need to be protected from Caroline. Damon wanders the woods, avoiding the wolf, and then ends up getting attacked by like an extremely feral Ray in human form. Again, unsure if that's the same thing that attacked them the first time, but now it's Ray in human form. So they get into a fight. Damon is definitely about to die when Stefan shows up and rips Ray's heart out. So Ray is gone. And then Stefan is like, what are you doing here? I told you not to follow me. And Damon's like, look, if you want Elena to give up on you, you need to quit calling her because that's why we're here. She can't give up on you. And Stefan's like, I literally gave you one job, and that was to keep Elena safe. So get her home and keep her there this time. And Damon's like, I will do my best, but your girlfriend's an idiot. And Stefan's like, whatever. Damon gets back to the car, bite free, which is all good. And then they end up convincing Elena that they're leaving. It's time. And she's looking out the window, and Stefan is watching them from like the top of a hill. And she fully like senses him and looks up to where he's like standing. But of course he's a vampire, so he's gone before she turns. Matt, who is so unbelievably wishy-washy this episode, goes back to Jeremy and is like, I know I just freaked out about the seance, but I've been thinking about it for the last 20 minutes, and actually, I think we should do a seance. We should try to talk to Vicky, because I miss her and you miss her, and it would be nice to talk to her again. And Jeremy's like, yes, sounds good. And then they kind of start to do it, like they start to like think about it more. And Vicky shows up and says to Jeremy, like, I can come back. There's a way for me to come back. I can tell you. And then a glass breaks. Vicky disappears and Anna shows up. And she's like, Jeremy, don't trust Vicky. Stefan brings Ray's body back and is like, I'm sorry, I had to kill him. He went crazy. And Klaus is like, yeah, don't worry about it. I actually had to kill every single other member of the pack because they all went rabid and they were either killing themselves or bleeding out or trying to kill me, so I had to kill them. And it just doesn't work. And so then he has like a little meltdown where he's like, why didn't it work? I had the witch, I killed the vampire, I killed the werewolf, I killed the doppelganger. Why didn't it work? Did you catch that? He killed the doppelganger. No, he did not. No, he did not. Elena is alive. So he only did 3 of the things he was supposed to do. So that's when we find out that's why nothing's working, because Elena's still alive. Stefan apologizes to Klaus for everything he's going through. And he's like, you know, I'm sorry. I failed you. I wish I could have done more. And Klaus is like, yeah, you are kind of useless, but I don't want to be alone. So here's my blood. Drink up. We have work to do. Damon goes to Elena and admits that he was wrong about Stefan. Because Stefan saved his life, Damon's like, I do think he can be saved. I do think we can fix this. It's going to be okay. I think we can do it. We'll work together. So they agree they're going to work together. And then Damon is like, what made you change your mind about the mountain today? Because you were so hell-bent on saving Stefan. And then the second the wolves came out, you were like, no, we have to leave right now. We have to go. And she's like, what do you mean? I knew it was too dangerous. And he's like, but you didn't care about that until all of a sudden you did. It becomes clear that the reason why she ended up agreeing and being like, okay, yeah, I guess we can leave, I guess we can give up for the day, is because she saw Damon get attacked by the wolves and she knew that he was not going to be safe on the mountain and she couldn't bear the thought of him getting hurt, so she agreed to leave for that. And she's like, why was that so important to you for me to admit? Why did you need to hear me say that? Like, of course I care about you, you know that. And he like grabs her face and he's like, because when we drag my brother back from the depths of hell, I want you to remember what you felt when he was gone. Oh my God, Damon, stop. Rick is moving in at the same moment, so he like passes Damon on the stairs when Damon leaves. And he's like, do you know what you're doing there? What the heck's going on? And Elena's like, yeah, actually I have literally no idea. I have no plan. No plan at all in my little dumb human brain. He's just cute. Tyler turns human again and wakes up. And his mom is like, I understand now. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. I will protect Caroline. I'll get her back. It'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Well, then she calls Bill, and Bill is like, you called me for a reason, Carol, and I am here to do what you asked me to do. So I'm taking care of it. Don't worry. Then we cut to Caroline waking up in a chair, and she's like tied to a chair. She wakes up and she's in this like stone room and she's very confused. She doesn't know where she is. Somebody's moving around outside and she starts calling for help and asking who it is. And then Bill walks in And Caroline looks at him and goes, "Daddy?" That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Bill is Caroline's dad. Yikes. Okay, so episode 3 is a really, really good episode. It's heavily like flashbacked. So we're going to be going back and forth from the 1920s and the present day. So just know that any flashbacks I talk about, 1920s flashbacks. So we open with Catherine calling Damon, wanting to know what he's doing, wanting to know how everything's going, and she gives herself away that she's also tracking Stefan. So now Damon knows that Catherine's also keeping tabs on Stefan and Klaus. Speaking of Klaus and Stefan, they head to Chicago to see Klaus's favorite witch. We learn that Stefan spent a lot of time in Chicago. We cut to some of the flashbacks. See him in a car, eating a girl, and then getting out and like cleaning himself off and going to a speakeasy. And Ripper Stefan, like actual Ripper Stefan, okay? Because what we've been seeing so far in season 3 in present day is like faux Ripper Stefan, like kind of Stefan pretending to be his Ripper self. But true Ripper Stefan, how many times am I going to say that in this friggin' episode? Jesus. Is just like sleazy and just oozing charm. Like he is so much to deal with, okay? Like if y'all thought Damon was annoying, that's really all I can tell you. Like if you thought Damon was annoying, if you found Tyler creepy, wrap all of that up with a nice little bow and add like several more dashes of terrible and you've got Stefan, okay? Because he's just like so full of himself. He's such a vampire. At the speakeasy that Stefan goes to, he meets like a really pretty blonde girl. She's in a beautiful little flapper dress. She's got a cute little thing in her hair. And she basically like comes up to him and is like, I know you'd like to know my name, but I'm not gonna tell you. By the way, be careful. And she like licks his mouth. She's like, you're still wearing your date. She's delicious. Elena wakes up with Damon in her bed. She snuggles him in her sleep, and then she's like, what are you doing here? Get out. And he's like, oh, you don't want to come with me to find Stefan? That's fine. Stay here. I'll just go without you. And she's like, what are you talking about? And they basically pack to go because he's like, I know Stefan's going to Chicago, so we need to go now. Let's get in the car. And she jumps in with him, and they go. So Caroline wakes up in her cell. We cut to Caroline in her cell with Bill planning on torturing her. And basically, he's got her in this cell built into the church because, like, the founding families knew about vampires. So they have all these, like, secret spots around town. And this one is made so that there's, like, vervain in the ventilation system that he can, like, pump into the room. And then there's, like, slats, like, to, like, a window, like a slatted window, like, almost like blinds, that he can open and pour sunlight into her. So that's his plan, is basically to torture her into not being a vampire anymore. He's like, if I can get you to associate blood and how you want to drink blood with pain, you'll just stop. You'll just stop wanting blood and you won't hurt people. And she's like, but Dad, I already do that. Like, I already don't hurt people. And he's like, no, honey, the blood controls you. I know better, okay? I can tell you're a monster. And she's like, well, yes, technically, but I don't kill people, Dad. Please stop burning me alive. And he's like, not until you can look at the blood bag and not get the veiny eyes under. We don't want that anymore. Once you can stop that, then you're good to go. And she's like, but you're starving me and I won't be able to resist because you're hurting me. And when I'm weak, I'm hungrier. But Bill just doesn't care. And it's just a vicious cycle. Back in the flashback, we see Stefan kind of being rowdy and obnoxious in the speakeasy, trying to get the blonde's attention. And she comes up to him and is like, if you guys don't stop talking, like, I'm trying to listen to the music. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, were we bothering you? My bad, sweetheart. Like, he's so much to deal with, okay? Paul Wesley is so good at playing this version of Stefan because he is unbearable to me. Like, I know there are people that find this version of him attractive. I don't. I really don't. And it's funny because I don't know what it is. If it's like the arrogance or what. But there's something about it that just is such a turnoff for me. Because like I love Elijah and Damon though. I wish I knew how to describe it better because it's not like they're sweeter. than Stefan, or like kinder than Stefan. It's not that. I don't know. It's just a difference. I find them charming. I find him unbearable. In the present time, Klaus and Stefan show up to the club, the same speakeasy, and they run into the witch who was the singer in the flashbacks. Her name is Gloria. She's gonna be important. She is the same person. She says that she's slowing her age with like potions and things like that, but it is gonna catch up to her one day, and they kind of joke about it a little bit. But she's clearly kind of excited to see Stefan again. She does not seem to like Klaus very much. He wants to know what he did wrong and why his hybrids aren't becoming hybrids. Like, why are they dying? And Gloria basically explains, like, I'm not sure, but it sounds like you did something wrong with the ritual. If you can get me Rebecca, I can help you. Like, she'll have what I need to help you. And Klaus is like, okay, I guess we can do that. Stefan, meanwhile, is behind the bar, and he finds a picture from the 1920s of himself with Klaus. We cut to Liz, who is trying to find Caroline. She's calling her and asking if they can have breakfast. Tyler shows up and is like, yo, your daughter's been kidnapped. Damon and Elena go to Stefan's old apartment in Chicago, and he shows her the secret room in the closet where Stefan wrote down all of the names of his victims. And Elena's kind of just looking at it like, wow, this is a lot of people that he killed. What the actual heck? This is not cool. And Damon's like, yeah, I know. Enjoy being here. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to go to the bar. And yes, he does, in fact, just leave her there. Flashbacks. Klaus says that, yes, they knew each other. They were actually really good friends, but he actually kind of hated Stefan in the beginning because Stefan was like so cool, and his sister, Rebecca, was super in love with him, and Klaus was jealous because he doesn't like his family to want to hang out with anybody but him because he has a lot of issues. We also see that Rebecca is wearing Elena's necklace. Oh no. In the present, Klaus reveals Rebecca to be in one of the coffins, so he's just had her daggered for a while. He pulls her dagger out and then tells like the worker in the storage area that they're at, he's like, when she wakes up, go ahead and let her kill you, and then tell her to come to the club to find us. So this is a scene that perfectly sums up why I hate Stefan so much, okay? Or Ripper Stefan, however you want to look at it, because that's really most of the time that I don't like him is when he's like this. In the flashback, we see him and Rebecca and Klaus at a table in the speakeasy, enjoying drinking, having fun with each other. A man comes up and he's like, where's my wife? I know you took my wife. Where is she? And Stefan's like, oh, did we take her? She's right over here. And he calls the wife over. When she shows up, the husband's like, okay, great, we're leaving. And Stefan's like, actually, you're sitting down to join us for a drink. Sit. And he like forces the husband to stay. He takes the wife and takes some of her blood and puts it in a glass. Then he makes the husband drink it. While everyone laughs and enjoys it. Rebecca's like, oh my God, Stefan, don't be mean. But like, no, he's terrible. He's terrible. So would they kill the husband and wife? Probably. We don't see that part happen. But how traumatizing is that? And he's having fun. He's having a good time. He's enjoying himself. In that moment, Stefan also insists that the man that they're tormenting gives him his name. Damon goes to the bar to see Gloria, and she's really happy to see him. She immediately gives up information about Klaus and Stefan, but she also says, like, I'm not helping you though. I don't want to help Klaus, but also you're a vampire, so I can't really tell you everything, but I like you more than Klaus, so that's something. While Elena is going through the journals at Stefan's old apartment, Klaus and Stefan show up at the apartment. Yes, I am not even joking. They just show up. So she immediately runs to hide in that little secret compartment in the closet. And when they come in, Klaus is like, I brought you here so you could remember. You can kind of unlock some of your memories. I want you to look at your wall of victims and remember the way you used to write their names down so that you could relive the kill over and over again. That was your ritual. So we get kind of conflicting views on that because Damon seems to think that Stefan wrote the names down to like remember and to like atone for it and be like, these are all the people I hurt in my life. But Klaus says that Stefan told him he does it to relive it and to like enjoy the kills over and over again. So which one do you believe? Stefan looks inside to look at the wall of names and sees Elena. They just look at each other. And she's like, and he's just like, look what I found. And then he grabs a bottle of wine. She like basically poops her pants and is like, oh my God, he's gonna give me to Klaus. But instead he like brings out a bottle of wine and is like, yummy. And then him and Klaus leave. Damon comes home with new clothes for Elena, and she's like, where have you been? I have been calling you and calling you and calling you. What is going on? You're worried about what I'm gonna wear tonight? That is the least of our worries. And he's like, look, girl, I had an hour to realize how stupid I was for leaving you here alone, process that, and then move on. Are you okay? Great. Get dressed. Like, he is not well with the fact that she almost got taken. Klaus explains to Stefan that they were really good friends. They had basically like become brothers, and we see like a flashback of Stefan just thinking that Klaus is so cool and that his family's crazy for not thinking his powers are amazing, and that if he was Klaus's brother, like, oh, he would always support him and blah, 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 blah. So they call each other brothers, okay? And they're clearly like really good friends that care about each other, because Klaus even like gives his blessing about Stefan dating Rebecca. And he's like, just be careful though. Like, she's a little unhinged when it comes to relationships and she will probably leave you. So you just don't do anything stupid. Okay. Just love her while you can and then let her go when it's time. So Caroline and her dad have another really heartbreaking scene together where she's like begging him to stop literally torturing her to death, and he's like, honey, I can't stop until I fix you. We can do this. We can fix you together. And she's like, no, Dad, we can't. I can't be fixed. This is who I am now. You have to deal with it. Well, he's like, okay, whatever, we'll try again tomorrow. He goes to leave. Liz shows up with a gun, and she's like, get away from the door. I will kill you, Bill. And he's like, what are you gonna do? Shoot me? I think not. And she just keeps it trained on him, and she's like, Tyler, come here. And Tyler comes in and breaks into the room to get Caroline. And as he's like gonna go into the room, Bill tries to lunge for him, and freaking Liz just like shoots the wall. She's like, try me. You want me to pick my daughter or you? I pick my daughter. Try me. And so they get Caroline out and get her to safety. And then they take Bill because they need to use compulsion on him to make him forget what's happened. God, there's also a moment where when Tyler is freeing Caroline, she's like, my ring, help me. And she wears her ring on her left hand. So he puts the ring on her while he's like kneeling in front of her on one knee. It's really cute. And then he like carries her out bridal style. So adorable. Klaus tells us and Stefan that the reason why they stopped being friends, because Stefan can't fathom why he doesn't remember Klaus and what happened to like make them not be friends if they clearly were so close to each other. And Klaus is like, well, one night at the speakeasy, it got raided and the person raiding it was using wooden bullets. So I had to make you forget us until the time was right. So he basically just wiped Stefan's memories of Klaus and Rebecca and made him forget everything. So Stefan realizes that the only reason why they would like need to wipe his memory of them is if somebody really bad was chasing them, and that's why the place got raided with wooden bullets, because there was somebody chasing the vampires. Stefan also sees Damon like in the bar, so he follows him outside to like get some air after these revelations with Klaus, and he confronts Damon and is like, what are you doing here? Okay, Klaus is inside and he is like seconds away from realizing that Elena being alive is the reason why he can't make hybrids, so you need to get her out of here. Tell her to leave me alone. And Damon's like, why don't you tell her yourself? And then the camera pans over and Elena's like waiting in the street in her new really ugly 2000s dress that Damon picked out for her. Like, of all the things he could have picked for her, he picked that dress. And flats? No. Damon goes inside while Stefan and Elena are talking to distract Klaus and basically like offer himself in Stefan's place. And Klaus is like, no, that's not gonna work. And they get into a fight, and then Gloria shows up and is like, not in my bar, take that shit outside, and stops them from fighting and saves Damon's life. Elena hugs Stefan and like begs him to come home with her, and while they're hugging, she goes to like shoot him up with vervain. Well, he freaks out and grabs her hand too tightly and hurts her, and is just like, I don't think you understand what's going on here. Like, yes, once upon a time, Lexi fixed me and I got better, but it took me like 30, 60 years, okay? So over a quarter of my life was spent recovering from the fact that I turn into a ripper when I feed. Well, now I've done it again. So 60 years is your entire life, Elena. You and I are done. We're never going to be able to be together again because of this. So you need to give up on me and you need to move on because I am never coming home and I never want to see you again. And then he just leaves her there crying in the parking lot. In the car on the way home, Damon tries to talk to her about it, but she's just so traumatized that she's just like, just drive. I just want to go home. I don't want to think about this anymore. We need to leave. Liz takes care of Caroline and tries to tell her, like, you know, he does love you and it will be better and we'll get over this. It'll be okay. But like they both know that recovering from her actual father trying to kill her and thinking she's a monster is like going to be real hard. So then Liz leaves and Tyler comes in and he like gets in bed with her and they cuddle and she just has a cry over the fact that like her dad hates her and she doesn't know how to recover or move on from that. And I actually misspoke last time. Guys, Klaus is not the youngest brother. It's actually Finn and Freya, Elijah, Klaus, Rebecca, Cole, and Henrik. Sorry, I was checking my notes. There's so many of them, okay? So there's 7 because Finn and Freya are twins and then down the line. So yeah, Klaus is the 3rd brother. So Elijah's older than him and Rebecca is younger than him. In the flashback, we find out why she's so mad at Klaus and how she ended up in the coffin, which is that the night of the raid, she basically picked Stefan. She was like, I want to go back to Stefan. I want to stay with him. I don't want to run anymore. And Klaus was like, I can't have you getting caught because you're in love. Absolutely not, little sister. And he just like staked her in the heart to take her with him because in his head, that was keeping her safe. Rebecca is super pissed in the present and she's like, I'm done. I'm leaving again. I can't stand you. I never want to look at you. And then Klaus is like, oh, okay, but I brought you a surprise. He brings Stefan in. Stefan like rounds the corner and she's like, oh, Stefan. And Klaus is like, Stefan, now you remember. And all of the memories come back to Stefan in a rush as he's looking at Rebecca. So then he's all like euphoric because they were in love in the 1920s. He just had no memory of her. So all of a sudden for him, it's like, whoa, light bulb. It's like we're in love again. And then Rebecca was staked the whole time. So as far as she knows, yesterday she was in love with Stefan. She has no new memories between the 1920s and now. So that's going to be fun to navigate. So then Klaus is like, yay, now that we're all reunited, we need to go to Gloria. She says she needs you because I need help with the spell. And Rebecca's like, oh, okay, great. Where's my necklace? Where's my necklace, Klaus? Did you take my necklace off of me? Where's my necklace? And she freaks out. And then that's when Klaus is like, are you freaking kidding me? Is the necklace the thing we need to give to Gloria? And like, yes, it is. So that's gonna be a problem for everyone involved. Catherine is in Chicago keeping an eye on Stefan. We get a little flashback of the night the club got raided. We see Catherine with like a sleek little bob moment coming in and checking on Stefan and making sure he didn't get shot with the wooden bullets. In that same flashback, Stefan wakes up. He finds the necklace on the ground. He does not remember that it's Rebecca's, okay? So when he gave it to Elena, he really did not know. I'm not sure if he just thought like, oh, I found it at the club. It belonged to somebody. Probably. That's what he thought. But yeah, he did not know it was Rebecca's when he gave it to Elena. So don't get worried about that because that was a really thought in my mind. I was like, yikes, that's problematic, but it's cool. He didn't know. So he wakes up, he finds the necklace, and then a man walks up to him on the police force and is like, hey, have you seen these people? And he shows him a picture of Klaus and Rebecca. And Stefan's like, I've never seen them before in my life. And the guy's like, awesome, thank you so much. And he leaves. Klaus and Stefan take Rebecca shopping for new clothes, and even though she was just in a flapper dress that was very tight and very short with spaghetti straps, she makes a lot of comments about how women today dress. Outside the store, Stefan sees Catherine, so he goes outside to talk to her, and she kind of does the same thing she did to Damon, which is like, hey, I know what's going on. I know you want my help. Let's work together. We can do this as a team. And Stefan, just like Damon, is like, I trust you not even a little bit. So you can just leave. The only thing I'm doing right now is making sure Klaus doesn't figure out that Elena's alive and doesn't realize that the necklace is with Elena, and if he goes looking for it, he will find Elena. That's all I'm worried about, Catherine. Just leave me alone. And she lets him go, even though she's clearly like very annoyed that he doesn't want to work with her either. nobody will give her a break because she doesn't deserve one. Elena is in the process of having a mental breakdown. Like, girl, same. I understand where you're coming from with that. So she's just focusing on making chili. And if that isn't me with my stress baking, the level of sweets in my household right now, you guys you don't even want to know how much baked goods are floating around, okay? Anyway, Elena's using chili to help her cope, and Damon is helping her because, if you'll remember, Elena cannot cook. But of course, both Salvatore brothers can. Jeremy wakes up with Anna in his bed. Yes, dead girlfriend Anna. And she explains that she's so excited he can hear her because she's been trying for weeks since the last time she was like, Jeremy, don't trust Vicky. She's been trying to get him to see her, but he couldn't. And they kind of realize that it's like a push-pull situation where it's like if he is thinking of her, she can come through because then he wants to see her too and then they can talk. So they're very excited to see each other. Caroline shows up at Elena's with more chili and Bonnie. Yay, Bonnie's here now. It only took a couple episodes to get her back. And then we see Jeremy like reunite with Bonnie, so they start kissing at the bottom of the stairs, and in the mirror behind them, yeah, you guessed it, Anna is watching. Damon and Liz bond over Bill coming into town to hurt Caroline and how upset they are. Damon's like, you want me to just kill him for you? Like, I don't mind doing that. And Liz is like, no, of course not. I don't want you to kill him. I just want you to compel him and make him forget and make him leave. That'll be the easiest. So Damon goes to Bill and he's like, I don't know what you were thinking hurting Caroline, because Caroline is literally like the best vampire we have in town. She is amazing and she's not going to hurt anybody and you don't need to be worried about her. And Bill is kind of just like, yeah, whatever, broski. Like, I know she's an evil monster. I know you're an evil monster. I don't trust any of you. Just compel me. Get it over with. So Damon compels him and Bill forgets everything. Stefan goes back to the bar after talking with Caroline, and he finds out that Gloria is like in the process of looking for the necklace. So she's using like a tracking spell to try to find it. We cut to the Gilbert kitchen where Elena's necklace heats up and burns her. So then Bonnie takes the necklace and they try to figure out what's going on, and because Gloria is still working the spell, it starts like sparking and like burning them and being weird. So Bonnie's like, okay, something witchy's going on here. I'm gonna take the necklace and I'll figure it out. And Gloria heard everything being talked about, so she didn't really see exactly where the necklace was. She tells Klaus that like it's far away and it's gonna be harder for her to see it, but she looks at Stefan and is like, I found it. I know where it is. And Stefan's like, oh no. Caroline goes to Elena and is like, so are you switching to Damon now? Like, is that what this is? Are you gonna like let go of Stefan and just move on to Damon? Because if that's what you're doing, I want you to just admit it. Same time that's happening, Rick goes to Damon and is like, I want you to back off Elena, okay? Because now I'm her surrogate dad. After not wanting to be her surrogate dad, I've accepted my role and you will leave my fake daughter alone. And Damon's like, don't be rude to me. And Rick is like, don't fight me on this, Damon. Take a beat and leave her alone. We cut to Stefan, Klaus, and Rebecca eating people. And in this moment, like, Rebecca's like bored and she wants to like move on to the next task. And Klaus starts like teasing her and being like, ooh, be careful, Stefan. Like, she's such a brat. Be careful getting back together with her. She's so annoying and whiny. And like, here's my thoughts on Rebecca, okay? Her character, she's gonna get a lot of screen time. We're gonna get to learn quite a lot about her. But a lot of interactions with her are boiled down to like, you're so annoying, you're so bratty, you're so obnoxious. And I just feel like Klaus is very similar to her, but we only really focus on Rebecca being the brat. And it becomes very like, oh, well, she's the girl. It's kind of that idea of like being a boss or being bossy based on gender. It definitely feels that way where Rebecca is concerned, where people just tend to like judge her really harshly or like get upset with her for like being obsessed with like girly things. We'll get into it more, but just going forward, I want you guys to be prepared for that because it's going to kind of snowball into like a bit of a mess as this season unfolds. Jeremy reaches out to Anna again, and this is when they really confirm the whole push-pull situation. So as long as they're both reaching for each other, they can communicate. She explains that she's all alone on the other side. She doesn't really know where she is. It's like she's existing in the world, but she can't talk to anybody but Jeremy. So she can't see Vicky. All she says is that when Vicky shows up, she can like feel like a really strong darkness, and she knows that like something's wrong with Vicky and she doesn't want Jeremy messing with her. Stefan goes to Gloria and is like, what did you see? And she explains that all she knows is that the girls with the necklace were talking about Stefan. So obviously he's lying. She wants him to just tell her what's going on because she just wants the necklace. She's like, I don't even care who has it. I just want it back because it's a talisman from the original witch, and I want it because I need it. And Stefan's like, well, I can't tell you where it is. I'm sorry. And she's like, that's okay. And she just like grabs him and tortures him. It is an intense scene. Okay, if y'all thought the Ray torture was a lot, this is a lot. And because we're getting into season 3 and their budget's getting better and everything's getting crazier, we're starting to see more of the gore. Okay, so it's a lot. But she ends up basically like going into Stefan's mind and getting his memories. So she learns everything. The whole story unfolds for Gloria. And right as she figures out like, oh, Elena's the doppelganger and Elena's alive still, that's what's wrong. Great, I'll go get the necklace. Catherine shows up and stabs Gloria in the neck and kills her. At the council meeting at the chili cook-off, which Damon makes a really good point here by saying that all of the town's like events and like founding family events are just excuses for the founding family members to like get together and have council meetings. So they have the meeting and everybody's like, yay, we eradicated the vampires, everything is going so well. And then Bill shows up and confronts Damon, Liz, and Carol. Caroline sees Bill at the party and gets out of there, just books it, she's gone. Damon tells Elena and Rick that obviously compulsion doesn't work on Bill because now he's showing up making demands, and he basically wants Vervain to be put in the water supply and the vampires to kind of like be kept in check a little bit better. And Damon's upset by this, but Elena and Rick are like, I mean, it's not a terrible idea. Like, it would keep the humans safe because, like, yes, you guys follow the rules, but if other people like Klaus, you know, come back to town, then that would be good protection for the humans. And Damon's like, whose side are you guys on? Okay, I'm just gonna go kill him. Rick tries to stop Damon. So Damon's like, your funeral, buddy, and breaks his neck and runs off because he's not gonna hurt Elena, but he runs off after killing Rick so that nobody can stop him. Bonnie needs Jeremy's help to look for info on like a spell to figure out what's going on with the necklace because she lost connection to the witches when she brought Jeremy back. So Jeremy, this is like his first time finding out about this. And he's like, why didn't you tell me? And she's like, oh, well, you know, Elena said you were struggling and I didn't want you to feel bad about it because like I still have my power. I just don't have access to the witches and I didn't want you to like blame yourself for that because it was worth it. So then they start looking for stuff to help with the necklace. And all of a sudden Anna pops up and is like, Jeremy, like, the darkness, it's back. And a fire breaks out on the book that Bonnie and Jeremy are working on. Catherine and Stefan clean up Gloria's body and like the aftermath of the torture session. And he basically admits that like, yes, I knew them in the 20s. I knew that they were running from somebody, but I don't know who, and I'm trying to figure it out, and I can handle it. And Catherine is like, Stefan, I want in on this. I want in on killing Klaus. Like, let me help you. And Stefan is just like, oh, Catherine, that's good. It's good to want things. And then he just leaves. Tyler comes home from football and finds Caroline hiding out in his room waiting on him. And he's like, are you doing okay? How are you? And she's like, not the best. You know, I saw my dad at the party. And he's like, oh, do you want me to kick his ass? And that is like, honestly, the delivery. I wish I could just play the clip for you guys, but I'm not mentally able to go through the work of doing that. But it is the cutest line. Like, it's one of my favorite Tyler moments of all time. It's just the way he's like gently holding her. It's the angle of the shot. We're kind of like looking down at them. And it's just so precious. The way he's like, do you want me to kick his ass? It's just so cute. So Damon does go after Bill, and Bill is basically like, you're not stupid enough to kill the sheriff's husband. I know you won't do that. And Damon's like, oh, I don't have to kill you, Bill. I'm just gonna hurt you really badly. And he starts just like biting Bill on both sides of the neck and stuff and killing him. And then Caroline shows up and they get into like an all-out brawl, and it's so funny. I love this scene for her. There's a lot of pent-up anger towards Damon that she just lets out in this moment. And he basically is like, I'm stronger than you, little girl. And she's like, okay, but I'm angrier. And she just like starts kicking his ass, okay? And then she gets her dad and runs away and leaves Elena with Damon to deal with him and his attitude problems. And Elena is like, you have to stop doing this. This can't be who you are anymore. Like, you can't kill people. You can't attack people. You need to be better. And he's like, why? Why are you so insistent on like making me somebody that I'm not? Like, you need to stop with that, because I'm not Stefan and I'm never gonna be. And they have like a screaming match with each other. It is such a good scene. It's like the first of many Damon and Elena screaming matches about him wanting to not be different and her begging him to be better. They challenge each other. That'll come back. We'll talk about that later. Anna shows up to talk to Jeremy, and he's like, girl, you have to stop popping up every time that I'm with Bonnie. It is so not cool. What the heck is going on? And she's like, Jeremy, do you not remember that I only pop up when you're thinking about me? Like, I can't help it if you're thinking about me while you're with your girlfriend. Is that why you're not telling her? Is that why she doesn't know? Jeremy, that's not cool. And then Jeremy realizes, like, oh damn, yeah, that is why I'm not telling her. Okay. And he freaking go away tapes Anna and just like pushes her out, so then she can't like be seen anymore. So then he goes directly to Bonnie and is like, Bonnie, I do have something to tell you. Biggest, deepest, darkest secret, I'm seeing my dead girlfriends. While in the background, Anna is having her little, you're all I want, you're all I have moment. It is intense. So Stefan talks to Rebecca, and he's kind of like, you know, my memories are back. I'm trying to figure things out. I know that you guys must have been running from somebody that night, because you wouldn't have left me otherwise. Like, that has to be what's got Klaus so scared. And Rebecca's like, yeah, that kind of is what happened. Like, I really shouldn't tell you more. And Stefan's like, okay, yeah, no problem. And she's like, yeah, I shouldn't tell you, because like Klaus will be so angry with me if I tell you. And Stefan's like, absolutely, I'm sorry. Like, I didn't mean to push you. Don't worry. And then Rebecca's like, I know about the girl. I know you were in love with her. I know that you did everything to protect your brother. And don't tell Klaus, but I think he really appreciates that about you, and he admires how much you love your family. And Stefan's like, oh, thank you. And then she gets all close to him and she's like, are you ever gonna love anybody the way you love that girl? And she kisses him, and when like they're done kissing, he's like, maybe one day. She immediately is like, your kiss gave you away. You're a big stinky liar, Stefan. I know when you're lying to me, and this is you lying to me. This is my one skill as a vampire. You suck. And Stefan's like, what are you talking about? And she's like, I know you're hiding something from me. I can feel it. And then Klaus comes in and she's like, Klaus, he's lying. He's not with us. I can feel it. He's lying. Something's wrong. And Stefan's just like standing there completely in shock, because this happens in like 10 seconds where she's like, kiss him, turn on him, turn him into Klaus. It happens so fast. And Klaus is just like, you don't say. And she's like, I can tell. Okay, I know something's wrong. So he's like, Stefan, do you have anything to say for yourself? And Stefan's like, she's lying. It's not true. And then Klaus does the whole like cat pounce onto Stefan. Damon wakes Rick up and is like, hey, are you done being mad at me? Like, sorry. And Rick is just like, you killed me. And Damon's like, yeah, I know, but you were being annoying. And Rick is like, you killed me. You can't just do that when people don't agree with you, Damon. And Damon's like, but you have a fancy ring that brings you back to life. I mean, the ring did take a little bit to bring you back this time, so that was a little disconcerting, but like, you woke up, everything's fine. And Rick is like, you are terrible, don't talk to me. And he just leaves. Caroline fights with Elena because once again, she's like, just admit that you like Damon, admit that you're attracted to him, admit that you don't care that he's a bad boy, you want him anyway. And Elena's like, I can't admit that, because if I admit that after losing Stefan and spending all this time looking for Stefan and being in love with Stefan, what the heck does that say about me? And Caroline's like, Elena, it says that you're human. So this is like episode 1 of Elena realizing that she's in deep shit when it comes to Damon. Caroline also sees Bill in this moment and is basically like, Dad, you know, I'm okay. I'm gonna be okay. Like, you don't have to worry about me. And Bill is like, sweetie, you're a vampire. I don't think you're ever gonna be okay again. Rick goes to Carol and Liz and says that since he is watching the Gilbert kids and the Gilbert kids are part of the founding families, Rick deserves to be in the council. Carol and Liz are like, that's not really how it works. And he's like, I truly don't care, because your daughter's a vampire and your son's a werewolf and my kids are human. So I'm gonna join the council in name of the humans and y'all are gonna let me. I'll see you at the next meeting. Elena comes to Bonnie at the grill and she's like, hey, could I please have my necklace back? You know, I really miss Stefan and I'm struggling with it and I just want to have the necklace even though you're not done with it. And Bonnie's like, oh yeah, I understand. She gives her the necklace. Then she kind of explains about Jeremy telling her about seeing ghost, and Elena's like, ugh, I did not know that. Oh my gosh. And Bonnie's like, yeah, I know. And she looks to the waiter to order something, and when she looks back, Elena is gone. Thoughts on that? Elena shows up at the Salvatore house to talk to Damon, and he's like, welcome back. Written apologies only. And she's just like, and he's just like, no, boo, Catherine, leave. No one wants you here. But this time when she offers him a chance to come with her to like join her evil plan, he's bored and Rick just told him to leave Elena alone, so he agrees and he goes with her. Stefan wakes up in like a truck with Klaus with all the coffins of the family members in it. And he's like, I'm sorry, let me explain, you know, Rebecca was wrong. And Klaus is like, oh, yeah, the thing is, my sister is like never wrong when it comes to people lying. So I know that you're hiding something. I know she's right. And I think it's probably got something to do with your friends and family that you left behind. So welcome back to Mystic Falls, Stefan. I'm here to find out what's going on. And he opens the truck and they're in Mystic Falls. We open with Matt at the high school being tormented by like visions of Vicky. He like sees her kind of running around the school and he's confused. And then he goes into a classroom following her, and surprise, surprise, it was actually just Caroline vamp running around the school because it's senior prank night and the gang has gathered to demolish and wreak havoc on the high school. My school did not do this. We would have been fully expelled. We were not fun. It was not a fun high school that I went to. But these guys are just like putting mouse traps in places and TP and stuff and all that. So Elena takes some super glue and she's like, yes, we're trying to have fun. We're moving forward. We're growing up. This is gonna be great. I'm gonna go super glue Rick's desk together. And then when she leaves the room to do that, Klaus grabs her. We cut to Damon and Catherine in the car, and she gets really flirty with him and starts kissing him while they're driving down the highway. And he kisses her back for a second, and then he like throws her off. And she's like, what are you doing, Damon? And he's like, I thought I'd give it a shot, but you just don't do it for me anymore. And I love this for him, okay? I love that he's become the one with the sexual power, because if we're being so honest right now, okay? If we are being so real with ourselves, what Catherine did to him was so manipulative, okay? And it deals, like, there's gotta be some sexual trauma with that in there. We never really unpack that with Damon, but there's gotta be, because you live your life thinking you've had this relationship with somebody. It was sexual, it was intimate, it was all these things. And then you find out that that whole thing's been a lie. That's gotta mess you up a little bit. Okay? Just a little bit. So I love that now he's the one with that power over her and she wants him really badly. And he's just like, no, you can't have me anymore, girl. Stefan wakes up and Rebecca tells him that Klaus has been like killing him on and off all afternoon and that's why he feels so bad. And she's like, yeah, we know Elena's alive and Klaus is on his way to get her. So hopefully he like rips her little head off, and Stefan attacks her and she's like, I knew you still loved her. I knew you were lying to me, you lying little snake. And then she starts beating him up. Back at school, Klaus clears out the gym by using his American voice to make everybody leave. He is like, you've been caught, get out, leave now, bye-bye. So everybody clears out, except for two kids that we saw briefly in last season at the 60s dance, and they're the same kids that Klaus used before to like mess with Elena. The ones that were like, Klaus sent you a song, Klaus wants you to dance with him, those guys, okay? He tells the girl to pick her foot up, and he tells the guy that if she drops her foot, he needs to beat her to death. Catherine and Damon pull over, and he's like, I'm done driving, I want you to drive now. When she comes around to get the keys, he chucks the keys into the woods, and he's like, surprise, surprise, we're not going anywhere else until you tell me where we're going, and you explain to me what's going on. And she says, I got Elena's necklace, surprise, because this is what Klaus wants. I'm not sure why he wants it, but now we have it, which means we have leverage. Also, I found out something really interesting before I left. Are you sure you want to do whatever it takes to keep Elena safe? Because she is going to be really mad at you for this part of the plan. And then she opens the trunk and reveals an unconscious Jeremy in the back of the car. Rebecca shows up at the school and attacks Caroline and Tyler and kidnaps them. At the pool, yes, they have a pool in their high school. Bonnie and Matt are TPing everything, which just sounds like the absolute worst cleanup imaginable. Like, I would be livid. Also, wouldn't that like ruin the pool? Wouldn't you have to drain the whole thing to clean it? Like, livid with these students, okay? So basically, Bonnie admits that Jeremy told her he's been seeing ghosts, and isn't that so weird and freaky? And Matt's like, I don't know, it's kind of cool, and I'm glad you know now, because now we can talk about it, and like, I'm feeling really overwhelmed by all of this, and it's crazy to me that like, I'm still the only normal one in the group. And Bonnie's like, yeah, but hold on to that, like, at least you're normal, at least you don't have to deal with this stuff. And he's like, yeah, whatever. He goes to get more toilet paper from the bathroom, and Vicky's in there with him, and she like opens up the bathroom door so that he sees her name carved on the thing. And then because he thinks of her in his head, she appears behind him, and she's like, Maddie, but he can't really hear her, and he kind of brushes it off and goes back to Bonnie as if nothing happened. Bonnie and Matt leave the pool to go TP the gym, and when they get in there, obviously Klaus is there, and he's like, you little Bennett, you are the source of this. I'm gonna make this your problem. So Rebecca brings Tyler into the gym, so now they're all in there together except for Caroline. And Klaus basically gives Tyler his blood and breaks his neck and is like, Bonnie, you have however long it is for Tyler to turn and die to fix this situation, or Tyler dies and I'll kill Elena. Good luck. It's like a saw trap. Stefan is still in the middle of the town square next to the open truck that has all of the bodies of the originals in it with a crowbar sticking out of his chest. Don't worry though, he's alive, so he wakes up and pulls that out and gets on his way to go help make things worse. Bonnie realizes that she can't contact the dead to find out what's going on, but Jeremy can, so all they need to do is get to Jeremy. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Jeremy is still with Catherine and Damon, many miles away. So Jeremy at this point is awake, and Catherine explains that Pearl knew how to kill the originals. She knew what was going on with all of that. The only person she ever told, though, was Anna. Well, now Pearl and Anna are both dead, but Jeremy can talk to Anna. So Jeremy reaches out to Anna, and Anna's like, yeah, I'm not helping them. Like, I'm absolutely not going to help them. I can't stand either of them. I'm not doing that. No. Damon starts beating Jeremy up, and Anna is immediately like, oh my god, they're looking for Michael. They're looking for Michael. Michael is the vampire killer who, he's also a vampire. He's a vampire hunter, but he's also a vampire, and that's who they're looking for. Please stop hurting Jeremy. They shouldn't wake him up, though. Jeremy, tell them they shouldn't wake him up. And Jeremy's like, girl, wake him up? What are you talking about? And Catherine's like, I knew it, but I didn't want to believe it. Stefan comes to the gym and begs Klaus to believe him. He's like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go behind your back. I don't love Elena anymore. She means nothing to me. And then Klaus is like, okay, we'll kill those two students over there. You know, the one that he was like, stand on one foot. If she drops her foot, beat her to death. He's like, kill those people. Elena freaks out and is like, no, Stefan, don't do it. So Klaus like slaps her in the face, and the second he slaps her, Stefan snaps and attacks him and is like, don't touch her, Klaus, no. And Klaus is like, I knew it, you little lying weasel, you still love her. That is weakness, Stefan. All I wanted was your allegiance, and now you've ruined that. And then the most heartbreaking thing of all happens. He uses compulsion on Stefan to truly make him a ripper again. Elena watches it happen. It is terrifying. And then Klaus is like, okay, now kill those kids, and Stefan does. Rebecca's like going through Caroline's phone, like learning about everybody. She finds a picture of Elena, and she's like, ugh, doppelganger bitch, I can't stand her. Then she realizes Elena is wearing her necklace. Yikes, not good. So she freaks out. She immediately goes running into the gym to attack Elena. Elena's like, I don't have it anymore. And Rebecca's like, you're lying to me. I know you're lying. She attacks her. And Klaus is like, girl, don't be biting the doppelganger. No, no, no. And Rebecca is like, make her give it back to me, Klaus. Make her give it back to me. And that's the thing. Like, this is part one of me saying, like, they do write her in like a bratty way where like that is literally words out of her mouth is like, make her give it back to me, Klaus, make her give it back to me. And it comes off like that, like it's whiny. They're gonna do it to her a lot, okay? We're gonna make our own deductions about her behavior, though we'll continue talking about it. So now Klaus knows everybody's lying to him because he's like, where's the necklace? We need the necklace. I'm so annoyed. So he puts a 20-minute timer on the clock, and he basically is like, if Bonnie doesn't figure out what's going on in 20 minutes, I want you to kill Elena, Stefan. Does that sound good? I want you to feed on her, and we'll see what happens, knowing that when Stefan feeds on Elena, he will kill her. Matt goes to get his bag and finds his stuff like strung out in the school, leading him to the pool. And when he gets there, he sees that his keys are in the bottom of the pool, and he's like, what the heck is going on? This is ridiculous. Well, Vicky's there, and she's trying to talk to him, but he can't hear her. So she texts him, and she's like, I can help you, Maddie. Let me help you. And then she throws his stuff into the pool, and that's when he realizes, like, whoa, hang on. Vicky's trying to communicate with me. So do you think he calls for help? Do you think he like waits for Jeremy to get home? Do you think he does any of that? No. He calls Bonnie and he's like, hey, you know how we were just talking about being lifeguards earlier and I said I was really bad at CPR? Okay, that's relevant now. So basically, I need to talk to Vicky, and we know that Jeremy can talk to Vicky because you brought Jeremy back from the dead, so I'm gonna need you to do that for me. And she's like, no, Matt, oh my God, I don't have access to that magic anymore. And he's like, girl, relax. You don't need the magic. You just need to be better than me at CPR. And then he jumps into the pool, weighed down by weights, and drowns. That's right, that's his big plan. That's what he wanted to do here. So Bonnie goes running to the pool, and somehow she gets him out. They do not make us watch this scene because Bonnie is a very tiny girl, and Matt is a very big man. And there is no way, in my opinion, that she would have easily been able to get him out of the water from the deep end because he jumped in at the deep end. But she does CPR on him, and he does wake up. He does see Vicky, though, and Vicky's like, I have a message for you, Matt. I need you to tell Bonnie this. And then he wakes up. Catherine gives Damon back his phone, and he realizes what's been going on back in Mystic Falls. So he's like, okay, I'm heading back. I'm gonna go save Elena. And she's like, you're an idiot. Like, you need to stay with us. And he's like, you can keep Jeremy. Jeremy can help you track Michael. It's fine. I have to go save Elena. And she's like, the Damon I knew would never have been this stupid. And he's like, yeah, that's because I wouldn't have done it for you. Ouch. Stefan gets all like silly and snarky and weird about the whole killing Elena any moment thing. And Elena is like, I don't understand why you can't fight the compulsion. I know you can do it. You'll fight for me because you love me and you owe me that. You owe me the ability to fight to save my life. And Stefan's like, you know, girl, I do owe you. I owe you for everything because you made my life better, but I'm so freaking in love with you that the second I taste your blood, I'm going to kill you because I'm a ripper and I can't stop myself. You need to run. And Elena's like, if I run, you'll just kill me anyway, because Klaus put a stipulation on it where it was like, if she tries to leave before the timer runs out, Stefan's supposed to kill her. So it's a whole situation that they find themselves in. Tyler wakes up. Yay. Vicky's message is literally just the thing we already know, which is Elena needs to die. And because she didn't die, that's why Klaus can't make his hybrids. The timer starts to run out. They get very close to the end, and Stefan just begs Elena to run. He's like, please, 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 please. You have to run. You have to promise me you'll run. And she's like, you can fight it, Stefan. And he's like, yeah, but you still need to run. You need to be leaving the second the timer runs down. When the timer goes off, she does run, and he does fight it. So like, he doesn't just vamp run straight to her. He like stops himself every like 10 feet or so. So he's running through the school after her, but he's a little bit slower than normal. And then he even goes so far as to like break a broom handle in half and stab himself with it to weaken himself. He still is so in love with Elena that he's fighting the compulsion and trying to stay with her. This scene's like one of my favorite scenes. I love this whole like timer running out, chasing her through the school. It's so cool. Klaus grabs Elena and brings her to Stefan and realizes that Stefan loves her enough to fight the compulsion. And this is the scene from TikTok. If you've heard the like turn it off sound, that's this moment, because Klaus makes Stefan turn off his emotions. He uses compulsion to make him do that. Stefan begs him not to do it. It is too late for that. Klaus does it anyway, and Elena has to watch, and it's really not good. Elena is like, what did you do to him? What did you do? And Klaus is like, oh, I fixed him. And we just see, like, full-fledged for the first time, just Ripper Stefan take over Stefan's body, and it is So scary. After learning from Bonnie what the message from Vicky was, Klaus figures out that actually Elena probably needs to be alive, and he has like a sneaking suspicion that he's figured out the true reason why his hybrids aren't working. So he takes some of Elena's blood to Tyler. Tyler's like in the process of turning. He gives the blood to Tyler, and it works. Tyler turns into the first official hybrid. We get to see him like half in his wolf form, but with like the vampire veiny eyes. It is so cool the way that they look when it combines, because werewolves have like fangs and glowing eyes, and vampires have the freaky eyes and fangs. Now Tyler's got like double. Like, it's so scary looking. But yay, Tyler, he's not dead. He's gonna be fine. Elena wakes up in a hospital bed, and she tries to get up, and the nurse comes in and is like, oh, honey, don't get up. You had a terrible accident. You've got to stay in bed. You need your rest. And Elena realizes with horror that they're taking her blood out. She's like hooked up to machines and they're taking her blood. And she's like, why are you taking my blood? What's going on? Like, I need to get up. And the nurse is like, no, sweetie, your friend Klaus said all you needed to do was rest. And she injects her with a sedative and knocks her out. Terrifying. Klaus explains to Rebecca that since the original witch hated him so much, he should have seen it coming, that there would have been like a loophole in his curse. And he's basically like, yeah, so if I had killed Elena like I was supposed to, then I never would have been able to actually make hybrids. But there had to be a loophole. So now that Elena's alive, her blood's going to be the cure, and I'm finally going to be able to make as many hybrids as I want, and I won't be alone. And Rebecca figures out, oh, that's why you've been trying to do all of this, because you're lonely. Interesting. Damon shows up and goes right for Klaus, and Klaus is like, I will literally kill you right here, right now. And Damon's like, you're gonna have to, because I'm going in that hospital and I'm saving Elena. And Klaus is like, no, you're not. I'm just gonna kill you. And Damon's like, your friend Michael knows you're here, okay? Catherine and I know where he is, and we found him, and he's coming after you. And Klaus looks at Rebecca, and Rebecca looks at Klaus, and then they run away. Damon goes inside and saves Elena. She wakes up a little bit and like realizes he's there to get her. He is so gentle with her, y'all. He like figures out, he's like, why are they taking her blood? What the heck is going on? And then he just like scoops her up and carries her out of the hospital. There's a lot of bridal style carrying in this episode, okay? This whole season, I think we've seen it like 4 or 5 times at this point. It's very sweet. Every time, it is a weakness of mine. It's very cute. Tyler tells Caroline that he actually feels amazing, like he's never felt better in his life, and then he kisses her, and he says the famous last words, this is gonna be a great year. I can feel it. Thank you, Tyler, for jinxing literally everyone. Everyone. You just ruined everything, Tyler, with those words. What were you thinking? Matt has a meltdown about not being able to help, and Bonnie once again is like, you need to realize that you being normal is like so lucky, and we would all like to be normal, and none of us chose this life, and you just need to be thankful that you don't have to live like this. You don't have to deal with all these things we have to deal with. And he's like, yeah, whatever, Bonnie, like being normal sucks. And then we find out that he's not normal anymore because it worked, and now he can see and hear Vicky just like Jeremy can. Damon gives Elena some bourbon, and he's like, it'll help you forget. It's really strong. I'm sorry you had such a terrible night. And then he's like, you know, I could help you forget too, if you want. And he basically like implies like he could use compulsion on her and take away the bad memories that she has. And Elena is like, no, I need to remember how it felt. I have to like stay aware of this, because she's kind of realizing that like Stefan is a lot more complicated than she originally thought. And I think that again is one of the things that makes me like Damon more than I like Stefan, because from the jump, Damon's very honest about who he is as a person, and for the most part, he's pretty like forthcoming with his past. There's a couple really good secrets that come out later about him, but they're not secrets that I think are vital to like him as a person, if that makes sense. That like if you were in a relationship, you would absolutely need to know those details to like fully understand him. Where I think Stefan is in this like committed, loving, honest relationship with Elena, and he hides a lot from her for a while. He doesn't have like a sit down, tell her everything. He basically tells her things as they come up. And he's like, oh yes, surprise, I have killed a lot of people. Oh yes, surprise, I did do this, I did do this, I did do this. And it's like constantly bombarding her with new facts when he could have just told her everything at once and let her make a judgment call on him, knowing him as she does now versus what he's telling her he did in the past. Does that make sense? So that's what's going on here. She starts crying and is basically like, I watched it happen. I know Stefan's gone for good. He's never coming back. And then she's like, why did you leave me, Damon? Like, where did you go? And he's like, I'm sorry. Like, I thought that that was the right thing to do. And I know now that, like, I'll never leave you again. I promise. And they have, like, a moment. And it's just like, girl, just fall in love with him. You know you want to. Just give in. Just fall in love with the older brother. It's okay. Well, Stefan shows up to break that sexual tension just with a bucket of ice water, and he's like, look at you two getting all cozy. And he, again, is full Ripper Stefan, so he's like 1920s Stefan energy. And he's just like, how are we doing? Surprise, I'm here to watch you, Elena. Klaus wants me to watch over you because he needs your blood, so he'll be back for more when he needs it, and I'm your bodyguard now. You guys carry on. Have fun. We cut back to Jeremy and Catherine for the final scene of this episode. They're at a crypt that Anna has led them to find Michael. They break in, they open up the coffin, and they find this like desiccated vampire body tied up in ropes and ropes of chains. And they go to like look at him, and the last shot of the episode is his eyes just like popping open. And if you're an astute watcher, you will see that this man in the coffin is the same guy that went up to Stefan and was like, have you seen these two people at the bar the night the speakeasy got attacked? I know, crazy. So we open up this episode with Elena in bed. Remember, episode 5, she had a very rough time, okay? So she gets up, she's getting ready for school. She covers up the bites on her neck from the high school where everyone was using her as a human blood bag. It's not good. Rick meets her. It's super early. It's like still dark outside when she's getting up. So in the back of your mind, you're kind of like, is she going to school? Well, then she runs into a very hungover Rick in the hallway, and she's like, good morning, Rick. And he's just like, oh God. And he takes her to the woods, and you realize that they're doing preschool training. Not like preschool, like she's a top, but like going to school training in the woods with Rick, which I actually really love. This is going to start kind of a string of scenes like this throughout this season. It kind of tapers off, but I appreciate that at least for the foreseeable future, we're going to actually see Elena saying out loud, I wish I was stronger. I'd like to be able to protect myself. And then actually going through with doing those in scenes. So she's going to be working out a little bit. She's going to be running, just little things. Sometimes during other scenes, she'll be like working out in the background, like with Damon or something, which I appreciate because I cannot stand shows like this when everybody's just like super fit and totally perfect looking, and then not a one of them goes to the gym. We kind of touched on this with like Matt and Tyler looking like this when they're in high school, but I mean, at least we see them in the gym a couple times for football. This is not a football body. Like, this is not just like only football doing this. So it's good that at least we see them in the gym a little bit. Summer is over. So now the gang is heading into school for senior year. You know, everything that happened in episode 5 was like senior prank night. Now they're starting school. Bonnie's feeling really weird about Jeremy because he did tell her the truth. So on one hand, she's like, I'm glad he finally told me. But on the other hand, she's like, he's seeing the ghost of his dead girlfriends. And with both Vicky and Anna, they died. They didn't break up with Jeremy and then die. He was actively in a relationship with each of them and then they died. So Jeremy's just cursed. But that really freaks out Bonnie because she's like, would he even still be with me if one of them was here? I don't know, because he didn't get a chance to break up with them. They were taken. Matt is regularly seeing Vicky now, even though it's kind of freaking him out. But he is in the car kind of waiting to go into school, and she pops up beside him and they talk a little bit, and she's like, I miss you so much. And you know, I'm serious. I have a way that I can come back to you. And before he can get her to tell him what it is, Tyler shows up. And remember, Tyler's now a hybrid. So he's like kind of back to his old frat boy douchebag energy. So we had a couple episodes of like good Tyler. We're going to backslide quite a bit, which is why it's so hard to like Tyler as a character, because this man is up and down. You don't know what you're gonna get from him any given episode. It's hit or miss. At the Salvatore house, Stefan is like in full Ripper mode. He's got a couple dead bodies already in the house, and then he's got several more women playing like blood twister with him. There's no better way for me to describe that to you. You don't want any more details, okay? Just trust me on that. But that's what he's getting up to. And Damon's kind of like, you're being an idiot. This is the 1800s all over again. You need to get it together. And Stefan's like, lighten up. Let me have fun. I'm enjoying myself. And then Rebecca shows up and she's pissed because Klaus left her. So at the end of the episode before, we thought that Rebecca and Klaus ran away together, but actually Klaus just poofed and got out of there on his own and left Rebecca behind in Mystic Falls. That's great big brother behavior right there. It's just awesome. But yeah, now that she's been left alone, she's planning to stay with the boys. Catherine is still at the tomb with Michael and she can't figure out how to wake him up. She says that she's tried everything and nothing's working. And Damon's like, well, just keep trying, try harder, because we need to get him out of the tomb. So remember when Michael's eyes like opened up before? Now they're closed again and he's just like refusing all the blood that she's bringing him. Like nothing's working to like tempt him to wake up so that she can free him and he can like undesiccate. If you guys remember like the bonfire party at the falls situation from season 1, Caroline's prepping for all of that to happen again. Now that she's a senior, she's kind of in charge of all of it because of course she is. So her and Elena are talking about that, and then Tyler shows up and he's got blood like on his shirt and he smells like blood. So Caroline's immediately like, what the hell? You cannot just be bringing blood to school like this. Are you insane? What are you thinking? And Tyler's like, relax, it's a blood bag. Rebecca hooked me up. Rebecca's helping me. Like, don't worry about it, Caroline. I'm a hybrid now and I'm so cool and I feel great and everything's awesome. Klaus is taking care of me. And Caroline and Elena are like, Klaus is doing what now? You're working with Rebecca? And Elena just doesn't even have time for it, so she just leaves them to fight in the bathroom. And she goes out into the hallway and immediately runs into Ripper Stefan. So he shows up and he's like really mean, aggressive. He like grabs onto her hand and he's like, let me take you to class. Like, we're going to class. Class is this way, Elena. And he's just not cool. So Rick steps in, tries to interrupt, and then Stefan like grabs him and throws him up on the lockers in front of everybody in the school hallway. So there's kids that are like, whoa, Stefan's a little funky today. And she has to like yell at him and be like, don't be an idiot. Leave him alone. You can't attack Rick at school, big dummy. So they get separated. They all go to Rick's class. And who do y'all think shows up? That's right, little Miss Rebecca walks in and she's like, oh, you guys think the founding families settled this town? Actually, it was the Vikings. We're just gonna let that sit there. I'm gonna let you guys think about that one. We're gonna keep moving. Matt goes to the Stoner Pit, which is like a spot in the back of the school. It's where Vicky and Tyler and Jeremy used to hang out. So Matt goes there to find Vicky. He does. They start talking and she starts explaining to him like how she can come back. Well, then Jeremy walks out and he's like, Matt, what are you doing here? What's going on? And Matt's like, oh, what are you doing here? Like, funny seeing you here. Haha. I was just missing Vicky. I just, I come here to just think about her. And Jeremy's like, oh yeah, of course. I was looking for my lab partner. Like, no problem, dude. Well, he walks away and Matt and Vicky are like, whoa, can Jeremy not see me anymore? Like, what's going on? Cut to Jeremy in the bathroom with freaking Anna, because of course, and they're talking about how, oh my God, Matt was talking to Vicky right out in the open. Like, that's not good. What's going on? So now everybody kind of knows Matt is actually seeing Vicky, and Anna launches into a discussion about how if Vicky wants to come back, she's probably working with a witch. And like, basically the idea is that if a ghost can get given access to a living person and suck off a little bit of their life force, they can get like a foothold into the world. So Vicky's basically like, Matt, I can use you. This witch says I can use you and that'll work. And Anna's like, we can't trust the witch Vicky's using because she's evil. It's not going to be good. So Jeremy, Anna on team, don't let Vicky come back. But of course, Matt is talking to his dead sister and he's like, I'll do anything to be able to see you again. Like, absolutely, what do we need to do? I see where he's coming from. As an older sibling of 4, I see where he's coming from. but it doesn't mean it's a good choice. After school at football/cheer practice, Rebecca shows up and she's basically like, "Hi, Caroline, I'm here to steal your entire life, maybe even your boyfriend." Not good, okay? Rebecca is not a fun girl to be around in high school. She's like my nightmare, okay? I would not have liked her in school. So she shows Caroline up in cheer practice. She does like a whole roundhouse back handspring situation into a split. Tyler, at the same time, uses compulsion on the football coach to get them released early so that they can go get ready for the bonfire. Caroline goes over to him and is like, "Dude, what are you doing? You've got to be more subtle. Like, you can't keep acting like this." And Tyler's like, "Acting like what? Like my best self? Let me live my life, Caroline. I'm doing great." And Caroline's just like, "Whoa. Back up, dude." And then this is where Rebecca does her little flippy thing. And Tyler looks over and is like, "Oh, damn, girl's got moves." He's like not even serious about it. He's just back to being like annoying Tyler, you know? It's like, I don't think he would really actually even do anything with Rebecca, but it's the fact that he's got the nerve to say that in front of his girlfriend, who he knows is anxious and has issues with jealousy. Like, just don't be a jerk, dude. There's also an incredible moment that feels like Paul Wesley improv'd most of it, where Elena's running on the track and Stefan shows up and starts like running with her. And he's like, "What are we doing? We running? We getting into shape? Is it because you want to beat me? That's so funny." And he's just like picking on her. And then he's like, "What are you gonna wear to the dance? Who are you taking? You know, I just want to make sure it's not gonna be like awkward or anything between us." And then he runs into somebody, immediately attacks that guy and is like, "Stay down, like, don't run into me again. Watch where you're going, idiot." And Elena's like, "What is your problem?" And he's just like, "What? What do you mean? Are you mad at me? What did I do?" When he's like this, he's funny, okay? And you just have to be looking at him to know what I mean, because he's so unhinged and scary. So when he's being like downright evil, I do not enjoy it. He makes me so uncomfortable. But when Paul Wesley starts having fun with it, and you can tell that he's just like, "I can say whatever I want. They're gonna let me say whatever I want." That energy comes through, and then it's kind of like, okay, that was funny, because it's less scary and more just like straight up unhinged, and you just don't know what you're gonna get with him. That I enjoy, that part of Ripper Stefan. Ripper Stefan feeding. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Negative 10 out of 10. In the crypt, Catherine tries one more time to offer Michael human blood, and he does wake up. He can't really move because he's like full body bound in the coffin, but he wakes up enough to like move away like this, and he's like, "No, get it away from me." And then when she throws the human body away, he's like, "Oh, thank you." And he like sort of calms down, but she's just like, "Dude, you have to eat. Like, if you don't eat, we can't get you out. What is wrong with you?" And he just doesn't say anything else. He's just kind of like trying to get the blood off his mouth. Oh my God. This is one of my absolute favorite scenes in the whole show. So Elena's working out in, I guess, one of the rooms in the Salvatore house. Damon comes in and he's like, "What are you doing?" And she's like doing bench presses. She's like, "I'm getting stronger. You know, I have to get strong." And he just comes around behind her and like just holds the bar down. And she's like, "Oh, Damon, what are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm helping you out. Come on, Buffy." "Come on, Buffy" is like my favorite line ever. Oh my God. I like to think that that one was maybe Ian doing some improv too. They start to get more comfortable with each other as the seasons go on, and little lines like that get sprinkled in that I'm like, there's no way a TV writer wrote that and was funny enough, given all the other dialogue we get. I know some of this is the actors just making jokes. He also, in this scene, kind of explains that he's really worried about being able to help Stefan, because now that his humanity switch is fully off, they can't get him off the human blood because he doesn't even think what he's doing is wrong anymore. So at least when his humanity's turned on, there's a little bit of remorse inside Stefan, and he can kind of like see that maybe he should be doing things differently, but he has trouble controlling it. With the switch off though, there's really no telling how he's gonna act. Also, he gives her this like sexy little tutorial about how to stab a vampire in the heart properly. Oh my God, I'm a Damon girl. I'm a Damon girl. Put it on my headstone. Elena is planning to kidnap Stefan at the bonfire, but she does not want Bonnie involved. She wants to include everyone but Bonnie. Does that mean Cat Graham's not involved in the episode? No, but for some reason she's not allowed to be part of this particular plot. When Tyler shows up to be briefed on said plot, he's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to kidnap Stefan because kidnapping Stefan is like not in Klaus's best interest. And immediately Caroline's like, what are you talking about, dude? No one cares about Klaus. And Damon is like, uh-oh. So Damon immediately like goes at Tyler and knocks him out. And then we get an explanation about a thing called the sire bond, which is basically the idea that occasionally, it's pretty rare, not for this show, but it's pretty rare. Basically, short and sweet. When a vampire makes a new vampire, the original vampire is this vampire's sire, okay? So like Catherine is the sire to Damon and Stefan, but they didn't have a sire bond with her. So they didn't go through life like wanting to do everything she said. There's a little bit of argument that like that's what Damon did, but he was also in love with her. What we're seeing with Tyler is like an pretty much uncontrollable urge to do everything for Klaus, like anything Klaus asked him to do. And then also knowing in his head, oh, well, if we kidnap Stefan, that will upset Klaus. I can't do that. So that's a sire bond. It's like way more intense than just the normal like connection between the creator and the creation. Matt starts doing the ritual with Vicky without informing anyone of his plans. Basically, it's him offering blood, which is like the human connection to our world, and then saying that he accepts Vicky, and then that gives Vicky permission to like use his life force to come over. Super safe. Absolutely not going to lead to any bad ramifications. But then Vicky immediately is like, thank you so much, Maddie. I'm so excited that I'm here. I have to go kill Elena because I actually made a deal with the witch that I told you was helping me, that if she helped me get across, then I would go kill Elena so that Klaus can't make any more hybrids. Awesome. Thank you so much for your help. And then when he rightfully freaks out and is like, what, you can't do that, she's like, oh, okay, sorry, and she knocks him out and runs away. Bonnie goes off on Jeremy because he went to Anna first about the whole Matt and Vicky situation. Anna does show up and she's like, tell her I'm sorry, tell her I didn't mean to upset her, I was just trying to help. But obviously Bonnie can't hear her, and Jeremy's kind of just like, Anna, not right now. And then Bonnie's like, she's here? She's currently here? No. And she storms off. And then Matt calls Bonnie and is like, oh my God, I'm the biggest idiot in town. I let Vicky come back and she's trying to kill Elena. And Bonnie's just like, wonderful, wonderful job, Matt. I cannot wait to fix your mess yet again. Damon's job in the whole kidnap Stefan plot is to distract Rebecca. So they have a whole scene where he flirts with her. And all I'm going to tell you guys is that it involves marshmallows. I don't even want to get into it with you, okay? It's not fun to watch. Elena sees that happen and is kind of uncomfortable and upset by it, even though it was her idea for him to go do that. And then Stefan shows up and is like, oh my God, jealous much? And she's like, no, Stefan, shut up. I'm not jealous. Like, Damon can do whatever he wants. And he's like, yeah, and he's going to. It looks like maybe what he wants to do is Rebecca. So Elena storms off and Stefan follows her. And then in the Rebecca Damon situation, she's like, why are you being so nice to me? I can tell that you're lying, and I can tell that you don't really like me, and I know that you guys are doing something and you're up to something, and I'm not gonna have any part in it. And then she stabs him with the marshmallow skewer and leaves him alone. Tyler wakes up and he's really confused on why the gang knocked him out. She tries to explain to him that he is exhibiting old behaviors, and she's like, I don't want to be with you if you're going to be like this. You're basically like the old Tyler, the Tyler that was pre-werewolf Tyler that I didn't like and couldn't stand, and I don't want to be with you if you're going to act that way. And he's immediately like, whoa, 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 I'm so sorry, because he doesn't know that he's doing it. So that's something to keep in mind as we move forward. The way the sire bond works, it kind of like warps their perception of everything. So he just thinks he's acting normal. He thinks he's being himself. He thinks he's doing everything he needs to be doing. And he's not picking up on the fact that his personality is now not only heightened because he's a vampire, but influenced by Klaus. So he's just like next level jerk. But he immediately like holds on to Caroline and is just like, I don't want to be that guy anymore. I don't like that guy. Like, that's not me, and you know it. Everything good about me is from you, Caroline. That's who I want to be. It's like just a little, just like a wee bit toxic. We're going to let him have it. All right, here comes the intense part of the episode. Stefan follows Elena to a set of bleachers behind the high school. She climbs up to the very top and he's like, come on, get down, you're drunk, I need to take you home. She's like really playing up that she's super drunk. She climbs over the side of the railing at the top of the bleachers and is like, ooh, I'm gonna fall. Oh no, Stefan, I'm gonna fall. And he keeps like inching forward to go get her, but she doesn't actually fall. So he just keeps being like, Elena, would you stop? Please get down. She falls. He immediately catches her and he's got her bridal style, and they have this intense moment of just like longing eye contact while they're looking at each other. And she's like, I knew you wouldn't let me fall. And before he can really say anything, Rick shows up and stakes his ass, just like pew, pew, pew. And Stefan falls down, and then Elena's like, okay, we got him, good. And they kidnap. They get Stefan to the car. They get him into the back of the car. Elena gets into the passenger seat. Before Rick can get inside the driver's seat, Vicky shows up. She uses a like stolen joint to light a can of gasoline that she's poured all over the vehicle on fire. The vehicle goes up in flames. It is so intense. Rick is thankfully outside, so he starts trying to like break the window open, but he can't get in. So she wakes up Stefan, who immediately upon waking up is like, oh, Elena? Like he knows something's wrong and he immediately starts freaking out about her. He uses the last of his strength to kick the back of the car open, and then Rick gets Elena out, and together they both grab Stefan. So now they've got him out, and obviously the plan is ruined, but we kind of have an inkling that maybe he still has lingering emotions connected to Elena. Bonnie starts to undo the spell that Matt did, and Vicky ends up getting sucked away from the burning car and into the room with Bonnie and Matt. And basically Matt has to release her again and tell her to leave, and that's what sends Vicky back to the other side. So it's super emotional for Matt to do that, but he ultimately is just like, this isn't right. You made a deal that we can't follow through with. Like, you've got to go back. I have to let you go. And then he does. Damon helps clean Elena up because she's got a little cut on her cheek from, you know, almost dying in a car explosion. And she says, I saw you flirting with Rebecca. And he's like, oh, I thought you were too drunk for that. And she's like, I was faking most of it. And he's like, so was I. Post hookup, Caroline leaves Tyler, and then almost immediately, Rebecca comes into the room, which I hate the implications of that she was just close enough nearby to know exactly when they were done and Caroline had left. But she comes into the room, and she does not come alone. She brings Tyler, a living, breathing human, who then Tyler attacks and feeds on. At the crypt, Michael apologizes to Catherine, and he's like, I'm sorry I freaked out on you. I don't drink human blood. I haven't in so long. Like, I don't like the taste of it. I didn't want it anywhere near me. And she's like, okay. And then he asks for her to remove his chains because he's like I need to like move my arms. And she's like, okay. She gets the chains off, and she's like, you know, you'd feel even better if you would drink some freaking blood. And he's like, well, I know, but I don't eat living things. And she's like, so then, dude, what do you eat? That's right. He freaking grabs Catherine and drains her, which she's a vampire. She can't die from that, but it's really funny. Stefan confronts Elena and Rick and is basically like, you guys need to stop trying to get rid of me because clearly you need me to take care of Elena. I'm not gonna let anything happen to her. Whether you like me or not, you need me around to at least do that for you. And then he asked Elena why she didn't let him die in the fire. And she's like, because I still have hope. Like, I think that we can fix you, and we're going to, and I'm not gonna give up on you. And he's like, oh, that makes you so pathetic. You're such a dumb human. And she's like, actually, Stefan, it makes me strong. And then she uses like the stake. It's like you punch and then stakes come out of your wrist. It's like a stake projectile thing that Rick has invented. He was trying to get her to use it earlier on in the episode and she couldn't do it. This time she just nails Stefan right in the stomach and just stakes him. So I don't know how you come back to being in a relationship after you do that to someone. Like, he bit her, not in a cute way, in like a really bad way, and now she has staked him and tried to shoot him up with vervain several times. I don't know how we're gonna come back from this, y'all. I really don't. Jeremy calls Bonnie and is like, where are you? I wanna see you. Please, can we talk? When he hangs up, Anna's there. And she immediately is like, Jeremy, this is so not cool. Why are you thinking about me when you're calling her? Like, I shouldn't be here. You need to stop calling on me, especially in connection to you and Bonnie. It's so uncool. And then Jeremy's like, I don't know. I can't stop thinking about you. I know I should, but I just can't. And they end up doing their little like hand-to-hand fake touching thing, except when they do it this time, it works and they can touch each other for real. Then we cut to Damon cleaning up from all of the mess that Stefan's been making with all the bodies he's been bringing to the house, and somebody starts like flying around the house, bothering him and breaking things, and he's kind of like, Stefan, what is this? Like a Ripper game? Leave me alone. This is so not funny. Knock it off. Well, it's not Stefan, it's actually Mason freaking Lockwood, and he shows up and just bodies Damon into a wall, and then the final shot is him being like, haha, this is gonna be fun. We open episode 7 with Damon tied up to a chair, and he's immediately like, Stefan, this is not funny. Like, is this a little freaky Ripper game you're playing? This isn't cool. And Stefan shows up and is like, this wasn't me, dude. I didn't do this to you. And Damon's like chained all over to the chair, so Stefan comes up and like pulls the ones off of his hands but leaves the one on his arms, and Damon's like, oh great, I'll just wriggle myself free, thanks for your help, dude. And then obviously it's not Stefan that did this to him, it's Mason. So Mason walks over to the living room window and just rips open the curtains, and he took Damon's ring off, so Damon starts to barbecue in the chair. Carol kicks off yet another founding family event in the park this time, so everybody's kind of gathered to listen to one of the founding family members talk. Jeremy is chilling in the crowd, holding hands with Anna, and Anna at this point, remember before when she was like, we shouldn't be doing this to Bonnie, now she's like, don't tell anyone that you can see me and you're hanging out with me because people won't like it. Bonnie basically thinks that the witches are punishing her because she brought Jeremy back, and that's why Jeremy can see Anna and Vicky, so she just says that it's her punishment and she's gonna have to live with it. Damon shows up and tells Bonnie that he's being haunted by Mason Lockwood, so something went wrong with the Return Vicky spell. Then Bonnie's grimoire opens up and it falls open to a page that has a spell that would help her reveal the ghosts that are haunting the town. Elena wants Jeremy to try to get in contact with Lexi on the other side, and he explains like he can't see anybody else, but she's like, you're the only person that can like actively talk to them, so just try because we need help with Stefan. Then Stefan shows up and is like, actually you need to just let me go and move on and stop living in the past. Jeremy thinks that maybe Anna isn't really alone and she's actually lying to him, and he's like, are you just using the witch that Vicky was using now? Like, is that why I can touch you? Is that what's going on? And she's like, no, oh my god, of course not. That's not it at all, Jeremy. I don't know what's going on either. I'm just as in the dark as you. And then he kisses her. So yeah, I hate this part. So they just start making out in the grill bathroom. Rick and Damon get into a fight because Rick is still mad at Damon for when he killed him a few episodes ago. And Damon is just like, dude, I need you to like let that go and get back on board with being my bestie because Mason Lockwood's trying to kill me from the afterlife. Bonnie and Caroline go to the witch house to try to do the spell to reveal the ghost. It works, and Bonnie's like standing over her grimoire, and all of a sudden when she opens her eyes, Grams is with her. So every time Bonnie's been using her magic, Grams has been helping her from the other side, which if that isn't the cutest thing you've ever heard, I don't know what to tell you because that is adorable. Elena goes into the bathroom at the grill and catches Jeremy making out with Anna. Lexi shows up and attacks Stefan, and then Mason Lockwood is like, delicious, and sets a drink down at the bar where Rick and Damon are standing. Bonnie and Grams have an absolutely incredible reunion. Grams is basically like, you're right, there's consequences because you brought Jeremy back. There's a really old witch on our side that is like abusing the door that you left open when you let Jeremy come back over. So now that witch is like wedged the door between worlds open, and more ghosts are being able to like slip through and get back into Mystic Falls. And Grams is like, it's your job now to close it. We've got to figure out how to do that. Basically, the old witch that they're talking about draws power from the talisman, which is Elena's necklace, and so they need to destroy it. So at this point, we can assume that this old witch is the original witch, probably that same one that put the spell on the necklace for Klaus. It's that witch. Elena just freaking goes into Jeremy for making out with Anna and getting caught. She is so disappointed in him. He's kind of just in shock that he did it, and Anna's just kind of there like, ooh, this is so awkward. Lexi just knocks Stefan out and kidnaps him. She takes him to the old cell next to the church where Caroline's dad kept her. Her plan is to starve him and free him from the bloodlust, and then she's like, once the bloodlust is gone, we can start trying to work on getting him to turn his humanity humanity switch back on. So her plan is to use, it's not really explained if it's like a Lexi power, like if she's just doing it in his mind with like the vampire head dive stuff, or if it's because Lexi is a ghost. But basically she like fast tracks the desiccation process. So she goes into his mind somehow and starts making him like experience like a really sped up version of desiccation to get the human blood out of him so that he stops craving it. Mason is actually like, dude, I don't actually want revenge on you. I just want you to tell me you're sorry for what you did because I need your help. So just tell me you're sorry and I'll let you help me with what I need. And Damon gives him like the weakest apology ever. He's basically like, sometimes I do things I don't have to do. And Rick is like, oh my God. But Mason just starts laughing and is like, yeah, whatever, dude. Meet me at the Lockwood cellar. I need your help with something. So they go to the cellar and Damon like breaks down a certain wall and they find a tunnel. They go into the tunnel and Mason is basically like, if we can figure out where this leads, we're going to find a weapon that my family had that can be used to kill an original. Why does his family have this super secret weapon? Don't worry. Like, we'll get to that later. It'll kind of make more sense in a little bit. Stefan starts to properly hallucinate. Lexi is doing everything she can to make it go really quickly, but Caroline calls and is like, look, we have to close the door because there's a lot of ghosts back and it's not going well, so we need your necklace. Elena's like, I don't have my necklace. It's with Damon. Caroline's like, great, I'll call Damon. And then Caroline lets it slip that Jeremy and Anna kissed and Bonnie is very upset. While looking for Anna in the crowd at the park, Jeremy runs into Frederick. Yes, the bad, scary vampire from the tomb is back along with pretty much everyone else. Stefan starts begging Elena for help and he's like, I love you, please, I'll do whatever you want, I love you so much, let me go, don't let her do this to me. And Elena's like, I don't believe you, I think you're lying. And he's like, you're right, I am lying, I hate you, and I wasted so much time with you and I wish I never met you. So he just like immediately flips and Lexi's like, this is good, this is a good thing, this is good, because what comes after getting rid of the bloodlust is making him feel things. And that means pain, anger, sadness, guilt, anything. And Lexi explains that like those emotions are easier than like getting him to like believe in love again or be hopeful or happy. It would be easier to just stab him repeatedly until he's like, dang, this really hurts. And he's flooded with all the emotions from the past couple months. Caroline and Bonnie cannot find the necklace at Damon's. So Caroline's like, look, Jeremy, I know Anna took it, okay? I just feel it in my gut that Anna took it. Jeremy turns to Anna and is like, did you take it? And Anna's like, no, oh my God, of course not. I can't believe you think I would do that. And he's like, oh, I don't. I'm just asking. Damn. And then she just disappears before he can question her any further. So Damon and Mason are exploring in the tunnel and then they hit a point where there's a booby trap and Damon basically gets like double impaled so that he can't go backwards or forwards. And before Mason can help him, Mason disappears. Jeremy really doesn't want to close the gate because he's still in love with Anna. He tells Elena that like he loved her when she died and he still loves her. He's always loved her. He doesn't know what to do. He feels terrible for hurting Bonnie, but now he's got a second chance with the person that he really cares about. Anna shows up and Elena is basically just like, you have to let him go. Like, you're holding him back and you know it. Like, you need to let him move on and live his life. So then we cut to Anna and she's looking at Jeremy and he's like, hey, it's okay, don't listen to her. Anna holds up the necklace. So she did freaking take it. She's a little liar. She tells Jeremy that Elena's right and she does need to go. And she's like, I'm really sorry. I didn't even take the necklace like for you. Like, I know I need to let you go. I took the necklace because I really want to find my mom and I can't and I don't know what to do and I don't want to be alone. And he just holds her while she has like a breakdown about this. So we cut to Damon bleeding out in the booby trap and then Mason shows up and is like, hey, I'm sorry, and he saves him. And he basically says, you know, the reason why I don't want revenge on you, the reason why I don't really care is that there's more important things. Like, being on the other side has taught me that like being angry, being guilty, what good does it do? I'm dead. I just want to hopefully help Tyler, and that's why I need you to help me figure this out, because we've got to get him free from Klaus. Caroline and Bonnie run into Carol, who's been in a car accident, and then they see all of the tomb vampires converging on her car. So Caroline gets out to fight all of them, and then Bonnie rushes off to go do the spell. Lexi needs more time to finish like getting Stefan unraveled completely, and then Elena brings up, I'm sorry, you know, they're gonna break the necklace, there's nothing we can do, I can't keep you here any longer. And Lexi's like, wait, the necklace. She's like, Stefan, you told me that you found that necklace in a time of like your deepest, darkest place, and it brought you hope. It was like a symbol of hope for you. That's why you held on to it all these years. Remember the necklace, Stefan. And he's like, oh my God, it's ironic that I felt that way about it, seeing as how it's about to be blown to pieces. Inside the tunnel, Damon runs into a wall, like into a room, so he can't go in. It's almost like a house wall, you know, it's like the spell where he needs to be invited inside. And then Mason goes in without him and is like, sorry, bud, I guess you're gonna just have to trust me. Jeremy goes to Bonnie at the witch house with the necklace, and she starts doing the spell. It's really hard for her, but Grams shows up and helps her through it. Carol wakes up in the car and sees Caroline defending her, but then all the men Caroline is fighting vanish. Lexi feels the pull to leave. She tries to like hold herself there and keep strong and stay. Elena tells her that it's okay. She knows what she needs to do now, and she will handle it, and Lexi can go and find peace, and Lexi disappears. Anna finds her mom. That's right. They got the actress to come back. They have a cute little reunion in the street. They hug, and then they vanish together. Grams tells Bonnie that she's stronger than all of this, and she's proud of her, and then she disappears too. Rick comes to Damon to help him in the tunnel since Damon can't get into the room and Mason is gone, and Damon gives him like an actual apology, and then Rick and him become besties again, which is so fun. I love their friendship. Stefan asks Elena what her big plan is now. What's she gonna do? How's she gonna fix him? And Elena's like, actually, I'm gonna go home, and I'm gonna take care of my brother, and I'm gonna look after Bonnie, and I'm gonna go to school and live my life, because I can't let you control everything I do anymore, Stefan. If you're not gonna fight, if you're not gonna care, I'm not gonna waste all my energy on you. So I hope that we can get you to break through. I hope we can get you back, because if you're not careful, I am gonna move on, and you are gonna lose me, because I'm not gonna love a ghost for the rest of my life. That's right, girl, that's right. Jeremy wants to apologize to Bonnie, but she's not having any of it. She basically just is like, I don't want to hear it, I don't care, leave me alone. He does, she starts to cry on her own, and then the fire where they burned the necklace kind of poofs back and ignites again. She walks over to the fireplace, and the freaking necklace has respawned and is completely unharmed. Inside the tunnel, Rick finally tells us what's going on in the room, and there's like water on the ground and reflections kind of bouncing all around from Rick's candlelight. And then when he shows us what's actually on the wall, we see like ancient drawings, so like little stick figures and symbols that we don't really understand. There's like a sun and maybe a moon and wolves and horses and things like that. So Rick is like, this is gonna take me some time, and then the episode's over. All right, episode 8 opens with Rick taking Elena in to see the tunnel room. There's a funny moment where she's like standing in the doorway and she's like, whoa, what am I looking at, Rick? And then from behind her, somebody goes, boo, and it's Damon, and he's just like, hi, but he can't come in, so he's just like hovering at her back, like creepily pressed up against like the little invisible wall. And she's like, Damon, that's not funny, what the heck? And he's like, haha, just messing with you. I love getting to see him start to be funny and silly with her. It's just going to continue from here, and it's great. You know, we started with the come on Buffy comment, and now we're moving to teasing her all the time. It's good. Rick thinks that the pictures on the walls are some kind of story, and he's like, if I'm reading this correctly, I think this is talking about werewolves that are like way older than the Lockwood family. So there were werewolves here in Mystic Falls land, you know, obviously not Mystic Falls, but in this land, there were werewolves way before we thought there were. And then also he finds like Viking runes, and in this they use them like fully as like a alphabet. So just straight up like 1-to-1 ratio of like how to spell things. And basically he finds all of the family members of the original family, including Michael. So they realize that Michael must be the father of Klaus and Rebecca and Elijah. We also get a flashback here of Rebecca and Klaus carving their names into the wall, so confirmation that what Rick thinks is happening is true. At school, Rebecca's once again showing off on the cheer team, and Elena goes to her because Elena thinks that the best thing to do is just go right to the source and check with Rebecca and see if she'll confirm the story. So initially Rebecca like blows her off, and then Elena's like, oh, really? Because I found this, and she like shows her pictures of the carved names, and she's like, we know the connection between you and Michael. Like, why is your own father hunting you guys? And then Rebecca's kind of like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I'm not going to tell you anything. And Elena's like, oh, okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it. If you don't want to talk to me, we'll just ask Michael when we wake him up. We cut immediately to a flashback, and we get to see my main man, Elijah, with long hair and braids. Oh my God, it's giving baby Elrond. It's giving everything I want and more. I love me a dude in this period of clothing with long hair and braids. It's all I want. It's why Lord of the Rings is so special and near and dear to my heart. It's just, it's chef's kiss. I hope there's a good picture, because if I showed you guys long hair Elijah from like the kidnapping Catherine era, it is not the same as long hair Elijah with the braids. It's just not the same, okay? Look at this. Glorious. Anyway, let's just bottle that back up. Elijah and Klaus are fighting with swords, and they're kind of like quote unquote training together, but they're mostly playing a game. Klaus kind of does like a spinning trick and then cuts Elijah's belt off and is like, haha, I beat you. And the whole family like is kind of laughing about it. Well, then Michael, and for the first time we see their mom, walk up, and she's immediately like, oh, Michael, don't be too hard on him. Like, he was just playing around. He was just having fun. And Michael's like, yeah, that's the problem. And he just 0 to 100. He's like, pick up your sword, Klaus. Let's fight. You want to play a game? Teach me your game. And he starts like trying to freaking kill his own son. And none of the other boys do anything about it. And the mom and Rebecca are just like, oh no. And Klaus is like, Dad, please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. And Michael's like, oh, you don't want to play the game with me? You don't want to play the game? Huh. And he like pushes him down to the ground. And the mom is like, wow, please don't kill him in front of all of us. And Michael's like, you have to learn. You're foolish and insolent and ridiculous. And then he like stabs the ground, and Klaus is just like, huh, because he fully thinks he's gonna just stab him in the face. Like, wow. So, I mean, if y'all were going into this thinking you were never gonna feel any empathy towards Klaus, there's a reason why he's one of my favorite villains. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyway, the mom breaks up the fighting, and then they kind of disperse. Damon goes to check on Stefan. He's still alive in the chair inside the church, but he's not doing super great. And then Damon's just kind of like, I don't want to do things this way, because when has Damon ever done things that other people told him to do correctly? So he just breaks the chains off of Stefan and is like, come on, brother, let's go have a drink, and just takes him away. Rebecca invites Elena over to talk, and when Elena shows up at the Salvatore house, Rebecca has like 10 different girls compulsed to come in and show off their homecoming dresses because Rebecca's trying to pick a dress, and Elena's just like, this is the weirdest thing ever. Like, if you're not going to talk to me about the story, like, I don't want to watch this. This is so weird. So then Rebecca's like, how about I just kill one of them? If you don't pick one, I'm going to kill one of them. And then Elena's like, the red one, wear the red dress. And she's like, see, that wasn't so hard. And then she walks up to Elena and she's like, don't threaten me. You will know what I tell you you will know. Okay? That's how this is gonna work. Bonnie goes to Rick to help him. She brings the necklace. Rick has a vaguely creepy moment where he's just like, you know, Jeremy's an idiot. He's like father figure vibes, but because the girls and him are not that drastically different in age, sometimes when he's comforting them, you get this feeling of like, is he coming on to her right now? Like, what am I looking at? It's not all the time, but it happens occasionally, and it's always unsettling. He also says that the symbol that's carved into the front of the necklace is on the wall, and he figures out that that symbol means witch, which tracks because the necklace came from the original witch. All right, we're going to get into some serious flashbacks from Rebecca, okay? So everything I'm about to tell you is happening in like quote-unquote Viking period. It kind of is. They don't do a good job of telling us where these people are from. They just say Europe. So basically, Michael was a landowner in Europe, because remember, they're all English. They all have English accents, okay? So somewhere in Europe is where they're from. And they lost a child to the plague, and then they decided that they wanted to travel somewhere else to find safety. So they had a witch friend who told them about this magical land where people were blessed with strength and speed, and nobody got hurt, and everybody lived in harmony. So that was the land that Mystic Falls is now on in Virginia, and they came across and lived there. And their neighbors were the werewolves. So there were werewolves way before people came to Mystic Falls and like founded it, okay? They lived like a completely normal, happy family life in the village. Once a month, they just went into their homes and didn't come out while the wolves were outside. So there was no real danger. Everybody was fairly protected. Everybody was civil with each other. It was all good. And then one night, Klaus and the little brother Henrik went out to watch the men transform into wolves. And in the morning, Klaus came running back with Henrik, who had been attacked. And this scene is like so, oh God. The guy that plays Klaus is just so good in moments like this. He like drops his brother's body on the ground and he just collapses. And the mom is like, oh my God, what happened? What's going on? Who did this? And Klaus is like, it was the wolves. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. And it's so emotional. I love, it's like the quickest little blip in that scene is him saying, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. And it's just so good. The witches would not save Henrik because it would disrupt the balance of nature. So unfortunately he does die. And then that breaks the peace between the humans and the werewolves. Damon takes Stefan out on a little road trip. They go to a bar together. Damon starts drinking and then he lets Stefan drink from the bartender. Don't worry, like they're not gonna kill her, but I don't love this scene. Damon is kind of trying to brother bond with Stefan and let him act the way he wants to act. I'm assuming kind of in hopes that it will click in Stefan's head that he shouldn't be acting this way. We never really get what Damon was hoping for here. But I think that's what it was. I think he was hoping if he could just get him out, remind him to have fun, remind him that they're brothers and they love each other, that would work. I'm with Elena. I think we should have stuck with Lexi's plan, but it's too late now. Rebecca says that she doesn't understand Elena and Stefan as a couple because they're so different. And Elena's kind of like, yeah, that's because you don't actually know Stefan. Like, you never met him for real. And Rebecca's like, girl, actually, I know everything I need to know about him. I know that he's a predator. I know that he doesn't have time to worry about humans. And you're an idiot for ever thinking that you were actually going to have a life with him as vampire and human. Like, that was never going to work. And Elena hits her with, yeah, well, if you think vampires don't care about human things, why are you so worried about going to the homecoming dance? Rebecca just like deflects hardcore and is like, speaking of the necklace, which they weren't, that was never Stefan's to give to you because it belonged to the original witch. And that's the one that put the curse on Klaus. So that should have been with me and I should have been able to keep it in the family. We start going into more of the backstory and we learn that after Henrik's death, their mother really wanted them to be protected. They just didn't want to lose any more children because at this point they've lost 2 children, one to the plague, one to the werewolves. Michael didn't want to run away from the wolves. He wanted to be bigger and stronger and better than them. But the witch that they brought with them from Europe, her name was Ayana, and she was like, absolutely not. I'm not helping you guys with this. This is a bad idea. We're not doing it. So she left, and then Michael was like, oh, well, sweetie, I guess it's up to you now to save the family. And that's when we learn that Rebecca and Klaus's mom, Michael's wife, is the original witch, the witch of the original family. I know, they really snuck that in there, didn't they? They thought we weren't going to notice how silly that was. Rebecca explains to us here that you can't be both witch and vampire or witch and werewolf because witches are servants of nature and werewolves and vampires are like abominations of nature. So witches are just around to like uphold the balance. So their mom willingly and knowingly turned them all into vampires, knowing that she would still die and be left behind without them. Michael, Dad of the Year, gave them wine laced with blood and then killed them all. And Rebecca tells us that like it was not gentle, it was not fun for anybody. It was very traumatic. Klaus and her were close to each other when they woke up, and he immediately went over to her and was like, Becca, oh my God, are you okay? What's going on? And then their dad showed up with a freaking girl from the village that they probably all knew. And he's like, here you go, drink from her and complete your transformation. And Klaus was like, whoa, drink from her? No, we're not doing that. And Rebecca was forced by Michael to do it. Ayanna was right about being afraid that if they went through with this ritual and became vampires, the spirits of nature would turn on them. So they did, and that's why vampires can't go out in the sun. We also learned something really cool that I liked was the white oak tree. That is the only tree that can kill them in the beginning, the original family. It sprouted at the bottom Vervain. So that's like where Vervain came from in this lore. And then Rebecca tells us that the darkest consequence was the bloodlust, which is something that her parents had not even considered. They didn't realize that the children and Michael would not be able to control it. We cut back to the bar where Damon is having some fun with some ladies. He's just dancing around. And then Stefan is trying to accidentally kill the bartender. Like I said, Damon stops him and is like, don't be doing that, okay? We're gonna find you somebody else. You can't kill her in the middle of the crowded bar. And the girl leaves. And then Michael shows up and is like, hey boys, you're the Salvatore boys, aren't you? I'd like to offer my assistance in killing Klaus. He just shows up. Final little bit of the story from Rebecca is that Michael started hunting Klaus because when Klaus made his first kill as a vampire, that triggered his werewolf side, and that's obviously when the secret came out that Michael wasn't Klaus's father. Their mother tried to fix things by putting the curse on Klaus so that he could only be a vampire and he wouldn't be able to use both of his powers, but it didn't matter to Michael. Michael's pride had been hurt, and that's like his big, like, accentuated trait, you know, because when you're a vampire, you kind of get one big trait that's like the height of your personality that's like super crazy. And for Michael, that's his pride. So he just went on a rampage and killed a ton of people in the village and then also killed their mom. And Klaus saw it happen. So trauma. The family like dissipated after that. And then Klaus stayed behind to help Rebecca bury their mother. And while they're burying her, Klaus is like, I don't know what we're gonna do now. Like, he's gonna keep coming after us. And Rebecca's like, we're just gonna stay together. It's okay. I'll never turn my back on you. And then Elijah shows up and he's like, me either, brother. Like, I'll never turn my back on you either. And they do like a little, they don't go like this, not like team, they hold hands in a circle, and it's this cute little traumatized sibling circle moment, and they agree to like never leave each other and to always be together. Well, obviously, that's not what happened, and Elena's like, I don't understand how you can say all of that and then know that he locked you in a coffin for decades, girl. She's like, but he's my brother, you know? I'm super stubborn, Elijah's like ridiculously moral, and Klaus has no tolerance for the people that disappoint him. And unfortunately, we've all made that mistake once or twice, and that's how he takes it out on us. And Elena's like, that is so unhealthy. And Rebecca's like, yeah, but like, what am I supposed to do? He's my brother and I'm immortal. So if I stay angry at him, am I just supposed to be alone forever? Or do I just forgive him of his faults and be with him because we're family? Which is like sweet, but also smidge toxic. This leads to Rebecca having a little bit of a breakdown and starting to cry. And the second she feels any emotions in front of Elena, she's like, whoa, absolutely not, get out. And she kicks Elena out. Before she leaves, Elena reminds her that like they want to kill Klaus because of the hold that he has over everybody. You know, Elena can't live her life without fear that he's going to come take her blood. Tyler's being completely controlled by him. And doesn't Rebecca want freedom from him? And Rebecca's like, look, whatever my brother's done or not done, I want you to know that if you wake up Michael and you go after Klaus and try to kill him, I will destroy all of you, because Michael has bigger implications than any of you even sort of realize. Does she tell her what those could be? No. Of course not. At the bar, Michael tries to find a way around Klaus's compulsion on Stefan to not say anything about Klaus or where he's at or his plans, and it's not working. Damon's like, I already tried all of this, dude, and like it can't be done. He can't figure out how to talk to me. He can't tell us anything. So Michael's like, oh, yeah, okay, no problem. He is so scary. Like in the same way that Elijah is scary, where it's just like cold and calculated. I think the big difference is that Elijah has a little bit of warmth to him. Like he's still kind of human feeling. Michael is just like dead inside, scary as all hell, okay? Like he is not fun. He might be for some people, but he is so creepy. So he immediately just like grabs Damon by the heart and is like, figure it out, Stefan, or I'll just rip your brother's heart out. Oh, I might do it at any moment. You better figure out how to fix this. And Damon's like, come on, brother. And Stefan can't figure it out. He's like, you're gonna have to kill him. I can't do anything. I don't know. Wait, I have an idea. What if I lure him back to town? And Michael's like, oh my God. That was so simple. See what happens when you use the right leverage. So once again, solidifying to us as an audience that the bond that Damon and Stefan have is like super, super strong, which I enjoy. Stefan's basically like, okay, so I'll lure Klaus back to town. I can do that. I can do that. And Michael's like, awesome. I hope you can, because as long as you can get him to town, I'm happy to kill him for you. But if you guys screw this up, I'll be killing you instead. Rick figures out most of the story on the wall, but there's this little part that he can't quite understand. Somehow, Elena figures it out, and she runs back to Rebecca because she realizes that if she's correct, Rebecca doesn't know the full story. So she goes back to Rebecca and she's like, how did you know that Michael killed your mom? And Rebecca's like, because Klaus told me, duh, he was there. He wouldn't lie to me about that. And Elena's like, ooh, funny story. He did. And she shows her like the pictograph situation where she's like, I figured out that this and this means sun and moon. So this is the symbol for Klaus. And then this is the symbol for your mom. And this is the symbol for death. So this is what happened. It wasn't Michael. It was Klaus. And Rebecca's just like, oh my God, no, there's no way this is true. And Elena's like, no, he lied to you. I promise. I promise we figured it out. That's what happened. He killed your mom. That's the truth. Rebecca has like a whole meltdown about him lying, and also like not knowing he was lying, because that's her whole superpower as a vampire, is that she can tell when people lie. So that really messes with her. And she starts to cry. She kicks Elena out, and then she has like a full like collapse on the floor, holding herself, crying meltdown about all of this. And it's quite pitiful. Damon calls the fact that Stefan was willing to like break the compulsion to save him a breakthrough. And Stefan's like, actually, you just reminded me of what it's like to have my freedom. And that's what I want. So that's the only reason I'm going to help you guys kill Klaus, is because I want to be free and I don't want him to control me anymore. And Damon's like, oh my God, just admit that you love me, you freaking jerk. Anyway, I'm only helping you because I owe you, and I don't want to leave you behind to rot in a cell, okay? You deserve better than that. Stefan teases him about it, and then Damon just like knocks back and hits him in the face, and then he kicks his ass a little. But Stefan laughs. Elena comes home and finds Damon waiting for her in her bed, and this is not a sexual scene by any means, but she basically is like, can you just go? I want to go to sleep. And he's like, no, I need you to yell at me. I need you to tell me I'm an idiot for going after Stefan and going rogue and doing all this stuff without you. Go ahead, yell at me, yell at me. And she's like, Damon, I'm too tired. I just want to go to bed. And he's like, oh, but this is no fun. So she just gets in bed with him there. She's under the covers. He's on top of the covers. And she starts talking to him about her day. And she gives us a really good line about Rebecca here, where she's basically like, you know, I actually figured out that Rebecca's just a girl, and she loves blindly and recklessly. She doesn't care if it consumes her. She lost her mom too early. It completely skewed her worldview. She trusted her brother and he was lying to her. She's just a girl, which I love that, okay? I love that because that's so true and it's so good. And it comes back to that whole thing that I was talking to you guys about before, which is like the behavior that Rebecca exhibits. If she was a dude, we would view it differently, but because she's a girl acting this way, she becomes like bratty and bossy and shallow. Then they're in the dark and they're basically cuddling. He's like laying on his back and she's kind of laying on her side, and they're looking at each other. She says that she's pretty sure that the only way they're going to get Stefan back is because he loves Damon. She's like, it's not going to have anything to do with me. And I feel better now that I know that. Like, he's going to come back to us because he loves you. And that's what's important. And then she feels safe enough to fall asleep with him there in bed with her. And she's like, can I tell you the rest tomorrow? And he's like, yeah, of course. And they go to sleep. We open with Stefan calling Klaus and saying that Michael is dead with a dagger in his chest. We cut to the plan for this to happen, which is basically Stefan can't lie to Klaus. So whatever he tells Klaus has to be true. So they figure out, and Michael's okay with it, he's a part of this planning process, that Elena is going to have to dagger Michael so that Michael is dead. And then Stefan will be able to say, Michael is dead. You following me? So that's what they did, basically, okay? Elena daggered Michael. Stefan calls Klaus. He tells him that. And then Klaus is like, okay, well, I want to see the body. And Stefan's like, yeah, no problem, bro. Come see it. His body's right here on the floor. You can come look at him. And Klaus is like, okay, where's Rebecca? I want to talk to Rebecca. They put Rebecca on the phone, and Rebecca's like, oh my God, yeah. Dad's dead. It's over. We can be together now. We can be a family again. And Klaus is like, absolutely. I'll be there soon. Then when he hangs up, Elena takes the dagger back out of Michael so that he can wake up again. We cut to Rebecca painting her toes. I know I'm not the first person to make a comment about this, but what the heck was going on in the 2000s with the toe content? Because there's like so much foot stuff going on in shows like this. Is there one person that was like making that happen? Does anybody know for sure? I've heard people talk about it before, but every time it happens, it's like a jump scare. Anyway, Michael wakes up and talks to Rebecca. He's like excited to see her, but she shuts him down. And she's like, you know, I want you to know that you're actually the reason why our family got ruined. It has nothing to do with Klaus. Like, you broke us. You threw everything away. It's your fault. And Michael definitely looks like he wants to talk to her more, but she storms off before he can. Bonnie talks to Elena about how she can't really be honest with her about her fight with Jeremy since Elena is Jeremy's sister. So Elena's always going to pick Jeremy, and she should pick Jeremy. Bonnie doesn't want to put her in the middle of that, so she's just kind of made the decision that they can't really talk about it with each other. This is great for Bonnie, good boundary setting, but it means that Elena realizes, well, crap, Bonnie's right. We can't trust Rebecca not to turn on Klaus. So then she starts working out a plan for that. Tyler goes to Caroline and is like, hey, do you want to go on a date with me soon? And we could hang out with the people that Rebecca found. There's a whole community of humans who don't mind being fed on. You don't even have to use compulsion on them. And Caroline's like, are you kidding me right now? And then Tyler also drops on her that Matt is taking Rebecca to the dance. Elena comes to check on Rebecca, and she's already dressed up for the dance, even though it's like afternoon time at this point, like midday. And Rebecca basically is like, I've never been to a dance. I just want it to be perfect. I'm so excited. I don't want anything to go wrong. And Elena's like, of course, I understand. Like, you look really pretty. Also, I brought your necklace. And she puts her necklace on her, and Rebecca's like, oh, thank you so much. Like, I just want to go to the dance, and I want to let you guys do the plan. I don't want to know any details. I don't even want to be a part of it. I just want to go to the dance with Matt and have a good time. And Elena's like, oh, absolutely. And then she freaking daggers her, y'all. I'm not even kidding. She daggers her. And she does apologize while Rebecca is desiccating. But like, I mean, damn, you can't. That's cold-hearted. Like, y'all see why Damon loves her so much? Because immediately upon seeing Rebecca with the dagger in her back, he's like, oh, in the back? Damn. At the high school, the gym gets flooded, so homecoming is canceled. But don't worry, Tyler volunteers his estate and is like, we'll just have the party at my house. And Caroline's like, oh my God, thank you, Tyler, that's perfect. When they get there, Tyler has planned this like incredibly immaculate huge party with like a band and lights and all this shit. And Caroline's like, how did he do this so fast? What is going on? Matt shows up to pick Rebecca up for the dance and ends up talking to Elena, and she's like, hey, about that, how do you feel about a backup date? I'm sorry. And Matt's just like, of course. Stefan shows up to the party and runs into Tyler, and Tyler's like, oh yeah, dude, this wasn't even my idea. This was Klaus's idea. This isn't a party. This is a celebration, dude. It's a wake. Then Klaus pops up on stage and is like, oh my God, thank you everybody for being here. I'm so excited to celebrate with you all. This has been a long time coming, but it's time to throw down. Klaus goes to Stefan and is like, thank you so much. Like, I'm so glad Michael's taken care of. Now my family can be reunited and we can celebrate. And Stefan's like, oh yeah, absolutely. Klaus wants to know where Rebecca is. Stefan says he doesn't know, which is not a lie. So he's able to tell the truth. And then Klaus is like, okay, that's weird that you don't know where she is, but whatever. I want you to bring Michael's body to me so that I can properly kill him. And if you do that for me, Stefan, I'll give you your freedom. Michael shows Damon the fancy stake that's made out of the white oak tree that can be used to kill an original. And he basically is like, I don't feed on humans anymore because I wanted to feed on the predator and not the prey. I didn't want to keep killing innocent people, which is a funny take from a man who rampaged and killed like half the village because his son wasn't his son. Stefan shows up and is like, hey guys, we ready to go to the party? Let's head on out. Klaus is here. It's time to go. And then Michael attacks Stefan and knocks him out. And Damon's like, couldn't you have just broken his neck? And Michael's like, yeah, that did occur to me, but I'm hungry, so. And then Michael and Damon head out together to go get Klaus. At the party, Klaus goes to Tyler and is just like, you know, I hope nothing's going on tonight that you're not telling me about, because if anything happens, I brought my friends. And he like gestures around to the party and there's all these hybrids invited. He's like, I brought these guys. They'll kill your friends on sight if anybody like makes any kind of move towards me. So I hope nobody's planning anything, Tyler. So Tyler immediately goes to Caroline and he's like, what is going on? Are you guys planning something? Well, Caroline doesn't know anything because everybody was smart enough to keep her in the dark, because if she finds out something and she accidentally tells Tyler, Tyler's a liability. He doesn't believe her though, so he ends up just knocking her out with vervain so that he can get her to safety. He brings Matt in and tells Matt, like, I don't know what's going down, but something is off and I need you to get Caroline out of here so that for sure nothing happens to her. And Matt listens to him and gets Caroline out of the party. Klaus goes to Elena, who like visibly gets like very anxious when he shows up to talk to her. And he's like, what's going on, love? Are you nervous? What's wrong? And she's like, I'm not nervous. I just don't like you. And he's like, oh, okay. Well, good luck with your big plan to kill me. I know you guys have got something planned. Go ahead and give it your best shot, okay? And then we cut away from them. Tyler attacks Damon when he shows up because Tyler realizes that there is in fact a plan in place. So they start grappling with each other and Tyler starts trying to bite him. So Damon starts going for like lethal shots to kill him. And then Bonnie shows up and knocks them out. She takes Tyler down completely and she almost takes Damon down. And she's like, dude, you weren't supposed to try to kill Tyler. Like, of course I'm going to hurt you a little bit for that. And Damon's like, fair enough, but he was trying to bite me. Michael shows up and he talks to Klaus through the doorway because Klaus is too anxious to come outside and face his father in person. And Michael is a vampire, so he can't come in. So they just have this amazing little villain back and forth through the doorway of the house. And Klaus is like, you know, Dad, I brought all my hybrid friends and they'll kill you, okay? We can kill you. Me and my hybrid friends can kill you. And then Michael's like, oh, yeah, I think you forgot that hybrids are werewolves and vampires. And I can compel vampires. So we get like a plot twist where all of Klaus's people that he thought were on his side the whole time have actually been working with Michael. Then Michael brings out Elena and he's like, you come out here and face me or I'm going to kill her. And I know you'll come out and face me because all you want is her blood. You want to make a family. You want people to care about you. And without Elena, it'll all be over for you and no one will ever care about you again. Klaus calls his bluff and tells him to just go ahead and kill Elena. He'll figure it out without her. So Michael freaking stabs Elena. So then Damon shows up and jumps on Klaus because he's, you know, weak and shocked that Elena just got stabbed. So Damon jumps on him, but he freaking misses the punch, guys. He doesn't get him right in the heart. He gets him kind of off to the side a little bit. Then Elena stands up because, surprise, it's Catherine. She pulls out 2 of Rick's grenades and throws them at all the hybrids and blows all the hybrids up. Just when Damon is about to get Klaus, Stefan freaking shows up and ruins everything. So then Klaus takes the stake and stabs Michael. And it's really not a fun death. They get stabbed in the heart, and instead of just desiccating like the other vampires, Michael bursts into flames. And then Klaus removes the compulsion from Stefan and gives him back his freedom because he said he would. So he's like, here you go, your little present for doing what I asked. And Damon runs away before Stefan can say anything else to him. Yes, it all happens that fast. It is like maybe a 2-minute scene. So Caroline wakes up and she's mad at Tyler for taking her out of the party, but he gets her to admit that, like, had he told her something was going to go down, she would have stayed anyway. So he's like, don't act like you wouldn't have done the same thing to keep me safe, dude. They start having a conversation about his behavior and how the sire bond really scares her, and he basically is like, you know, I need you to know that I don't care because I view myself as better now. I don't care if Klaus controls me because the moon controlled me before. So at least now, with Klaus's help, I don't have to turn into a werewolf ever again. I can just never change if that's what I want. And that's what I want, Caroline. It was horrible before and now I'm better. Why can't you see that I'm fixed? Caroline's like, I don't know how you're asking me to be okay with you being a bad guy now. And he's like, I'm not a bad guy, Caroline. I'm just me. Like, this is me, but better. Please don't turn your back on me. She can't agree to that. So he's just like, oh, wow, okay. And they basically break up without saying the words. Damon has a complete meltdown about the fact that the plan failed and also that he missed, you know, when he was supposed to stake Klaus in the heart, he missed a little bit. So he's a meltdown. Elena grabs him by the face and she calms him down and she's just like, we are going to figure this out. We're going to survive. It's going to be okay. And he's like, we're never going to get Stefan back now. And she's like, yes, we will. We'll figure it out. And then before they can kiss, his phone rings and it's Catherine. And she's like, hey, Damon, I'm sorry the plan fell through. It was a good plan. Now you guys are all screwed. I'm going back into hiding. Goodbye. In Catherine's car, she says, he doesn't know what happened to the plan. He doesn't know why it fell through. And it swivels and Stefan freaking Salvatore's in her passenger seat. And he's like, good, he doesn't need to. So we cut to Catherine, who now we know that the Elena that went to homecoming with Matt was Catherine the whole time, okay? So when Klaus went to her and said, like, try your little plan, whatever you want, it won't work, he ended up saying, if you kill me or make a move against me, Damon is also going to die. I told all the hybrids to kill Damon upon my death. So Catherine went immediately to Stefan, woke him up after Michael had knocked him out, and told him all of that. And Stefan was like, okay, all right, well, we just back out of the plan. We'll just tell them, call the plan off. And she's like, no, you don't understand. Michael's not going to let us do that. If we mess up the plan on purpose, then he's just going to kill all of us in payment for not killing Klaus. So Stefan's like, okay, what do we do? And Catherine's like, I can't do anything. I have to go back to the party and do everything the way I'm supposed to so that nobody knows that I'm a part of this. You need to flip your freaking humanity switch back on and care enough about your brother to save him. In the car in the present again, she says that she wishes he would turn the switch back on because she likes him better that way and she really did love and care about him. She also cared about Damon and loved him, and that's why she did what she did and got him involved so that Damon wouldn't die. He says he can't let the emotions back in because it's just going to be too painful and he can't take it. So she's like, well, you're going to have to let one emotion back in because I need you to get angry. We cut to Klaus calling Rebecca and saying like, hey, sweet sister, Michael's dead. We can be reunited now. Everything's gonna be fine. We're all gonna be a happy family again. I'm gonna go get our family members. Stefan calls him and is just like, hey, Klaus, thank you so much for my freedom, but you literally took everything from me. Now I will be getting my revenge. Thank you so much. Klaus opens the storage container where he's been keeping his family members in their coffins, and it's empty. Stefan took them, and he says that if Klaus retaliates and hurts any of his loved ones, Klaus will never see his family again. And then he has the absolutely iconic line, just iconic, of being like, I wonder, Klaus, for somebody who's been one step ahead for over 1,000 years, were you prepared for this? Are you kidding me? That's the end of the episode. Episode 10 opens with Bonnie being led to the witch house. The voices of the witches are back. Remember, they left her in the connection because of what she did with Jeremy, but they're back and they're talking to her. They lead her through the house into a room with the coffins of the original family members. She opens one of them and Klaus is inside, holding the necklace. Then she hears somebody behind her, and when she turns around, she wakes up and it's actually a dream. Elena is running. This is another one of her like training scenes. So she's running in the morning before school. Somebody is running behind her and it's just a dude like in a hoodie, but she gets really spooked and starts trying to like get away from him. She ends up losing him, and then when she turns around, he's in front of her again and he's like, whoa, I'm sorry, like I gotta look where I'm going better, like my bad, I didn't mean to scare you. And she's like, it's fine, it's okay. Then when she recounts all of that to Bonnie, she's like, I feel crazy. I feel like I'm so paranoid. I don't know what to do with myself. And Bonnie's like, dude, we've had so many traumatic experiences back to back to back. It's normal for us to feel a little off, I think. And she tells Elena that she's still been having the weird nightmare dream about Klaus in the coffin, and they don't know what any of it means. We learn here that because they don't know about the coffins being taken, they don't know about Stefan. They don't know where he is, and they just assume he's gone forever. We cut to Damon trying to get Rick to drink with him at the bar, but Rick is like hyper focused on being a teacher and a dad to Jeremy because Jeremy is slipping into old habits. So he's like failing classes. He got fired from the grill. They're just worried about him right now. Jeremy is in the woods with Tyler and they are getting drunk together and doing target practice and bonding over how life is pointless and meaningless and they should just have fun before they die. Elena checks in on Damon and she's like, I'm a little worried about you because you've kind of got your crazy eyes and I feel like at any moment you could slip back into being a homicidal murderer. He's like, no, I'm fine, but thank you for taking notice of my expressions. I love that you're paying attention to me. And she's just like, oh my God, Damon. And then Klaus shows up and is like, hey, not to freak anybody out, I'm just here to get a drink with my friend. And you guessed it, it's the guy that was running with Elena earlier. So he is in fact a hybrid and he's dangerous. This is when Klaus is like, I want Rebecca back because I want to stay in town. And also Stefan took everything from me and has my family members. And it would be a real shame if I just stayed here and ruined all of your lives until he gives them back to me, wouldn't it? Bonnie goes to the witch house in person this time and finds the basement empty, but then Stefan shows up and is like, hey, no, actually, the coffins are here and I need you to help me hide them properly. Elena and Rick confront Jeremy about his behavior, but he's having none of it and he just wants to like go about his life and have fun with Tyler. When they try to like force him to stay inside, he's like, oh yeah, no problem, Tyler, come on in. And he invites Tyler into the house, even though he knows Tyler is dangerous. And then they have like a really awkward, like they don't even get the food out. They just like pre-dinner awkwardness talking to Tyler about how he's connected to Klaus and it's dangerous. And Tyler gives us a little bit more information about the sire bond. He basically says it's like faith, where like he just trusts Klaus to make the best decisions possible for him. So Elena's like, okay, so like if he told you to jump off a bridge, you'd be doing that. And Tyler's like, I mean, I guess so, but like he wouldn't do that. And Elena's like, right. And if he told you to rip out your own heart, Tyler's like, I mean, damn, Elena, I guess I would rip out my own heart. It's not that big of a deal. Why is everybody freaking out and looking at me weird? Klaus goes to Damon and they share a drink together for the first time. He's still looking for Rebecca, but Damon's like maintaining that he doesn't know where Rebecca is and so he can't give her back to him. When it's clear that Damon like isn't gonna offer him any help and he's just gonna be difficult, Klaus is like, you know, you guys clearly require a little bit of a demonstration, so no problem. He makes a phone call and he's like, hey, that thing I told you to do, why don't you go ahead and get on with it? And then he hangs up and Damon's like, who did you just call? We cut to Jeremy hanging up the phone. Elena's like, who was that? And he's like, oh, nothing. And then Tyler leaves the house. So it wasn't Tyler on the phone with Klaus. It was definitely Jeremy, okay? So Elena and Rick are like, oh, this is ridiculous. What are we gonna do? Tyler's so dangerous. And then when they turn back to the table, Jeremy is gone, and his Gilbert ring is on his empty plate. Elena and Rick run outside to see Jeremy standing in the middle of the street. There is a truck just like screaming towards him in this little neighborhood road. And then Rick runs out into the street, throws himself in front of Jeremy. Jeremy goes flying into the other side of the street. Rick gets hit in his place, but Rick is wearing the ring, so he's gonna be okay. It's gonna probably be fine, all right? Jeremy immediately snaps out of the compulsion and realizes what Klaus was trying to do to him, and they're all equally terrified. Tyler goes to Klaus and is like, hey, did the plan work out okay? Everything good? It all went well? And Klaus is like, oh my God, yeah, they didn't actually hit Jeremy though. They ended up running over Rick, but yeah, message received loud and clear. Like, I think Elena gets it now. And Tyler's like, what? I didn't think we were gonna hurt anybody. You didn't tell me we were gonna hurt anybody. I thought we were just gonna scare them a little bit. What the heck, dude? And Klaus is like, buddy, get in line, okay? Because I'm in charge and we're doing this my way. Damon arrives and realizes that Tyler took Jeremy's vervain bracelet, which is how Klaus was able to use compulsion on him, because remember, all of Elena's friends and family are either already vampires or wear vervain. So that means that Tyler was fully a part of the plan and it was all fake, him hanging out with Jeremy. Damon just wants to go ahead and like figure out where Klaus's family is, give them to him, and hope that he just leaves. Jeremy is like, this is ridiculous. They're just gonna keep trying to kill us. We just need to pack up and leave. Elena wants to give Klaus Rebecca because she's like, at least if we did that, then he'd have one of them back and maybe he'd leave us alone. And then she ends up calling Bonnie and she's like, Bonnie, you have to help us. I know that like we're trying to keep you out of stuff, but we need to find Stefan. Bonnie ends up just telling them like, hey, Stefan is here. He's at the witch house. The bodies are in the witch house. Just go there. So Damon and Elena go. Damon can't come in, remember, because the witches don't like him, so he's stuck outside, but Elena finds Stefan in the basement. He immediately is like, go away, Elena. Like, I don't have anything to say to you. I don't want to see you. You need to get out of here. Elena's like, I don't know how to tell you this, but Klaus is trying to kill everybody. He threatened Jeremy. Rick almost died. Like, we need help. We need to give him these bodies because he wants his family back and he's not going to stop until he gets them. And Stefan's like, yeah, I heard you the first time. I will not be helping you. This is not my problem anymore. What part of that are you not getting? When Elena is like, this is useless. He's not going to help us at all. I don't know what to do. Damon is like, relax. Go talk to Jeremy. Make sure he's okay. I will handle my brother. So he like speed zips into the house, even though every time he touches the sun, the witches burn him. And then he gets down to the basement with Stefan, and Stefan's like, wow, that was a crazy thing you just did there. Like, you did all that to see me? Wow, brother, you are wild. And Damon's like, I'm gonna freaking kill you. And he grabs Stefan and throws them back outside the house so that he can talk to him in the normal sunlight and not be, like, attacked by the witches. And Stefan ends up breaking and saying that he just wants to take everything from Klaus because that's what Klaus did to him, and he doesn't want him to, like, have any happiness anymore. And then he ends up admitting the whole plot about if we killed Klaus, Klaus was going to kill you, so now Damon knows that. Tyler goes to Jeremy and is basically like, I'm so sorry. I promised that I didn't know he was going to actually hurt you. I thought it was just going to be like a little warning or something like that. I didn't think it was going to be life or death. And then he's like, Jeremy, please go back inside because whatever's happening, like Klaus isn't done with you and I don't want you to get hurt. Rick wakes up and at first they think he's fine, but then he starts coughing up blood. So he's not actually healed from his injuries. So the ring brought him back to life, but it didn't fix him this time. So Elena's like, oh my God, crap, I have to call 911. She gets the paramedics there. They get into the house. She's like, look, he got hit by a car. Please save him. They start to work on him. And then scary jogger hybrid shows up and is like, actually guys, you should go ahead on to the hospital. We'll meet you there. And Elena's like, no, oh my God, but she can't stop them because they're under compulsion. And then the scary hybrid is like, just let me inside, Elena, and then I can heal him with my blood. Don't you want me to fix him? Don't you want Rick to be better? And before Elena can do anything, Jeremy shows the fuck up and stakes the guy. And then the guy falls down onto the porch, and Elena's like, oh my God, Jeremy, I can't believe you just did that. And Jeremy's like, out of my way, sister. He's not dead yet. He goes into the kitchen. He grabs a meat cleaver from the knife block. You see where this is going? He comes back out onto the porch. He beheads the jogging hybrid. Just right on the porch. I forget y'all, I forget every time that this scene is coming, and I am equally traumatized. You don't actually see it, but it is like Noel Kahn level traumatizing every time it happens to me. I hate it. Back at the witch house, Damon is like insistent that he understand why Stefan did what he did, because as much as Damon wants Stefan to love him, I feel like he can't accept that Stefan loves him. So Stefan is like, look, dude, there's gotta be another way to kill Klaus. There's always a magical loophole. I know we can figure it out if we can just keep him on the hook and keep him from leaving long enough. So as long as I have his family, he's gonna stay around and we can keep trying to figure out how to get him. And Damon's like, okay, I want in on your little plan. Let me help you. And Stefan's like, I don't know about that. That might not be a great idea. If we do that, you can't involve Elena. And Damon's like, deal. Deal. So Stefan brings him inside and shows him the coffins. We cut to Rick at the hospital, waking up miraculously healed, and then Melissa Hastings, Meredith, walks in and she's his doctor and future love interest. She's super confused and shocked and awed that he's better, but he doesn't give her any information. He just bounces out and she's left standing thinking that this man is like a work from God. Elena invites Klaus over and gives him Rebecca so that he will leave Jeremy alone. He knows that she's lying about not knowing anything about Stefan and the coffins, but he ends up just being like, you know, I'll leave Jeremy alone, but I'm just gonna move on to another loved one if you're not careful, so you guys better be helping me. She tells him that she's moved on from Stefan because Klaus turned him into a monster and she doesn't know who he is anymore. So she's like, I can't help you because I don't want anything to do with Stefan anymore and I don't care where he is. Also, I told Rebecca that you're the one that killed your mom and now she knows that, so have fun with that when you wake her up. Rick and Jeremy talk about how the ring brought Rick back, but it didn't heal him. So clearly there's like something going on with the magic. Either it's got like a time limit on it or it's just going to continue getting weaker and weaker. They don't really know. But Rick definitely feels like I need to be careful now. And so do you, Jeremy. And he also kind of extends an olive branch of just like, you know, Jeremy, if you need to talk to me, if there's stuff you want to discuss, we can do that. I know things have been hard. And Jeremy's like, no, I'm fine. Things just suck. Life is terrible here in Mystic Falls, and I'm just gonna suck it up and deal with it because there's nothing else I can do. Damon cleans up the hybrid body while Elena cleans up the blood from the porch. She definitely doesn't handle this very well, so when he checks on her, he's kind of using humor a little bit, and then he realizes she is like this close to just completely crying. So then he goes to her and is like, what's wrong? What's going on? She admits to him that she gave up Rebecca. Initially, he's very upset about that, but then he realizes that like she did it to protect Jeremy and it needed to be done, blah, blah, blah. So then they're standing there and she starts freaking out about Jeremy and how worried she is about him and how he's only 16. He's only 16 and he doesn't deserve to deal with any of this and they have to protect him and they can't. Like there's nothing they can do for him. So now Damon holds her face and he's like, we will figure it out. It will be okay. I promise. Klaus takes Rebecca's body to the house that he's building with the hybrids. He's basically setting them up like a little hybrid mansion where they can be a little big happy family together. He tells her that he's brought her home and soon they'll be reunited. And he's got the dagger out of her at this point, but then he says, you know, I'm sorry that we can't be reunited sooner and it'll all make sense. But then he says that he's upset that she's not going to be able to love him anymore now that she knows the truth. And he puts the dagger back in her heart. Because instead of letting her wake up and having that hard conversation with her and seeing if they can work through it, he's just so afraid of losing her that he would rather keep her in a box. Also, he's crying when this happens, just so everybody's aware. Rick and Elena go to Jeremy and they bring up his plan from before in the episode to just leave town. And he's kind of like, oh, I was just kidding. Like, I know we can't actually do that. Like, I'm not expecting you guys to do that with me. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Well, then Damon comes in and he's like, well, dude, we are really worried about you. And your sister thinks it's time for you and I to have another one of our little chats. And then Damon compels Jeremy to leave Mystic Falls and never look back. They've basically set up for him to go stay with family friends in Denver and just completely start over his life with like no memories of all the bad stuff and just like have a second chance. Stefan and Bonnie go to the fourth coffin, the one from her dream that Klaus is inside, and they can't open it in the real world. Bonnie insists that whatever it is that they're looking for, like the missing piece of this story, is inside that coffin, so they've got to figure out how to get it open. Elena feels terrible about doing this for Jeremy. They end up on the porch while Jeremy's packing, her and Damon, and they're just talking about how she's afraid it's the wrong decision, and Damon's like, look, it's the best decision for right now, this instant. If it's gotta change later, we'll figure it out. You know, he found out about the compulsion before, he forgave you because he's your brother and you're his sister and you're doing what you think is best for him. She's like, thank you. They get all close and she's like, thank you for everything. I don't know what I would do without you. He immediately tells her everything that Stefan told him. So he's like, Stefan screwed us over, but Stefan had a good reason. And he just spills the beans and tells her all of it. And then he's like, yeah, I just needed you to know the truth. And she's like, why? What do you mean? Like, I'm glad you told me, but like, what does this change? And he's like, well, for starters, now I am an idiot because I was trying not to feel guilty about wanting what I want. And she's like, what do you want? And he's like, girl, you know what I want. And she's like, oh, me, okay, yeah, Damon, we can't. And he's like, I know, okay? I'm aware that we can't be together. I'm aware that you're my brother's girl. I get it, okay? He goes to leave, and then he doubles back, and he's like, no, you know what? If I'm gonna feel guilty about something, I'm gonna feel guilty about this. And he kisses her, and it's not just him, he goes in for the kiss, but she definitely, like, reciprocates. So they kiss each other. It is 10 out of 10, so freaking sweet. There's face holding involved. I am obsessed. It's so good. The way he says goodnight afterwards, I am deceased. Small recap. Stefan teamed up with Catherine and stole the coffins from Klaus. Klaus is going a little bit feral over all of that. And he tried to kill Jeremy. So then Rick and Elena and Damon got Jeremy compulsed and sent out of town. We open with a Damon in the shower scene because why not? We're gonna get a lot of those, okay? They really said, Ian, we're paying you to take your clothes off and stand under the steaming water. And he said, okay, that's fine. It's cut between him in the shower and Elena just going ham on a punching bag to show us that she's getting stronger. Again, like I said, I appreciate that we get a nice consistent arc of Elena working out, which is refreshing. They don't usually do that. They're both being weird about the fact that they kissed each other. Can't act like they liked it too much. Bonnie is at the witch house trying to figure out how to get the coffin open. She fails again, and then the witches start whispering frantically around her. The coffins disappear, and we realize that somebody is in the house with her. But don't get too scared. Damon and Stefan show up and kill the hybrid that was like sniffing around the house trying to get to Bonnie. Elena and Bonnie are decorating Caroline's locker for her birthday. This is when Elena tells Bonnie that they're sending Jeremy away. Bonnie's upset about this, but she can't like really argue because while the method is incorrect, like Elena's right. Stefan keeps getting hung up on the fact that Klaus was like, if you don't give me the coffins back, I'm gonna kill everybody you love. And he's like, he's not serious about that. He's just bluffing. And we need to call him out on it and like prove that he's not really gonna do anything. And Damon is like, that's a really bad idea because what are we gonna do when he does kill somebody? Because he is crazy and he is serious. Caroline comes to school and runs into Tyler. They talk and he basically is like, you know, I understand why you can't be seen with me. I understand why we can't be together. And I think it's for the best too, because I right now can't put you first, even though I want to. Like I'm stuck listening to Klaus and doing everything Klaus wants, and it's not safe for us to be together, and I'm sorry, and I love you. And then he gives her her birthday present, which is this adorable little charm bracelet. I'm sure somebody's nitpicked exactly what's on it, but what stuck out to me this time was the football helmet, which is just so cute because it's like a little charm bracelet of like their time together, because you know Tyler's on the football team. Oh, it's really cute. Stefan goes to Klaus, even though Damon told him not to, and he's like, get your hybrids out of town, or I'm gonna start killing them myself. And Klaus is like, don't threaten me, or I will kill everyone you love. And Stefan's like, okay, I don't care though. Or maybe I do care. Maybe I care so much that if you kill Rick, I'll drop Elijah in the Arctic. And Klaus is like, excuse me? And then the girl helping Klaus comes back into the room, one of the hybrids, and she's like, everything okay in here, Klaus? And he's like, yes, everything. And before he can finish, friggin' Stefan beheads her. And Klaus is like, I can't believe you just did that in front of me. And Stefan's like, oh, what did I say, Klaus? Get him out of town. I'm crazy. I'm rogue. I'm going to do whatever I want. You can't control me. Caroline skips school after running into Tyler because she's so upset about her birthday. But don't worry, the gang, Matt, Bonnie, and Elena, show up at her house and are like, oh my god, happy birthday! You skipped school, but we don't care. We're here anyway. We're gonna surprise you. And they're planning to take her to the falls to celebrate. But Caroline, like, really doesn't want to celebrate her birthday. She's, like, very down. And Bonnie's like, this is so not like you. Birthdays are, like, your thing. You love an event. You're literally the reason why half these events happen in these episodes. And Caroline's like, yeah, but not this year. This year I'm stuck at 17 and I'm miserable. I don't even get to turn 18. I'm just dead. And so Elena's like, I know the perfect thing. And they leave. Klaus brings Tyler in and is like, I need you to do something for me. And Tyler's like, well, what is it? I'll do whatever you want. And Klaus is like, I know you will. Go bite Caroline. And Tyler's like, no, I will not be doing that. Are you insane? If I bite her, she dies. And Klaus is like, yeah. I need to prove a point. Go bite Caroline. Tyler refuses, and Klaus is finally like, okay, you know what? Fine. I will figure out somebody else to go do it. Whatever, Tyler. Just leave. And Tyler's like, thank you, and he heads out. Eamon explains to Rick that the reason why Stefan's kind of off the rails and yet not completely off the rails is because his humanity switch... Rick is like, it's either on or it's off. What's wrong with him? And Damon's like, I think there's a secret third option. I think Stefan has figured out how to use a dimmer switch. So his humanity's on, but just a little bit. Which is so silly. But basically, Stefan's just feeling the bad emotions of being a human. So that's why he's so hell-bent on revenge, because he's let in the anger and the fear and the rage, but not the love and the hope and the happiness. Elena's big idea for helping Caroline is to take her to the graveyard, break into a crypt, and hold a funeral. No, I'm not kidding. So they celebrate Caroline's life so that this first birthday can be like the first vampire birthday of her new life unfolding before her. At this episode's founding family event, we learn that Meredith, Rick's doctor girlfriend, is a Fel, so she's a founding family member on the council and she knows all about the vampires. Then we see Klaus coming in and schmoozing with the mayor. He's pledging money to like donate to everything. And basically, Carol strikes up a deal with him because Tyler is stuck under his control. So she can't really go against Klaus without putting Tyler in danger. And she's very like Narcissa Malfoy about the whole thing. So she's like, I'm gonna do what he says. And they end up like coming to this understanding where like Klaus is gonna take care of the town, take care of all the people, as long as his hybrids are left unharmed, which means that Damon needs to get Stefan under control because otherwise the council's gonna take action against Stefan. Because that makes sense. Caroline drunk texts Tyler and Elena is like, oh my god, I can't believe you did that. And then Bonnie just bites Elena's head off and is like, you can't control what everybody does, Elena. That's not how life works. Which is true, but is a very intense moment for it to come out. And then they kind of get into a tiff about the whole Jeremy situation because Bonnie thinks it's wrong that Elena's like controlling Jeremy to leave town, and Bonnie leaves. Meredith gets roughed up by a guy named Brian at the party, but Rick steps in and is like, back off, asshole, I will fight you. And Brian rightfully is like, you will fight me, you've got crazy eyes, I will leave now. And Meredith is like, oh my god, thank you so much, thanks for helping me. And Rick is like, no problem, who was that guy? And she's like, oh, it was my ex-boyfriend, you know, blah blah blah. And then she kind of leaves that moment and Rick goes to follow her, but not before making like really scary murder eyes to Brian before the camera pans away. Stefan attacks a hybrid at the party, even though he has expressly been told not to do that. And Damon stops him, thankfully, and is like, are you joking me right now? There are so many humans at this location, and there are so many founding family members that will turn on you in a second, Stefan. You can't be stupid, okay? If we're gonna beat Klaus, we need to be better than Klaus. We need to be smarter. We need to be thinking farther ahead than him. And Stefan's like, no, actually, to beat the villain, you need to be a better villain. And then he just storms off down the hallway. Tyler shows up to talk to Caroline, and he's like, look, everything I said a few hours ago at school, I take back. I take back all of it. Klaus can't control me. I'm my own man. I love you, and I want to be with you, and that's what's important. And so they start kissing, and it's really sweet, and the music swells, and then, yeah, you guessed it, he freaking bites her. So he freaks out and is like, oh my God, I can't believe I just did that. And she's like, oh my God, I can't believe you just did that. And she has now a werewolf bite. So Caroline is dying. Matt and Elena leave the crypt to try to find Caroline. And then Stefan pops up and kidnaps her. We cut to Elena waking up in Stefan's car. He's driving way too fast. Damon calls. Stefan answers Elena's phone and is like, what do you think Klaus will do when he can't make any more hybrids? And Elena's like, what are you talking about, Stefan? And Damon's like, what are you talking about, brother? And then Stefan hangs up and just speeds off into the night, driving way too freaking fast in this little old Volkswagen situation. I know that thing's like a tin can, okay? Not safe. Damon goes to Klaus and is like, so Stefan took Elena, and Klaus is like, that's fine. What's he gonna do? Kill her? No, I think not. And Damon's like, I am just telling you that I know my brother better than anybody, and he is so far off the rails right now that I don't know how far he's gonna take this situation. He could do something absolutely absurd, and I'm telling you, we need to do what he says. So you need to put your big boy pants on and just fucking listen to him and do what he wants. In the car, Elena is like, what are you doing? What is your plan? Where are we going? And Stefan is like, I don't know, Elena. Maybe I'll just turn you into a vampire, and that way Klaus can't use you anymore. That could be what we do. Klaus ends up on the phone with Stefan again, and Stefan tells him that. He's like, what if I turn her into a vampire? And Klaus is like, you won't. And Stefan's like, oh, try me, dude. He bites his wrist, forces Elena to drink, and he's like, I'm gonna run her off Wickery Bridge. Is that what you want, Klaus? Because that's what you're gonna get. And Klaus is like, you are bluffing. And Stefan's like, am I? He speeds up. Elena's like, Stefan, no! And Klaus is like, oh my God, stop. Okay, I'll get rid of my hybrids. And Stefan's like, thank you so much. And he stops the car. Elena is absolutely freaking distraught because if you'll remember, her parents died on Wickery Bridge. And you know who knows that? Stefan, because he's the one that pulled her out of the car. Oh my God. I know I said, okay, I remember saying this. I'd made a joke about like, how do you come back from like attacking each other? Like because Stefan bit her and everything and it was really traumatic. This moment right here is when I remember watching the show. I remember being like, I swear to everything, if she ends up fully back with Stefan, I am done watching the show. I'm simply done. Because are you kidding me right now, okay? That's what Elena says to him. She's like, you're insane. What the heck was that? I can't believe you just did that to me. And he's like, yeah, well, your fear sold it, okay? So I couldn't let you in on it. I wasn't really gonna do it, Elena. And she's like, it kind of seemed like you were, bro. And he's like, no, I just needed Klaus to like do what I wanted. And I was just doing, you know what, Elena? I don't care. I don't care what you think. Then he gets in his car and he leaves her there. He leaves her there, distraught and sobbing on the bridge. No. Klaus shows up to heal Caroline. I can't stop smiling. Sorry, Klaus shows up to heal Caroline, okay? He comes into her room. I can't help it. I'm so excited. Gets into her room, okay? And Caroline's like dying, you know, she's entered fever state. And she's like, are you gonna kill me? And Klaus is like, on your birthday? Do you really think so low of me? Oh my God, okay? He looks at her bite and he apologizes. And he's like, I'm so sorry. Like, it wasn't personal at all. You're just collateral damage. He then just starts monologuing to her. And he's like, I love birthdays. Did you know that? And she's like, no, I didn't. And he's like, yeah, I love birthdays. You know, there's so much like to look forward to. And that's how you should feel. You should be looking at your new life as a gift because like there's a whole world out there for you and so many things to see and do and people to meet and places to go. And like you could have 1,000 more birthdays. Or if you really feel like your life has no meaning now, I could just let you die, and that could be your birthday present. They're both crying, okay? And she's like, I don't want to die. And he's like, okay. And he gives her his blood and she drinks, and so she's healed. Do you guys remember when I said the whole thing about like blood sharing, where sometimes they're like, this is a big deal, this is important, and sometimes they're like, this means nothing and no one cares? This is one of those moments where you're like, oh my God, I should not be watching them doing this right now. It is it's the whole situation, okay? But Caroline's gonna be fine. Caroline's gonna be fine. But who wrote this? Who wrote this scene? Who looked at those two characters and thought, you know what they need? They need an emotional moment. They need a deathbed confession type scene just thrown in for fun. No warning. There's been no clues to this up to now, but like, boom, here we are. It's a gift. Damon picks Elena up and brings her home, so Elena is safe now. They get all close to each other when he's asking if she's okay and stuff. He looks at her mouth and she's like, Damon, you can't kiss me again. But she's like smiling and laughing. Mixed signals, girlfriend, mixed signals. But Damon's like, oh, I know, it's okay. And she's like, it's not right. And he's like, it is right. It's just not the right time. Good night. I'm unwell. Ian has this thing that if you've seen the show, you will know what I mean. There's like whispering Damon, and then there's low-pitched Damon. It's different. It's a different tone that he uses. He usually only does it with Elena. It's the same thing he did where after the kiss, he was like, good night. It's that the tone that he uses. Or when he was like, I wish you didn't have to forget this, but you do. That register that he drops into, it should be illegal. It should not be allowed on television. Bunny shows up to say goodbye to Jeremy. She's absolutely about to tell him, they're using compulsion on you. You're being compelled to leave town. But she makes eye contact with Elena, and then she looks at Jeremy again, and she registers that they have made the right decision. So she's just like, actually, I'm just here to give you a hug. And they have a sweet moment, and then Jeremy leaves for his new life in Denver. Caroline wakes up and finds a present on her bedside table. Who can it be from? That's right, freaking Klaus Michelson. It's this beautiful bracelet, like very expensive silver diamond situation, and she's just kind of like, what? Matt meets Elena at the bridge, and they talk about how the funeral for Caroline wasn't enough. They need to have a funeral for Elena too, because Elena's old life died when she went over the bridge with her parents, and the girl that came up from that water is a new person, because yeah, it's almost like when you go through traumatic events, your priorities change, maybe your personality changes a little bit, maybe you grow up, Elena, maybe that's a normal thing to do, but they treat it like this big, crazy revelation, which I guess it is when you're 17. I had some life-changing events happen that year. I'm being a little hard on them, okay, but the dramatics get a little cheesy every once in a while, and this is one of those scenes. Last scene of the episode is the sheriff finding the body of Brian, you know, the guy who freaking messed with Meredith at the party, dead with a stake, like a vampire, just bink. Who could have done that? Bonnie brings Elena into the scheme about the coffins, even though Stefan is pissed, because Bonnie explains that she's figured out that there is one person who might be able to help them figure out how to open the coffin, and she needs Elena's help with said person because said person is Bonnie's mom. If it wasn't clear before, it's been like a little bit talked about, but Bonnie's mom left when she was a kid. So Bonnie grew up with her dad, and then she had a close relationship with Graham's, and that's pretty much all of Bonnie's family that we know of. Abby Bennett is her mother, who fled and left for some unknown reason. We don't know why. Damon tries to get involved and is like, road trip, I'm coming with you. And Elena's like, absolutely not. We do not need your snark ribbing at Bonnie the entire time. We're going to do this on our own. You're going to stay here. And they have this moment where it's like electricity as they look at each other, and Bonnie's like, what the heck is going on? And Damon's like, oh, we kissed and now it's weird. And then he leaves. So he's just telling people. And Bonnie's just like, oh, you did what now? But they don't talk about it. Tyler comes to Caroline. He actually is waiting in her house when she gets home. And she's like, wow, you can't be in here right now. I feel very unsafe around you. And he's like, I know, and I'm sorry. I have to explain. He tells her that he had said no to Klaus, and yet he still bit her. So he's like, I gotta break this sire bond because something is like fundamentally wrong, and I don't know how to figure out how to control it on my own. So he called in a reinforcement. You're never gonna guess who it is. Friggin' Bill Forbes, ladies and gentlemen. He's back. He's gonna help Tyler using the same, you know, borderline torture techniques that he used on Caroline in order to rewire Tyler's brain and break the sire bond. Meredith and Rick are hanging out before she goes to work at the grill. She ends up leaving. Damon comes in and is like, she's hot, but, you know, literally everybody around us is telling us that she's a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And Rick is like, yeah, people keep telling me that, but I can't find anything wrong with her. Like, I don't see a single red flag. And Damon's like, I got one for you. Brian was murdered. And Rick is like, oh, like her ex-boyfriend Brian? Like the guy that she got in a fight with last night? Yeah, she didn't tell me about that. And Damon's like, ugh, red flag number 1, homie. Stefan calls Elena and is like, what's going on? Did you guys figure out how to open the coffin? Where are you going? And Elena is like, Stefan, we would be like much farther along with this whole situation if you would stop calling every 5 minutes, leave us alone. And Stefan's like, yeah, no problem, you got it. But then he's holding a picture of Abby Bennett with her address and everything because for some reason the girls didn't take that piece of paper with them. They just left it on the kitchen table at the Gilbert house, so he found it. So now Stefan's probably gonna follow them. And then we see Klaus also sending a hybrid after Abby Bennett to go meet the girls. Elena and Bonnie get to Abby's house, but she's not home. They do, however, meet a guy named Jamie who explains that he's not like related to Bonnie. He's not actually Abby's kid, but she dated his dad, and then his dad was like a deadbeat, and when his dad ran off, Abby was like, I'll take you in, you can live with me, you can like be my son. So she kind of adopted him. He's older though. I don't know how old he's supposed to be, okay? He looks like a grown man, as you can see. He looks considerably older than Bonnie and Elena. I kind of imagined he's probably like college age instead of high school age. I don't know. But yeah, nice boy. Nice boy. Abby then comes home and meets Bonnie, and it is as awkward, as intense as you are thinking. Add like 10 times to that. Whatever you think, how bad it was, increase that. Bill explains the plan to Tyler and Caroline, which is basically that the sire bond is so strong because Tyler feels indebted to Klaus for the fact that he no longer has to turn into a werewolf each month. And that was like such a problem for him. So Bill is like, if you can force yourself to turn over and over and over again, that will help you break the bond to Klaus. And Tyler's like, but I haven't done a controlled change before. And Bill's like, you better figure it out right now. Go. Change. And Tyler starts like bone-breaking, painful situation. Abby explains why she left. She's telling Elena that she was best friends with her mom. And basically, Michael, you know, the one that was locked in the crypt, showed up to Mystic Falls looking for Elena. They knew he was looking for Elena, and Abby was the only witch in the area strong enough to do the spell to get Michael, put him in the crypt, and lock him up. So that's why Michael was in the crypt. Abby Bennett did that. But then it drained her so badly that she didn't have her powers anymore. And she was like, oh, I don't have to be Abby Bennett the witch. I could just be Abby Bennett the person. And for whatever reason, she just decided, screw my husband and child, I'm gonna start over in a new location. And she just never went home. Yeah, that's a choice. That is a choice that Abby Bennett and the writing team made. But that's really hard for Bonnie to learn because not only did Abby start over, but she like had more boyfriends and adopted Jamie. So she like has a full new life. It's not like she was unhappy away from Bonnie. She was just thriving in a new city. Elena goes outside to give them some space to deal with all of that and gets attacked by Stefan. Damon goes to see Meredith at work because he's convinced that she is the person doing the murders. So he's basically like just confronting her and being like, I want you to tell me the truth about all this nonsense going on. She's like, I want to know why Rick healed so fast the other night, okay? And then she friggin' shoots Damon with a little bit of vervain and steals a vial of his blood. Caroline can't handle seeing Tyler in so much pain, so she leaves. They're at the Lockwood cellar, by the way. She leaves. And then Bill starts provoking Tyler with an axe. And he's basically like, if you don't turn, I'm gonna kill you because right now I can't trust you anywhere near my daughter. So figure out how to turn fully or I'm gonna kill you right now. So Tyler does. Abby explains that even though she doesn't have her full magic anymore, she still has a lot of information about grimoires and herbs and like using like quote unquote like natural magic, I guess you could say. There's kind of like a divide where it's like the stuff that Bonnie does is like elemental, like physically like doing stuff, whereas Abby still has access to like using the natural properties of herbs and flowers and things like that, like from the earth. She does tell us though that the spirits of nature which the witches serve were pretty mad at her for leaving Bonnie. So that's another reason why her powers just never came back, because they were so disappointed in her for abandoning Bonnie that they took them from her. Jamie finds Stefan and Elena arguing in the barn. When Stefan tries to just like shoo Jamie away, Jamie comes back with a shotgun and is like, I was told that this man's not supposed to be here and therefore I'm gonna kill him. And then he freaking shoots Stefan. Then we cut to Bonnie and Abby in the house. They hear the gunshot and Abby freaking knocks Bonnie out with some herbs. Tyler underestimates his new vampire werewolf strength and breaks out of the chains as he is turning and attacks Bill. Abby takes Bonnie to the hybrid that Klaus had sent to the house. Now we know that hybrid like used compulsion on Jamie and Abby, and so they were always gonna have to do what he said. So now that she's got Bonnie there, she's like, look, you have to tell me where the coffins are because otherwise they're gonna kill Jamie. And she says that again, like very loudly. She's like, Bonnie, you have to tell me where the coffins are. And then we've upheld our end of the bargain. Bonnie still doesn't really get it. So Abby sends her a phone. She's like got her phone in her hand and she slides it over to her and it says on there, warn your friends. So then Bonnie's just like frantically. And then at the barn, Jamie and Elena start talking and she gets him to explain everything the hybrid said to him like in detail. And she realizes that Jamie was told not to hurt her. So Elena's like, well, you're doing a really bad job of it because you tied my wrist up too tight and now my arms hurt. Like, I'm in pain, Jamie. And then when he comes over to untie her, she knocks him out. And then she goes to Stefan, who has been shot with wooden buckshot, which if you guys don't know what that is, it explodes upon impact. So it's like shrapnel, all in his chest. And he says every time he breathes, he can feel the pieces moving towards his heart. So she has to dig into him and just play operator for a few minutes and get the pieces out. Klaus goes to Damon at the witch house. The witches immediately attack Klaus and they do not just like burn him a little bit. They start like spiritual warfare on his ass, okay? It's over for Klaus. But then he starts yelling that if they don't knock it off, he's like, 100 dead witches. How many ancestors do you guys have in the living world right now? I will freaking kill all of your descendants if you don't give me my coffins! And then they release the spell and give him the coffins, but there are only 3 of them. And he's like, where's my 4th coffin? And Damon's like, yeah, funny story. We didn't have time to move all of them, but I got that last one that wouldn't open. Is that the one you wanted? Did you want that one, Klaus? I'm sorry, you can't have it. That's the one you can't have. And Klaus is like, oh my God. Rick goes to Meredith to confront her and try to figure out if she'll tell him the truth about what's going on. She's like, you want to know the truth, Rick? Follow me. Bill gets brought in after being nearly mauled to death by Tyler, and she saves his life with that vial of Damon's blood that she stole. And she's like, I'm a doctor who doesn't like to let people die. This is what I do. This is why I'm fascinated by the vampires, because we could be using them to keep people alive and to cheat death and blah, 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 and scientific advancements. And Rick is like, oh my God, no way. I'm actually a vampire hunter. And he just spills the beans on all of their secrets. They kiss, which is like fine, I guess, but Elena does show up and catch them, which is very awkward for everyone involved. Abby and Bonnie have an emotional goodbye, but it's all gonna be fine. We're gonna keep seeing Abby because she's gonna help Bonnie figure out how to open the coffin. Tyler goes to Bill to apologize for hurting him, and Bill is like, it's okay, I know you didn't mean it, and they gave me vampire blood against my wishes, and now I'm all healed, so it doesn't even matter. And then Tyler is like, I'm really glad I broke the sire bond. And Bill's like, homie, you did not. You're gonna have to turn and turn and turn and turn until turning doesn't hurt anymore. And that's the only way you're gonna break the bond, because you've gotta sever that connection in your brain where turning is bad and Klaus stops you from turning, which means Klaus is good. You've gotta just become used to turning so that there's no needing for it to be good or bad. It's just neutral for you now. When Elena was helping Stefan get the pieces of wood out of him, he was like, you're different, you've changed. And they had this kind of like sort of a heart-to-heart, like a little bit. And it's hard to have a heart-to-heart with Stefan right now because he's not himself, but it's like as close as they could get. And she feels guilty, so she tells him that something happened, and it's not that she feels guilty she did it, she just feels guilty he doesn't know, and she tells him about kissing Damon. When Stefan gets home later, he has the nerve to punch Damon in the face over this. Before they can like come to blows over it, Damon's like, hold up, hold the phone. Actually, I think you want to talk about this. And he holds up a dagger and is like, I did something. At the hybrid house, Klaus is talking to that hybrid that, you know, helped him with Abby and Bonnie. And he's basically like, you know, we're going to let everybody out of the coffin soon. I have a little bit of unfinished business to attend to. And the hybrid's like, oh, what do you... And then his heart gets ripped out. By who? Who did it? Who was it? That's right. Our main man. Our main man. This boy right here. He's like, what did I miss? We open episode 13 with Elijah just absolutely destroying Klaus. Just like boom, boom, boom. It's ridiculous, okay? But obviously Elijah was in the box, so he's a little tired, and Klaus gets the upper hand, gets him pinned down, and he rips a dagger out of another one of their brothers and is like, don't make me do it again. And Elijah's like, go ahead. You stake me, you're gonna have Cole to deal with. And that is a horrifying thought for Klaus, who was like, ugh. Okay, now hold on. Let's just talk about this. Let's just be adults here and talk about this. Klaus then says that Michael is dead and they don't have to run anymore. They can start over. And Elijah is like, if that's true, then why is the family still in coffins? Klaus launches into this little explanation of like, there's so much I haven't told you, so much I never wanted you to find out, but I'm ready now. I'm ready to explain everything, but please let me explain. And because Elijah is a good, sweet, kind boy who loves his family, he listens. The sheriff shows up to talk to Elena and Rick and is like, hey, so Brian, the medical examiner, he was murdered. And funnily enough, the stake that was used is one of the Gilbert stakes, and the only fingerprints on the murder weapon are Elena's. So Elijah, you know, listened to Klaus and let him explain himself, but he still goes and meets with Damon, because when he like changed clothes and got into his fresh new black suit, he was like, I found a note in my jacket. And it was from you, Damon, and you said you wanted to meet, you said you wanted to talk, and Damon's like, yeah, so does this mean you're like on our side? And Elijah's like, well, I'm here, and I'm listening, tell me what you want. And Damon basically wants help figuring out what's in the coffin, because once upon a time, they all wanted to stop Klaus, and they still want to stop Klaus, so can they figure it out together and be a team? Stefan takes Abby and Bonnie to the Lockwood tunnels, and they put the fourth coffin into that room that's spelled so that vampires can't get in, which was a genius big brain move on Damon's part. So they go in there, they're gonna work on trying to get the coffin open. When Stefan leaves, Elena is waiting for him, and she's like, Bonnie said you would be here. And he's like, yeah, I don't care, I don't have anything to say to you. And she's like, okay, but we need to talk. I need to know if you killed Brian. And he's like, I didn't. But you know who might have? Your new best friend, Damon. Maybe Damon did it. Did you ask him? And she's like, no, Stefan, I didn't, because only one of you is off the rails right now, and it's not him. Caroline goes to pick up Bill from the hospital. She also kind of susses out Meredith a little bit for Elena. She can't find anything wrong with Meredith either, but Meredith tells her that Bill already checked himself out of the hospital and he's gone. So Caroline's like, this is weird. When she gets back into the hallway with Elena, she calls Bill and she's like, that's weird. I hear his phone ringing. They track the sound and she finds her father murdered in a closet. Which, yes, I hear you guys yelling it. Meredith saved him with vampire blood, which means he is now a vampire. Abby figures out, because remember, she's really good at like grimoires and studying and stuff like that. She understands that one of the symbols on the text that has the like OG spell put on the coffin listed out in it, there's like a bloodline lock, which is basically like 2 generations of the same bloodline did the spell that locked the coffin, which means that 2 generations of a bloodline need to unlock the coffin, which is great because they have 2 of them, so it's gonna work. Bill wakes up and realizes what's happened and that he's transitioning, but he refuses to drink. He also says that he doesn't remember what happened to him. He was just trying to sneak out and somebody jumped him and attacked him and left him in the closet. Rick realizes that the knife used on Bill was also a Gilbert knife, which means that Meredith now, the first time when the stake happened, they were like, oh, Meredith doesn't really have any connection to that. But now Rick is like, ugh, she came over to the house. That's when they almost kissed and Elena walked in on them. So she was in the kitchen where the knife was from. She was at the founder's family party where Rick had the stake that was used to kill Brian in the trunk of his car. So they're kind of all putting it together that now, unfortunately, it does look like Meredith was probably involved. Damon and Stefan go to a dinner party with Elijah and Klaus to talk about the deal that they want to make together. Liz comes to sit with Bill because now they know what's happening to him, so she comes to kind of make peace with him before he dies because Bill is insisting that he would rather die than turn into a vampire. Caroline is kind of like, I don't care what he wants, I'm gonna turn him, like I'll just insist that he drinks, and Elena's like, I don't think you should do that. Like, I don't think you should take the choice away from him because this is really unfortunate, but like, this is like his last decision. So you shouldn't take that from him. You should just like be with him for now before he passes. And that's really hard for Caroline to accept. It's a really interesting dynamic because, you know, obviously he hurt her so badly, like pretty recently, like just a handful of episodes ago, you know, he was really not good with her, and now she's kind of faced with actually losing him, and that's like too hard for her to accept. So at dinner, Klaus starts like picking at the Elena wound and just messing with the boys on purpose, and he turns to Elijah and is like, don't you think we should tell them about Tatya? I don't know if you guys remember this, but when Klaus was hunting Catherine initially, I told you guys that when Elijah meets Catherine for the first time, he's got kind of like an energy to him where it's like he's clearly kind of smitten with her, and like he can't, it's almost like he doesn't even mean to be doing it. So it's kind of chalked up to like all the men in Catherine's life are obsessed with her. But I want you to consider that he's also very caring and like protective of Elena as well. So this is when we find out that Tatya was the OG Catherine doppelganger, okay? Like the first one. So she was a girl in the village that when the Michelsons moved to Mystic Falls area, she was part of the village. Klaus and Elijah both fell in love with her, and their mom was so upset that the brothers who had been so close were fighting over a girl that she was like, I'm just gonna take her out of the picture. So she took Tatya and used her blood in the ritual that turned the boys into vampires. Are you kidding me right now? So that makes her the OG doppelganger for Elena. That's why Elena's blood is tied to everything. And also, how sad is that? So that was Elijah's like OG love interest, and that's why when he saw Catherine, he was like, oh my God. And when he saw Elena, he was like, oh, I must protect. Like, that's so pitiful. That's so sad. And for Klaus, it's just one big game. Abby is fighting back to her powers returning. She's just nervous, and she's definitely like not trying as hard as she could. So Bonnie insists that like they have to do this, and Abby owes her and needs to help her figure out how to open the coffin. They do the spell one more time and it like almost works. The coffin lid like jumps but doesn't open all the way. Bonnie immediately runs off to go tell Damon, and then Abby is left alone in the room, and all of a sudden the coffin lid just flies open. The plan that Damon and Stefan propose is that if they give Klaus and Elijah the final coffin, all of the originals and all of the hybrids need to leave Mystic Falls and just never return. Well, Klaus, of course, is like, I'm not agreeing to that because I need Elena and I need Elena's blood, so no. Damon steps out to get some air and Elijah's like, calm down, I'll handle this, I'll go talk to him. So he follows Damon, leaving Klaus to just torment Stefan. Klaus sets up this like teasing, not really teasing, it's more like a threat, where he's just like, how about counter offer? I take over caring for Elena. You and Damon leave, and I'll watch out for her. I'll take her with me, or I'll stay here with her. I'll make sure she gets married, maybe to Matt. They'll have a bunch of babies, and every couple generations, I'll get a new doppelganger, and I'll be able to continue making my hybrids for the rest of eternity, and it'll be perfect. And Stefan's like, you're insane. No. And he calls off the deal. So he attacks Klaus, and Klaus grabs him and starts toasting his hand in the open fireplace. Damon and Elijah come back in and stop that from happening, and then Klaus is like, go get the coffin. Elijah, go with him and make sure he does it correctly. Matt and Elena go home from Caroline's, and inside the Gilbert house the electricity's been cut, and then they find like a huge pool of blood in the kitchen and like a blood smear trail that leads them upstairs to Rick's bedroom, where they find Rick attacked on the floor with a knife in his stomach. So Elena goes to pull it out, and then Matt's like, oh my god, you can't do that, he's lost too much blood. Rick wakes up and Rick is like, Elena, you have to kill me. Matt is like, what do you mean? That is not the answer here. And Elena's like, no, he's right. I'm the doppelganger. If I kill him, his death is by a supernatural. But if he dies and we don't know who attacked him, he could just die and not come back. So Elena kills him. Caroline and her dad have a really emotional goodbye scene. It is very much a lot. It boils down to him basically saying he's proud of her. He doesn't care that she's a vampire. Like, she's everything that he hoped she would be. And then he has this moment where he's like, parents aren't supposed to outlive their children. Like, this is life. This is what it means to be human. And she's just sobbing and he's holding her and it's terrible. Elijah and Damon come back into the room with Klaus and Stefan. And Klaus is like, where's the coffin? And Elijah is like, surprise. And he holds up 2 daggers and he's like, we will now be doing this my way, brother. Cole and Finn, the 2 missing brothers, show up, and Klaus is like, Cole, what's going on? Finn, no, please. Finn stabs him in the hand. Then when he tries to run, Rebecca is also there, and she boxes him into the room, and she's like, what's up, brother? And she stabs him too, so there's just torture on Klaus. And Elijah is like, you guys are free to go. So Damon and Stefan run away, and the final shot is like a close-up of Elijah's face, and he's like, this is family business. Bill's death happens. It's actually really calm and peaceful. He just like passes away in the bed, and Liz is standing in the doorway, and Caroline's like, yeah, he's gone, because she's a vampire, so she hears his heart stop. Very emotional. Rick is still asleep. Matt agrees to wait with Elena because she's so afraid that when Rick wakes up, it's not actually gonna have worked, because remember, when he got hit by the car the last time, he came back, but his injuries weren't healed, and he didn't heal very fast. In the woods, on the way home, Damon and Stefan talk, and Stefan's like, that was a really good idea with Elijah back there, like, nice move. Elena calls Damon. He ignores the call because he's standing with Stefan. And then Stefan is like, I love her, brother. And Damon is like, I know. I do too. Like, Stefan, my guy, you simply do not get to do this. I don't know where you're getting the nerve for all of this behavior, but you don't get to do this. The sheriff explains to Elena that Meredith was actually in surgery during Rick's attack, so it couldn't have been her. And then Rick wakes up and he's fine, but he's still kind of hurt, but he's gonna be okay. I'm assuming they gave him a little blood to like make sure he healed, but we don't see that part happen, but I think that's what they must have done. Damon and Stefan go to the cave to see how Bonnie and Abby are doing. They find Bonnie unconscious at the front of the cave in the tunnels, and then when they get to the room, they can't get inside, obviously, but they say that they can hear Abby, so she's still alive and breathing, and then they can see that the coffin is open. We cut back to the Michelson headquarters, where Elijah and the other siblings have decided that they're actually just gonna leave Klaus. They're gonna do what they want. Rebecca's planning on killing Elena, and then they're gonna leave town and just stay away from him for the rest of eternity. And he's like, if you guys do that, I'm gonna hunt you down forever. And they're like, oh great, just like Dad. It's funny that you hate him so much because you're just like him, Klaus. You're just as big of a monster. He starts having a little meltdown and he's like, I'm the hybrid. Me! You're supposed to be afraid of me! I'm the one in charge! I'm not afraid of anything! And Elijah's like, you're not scared of anything? You will be when we get that coffin open. But then the door opens and we see none other than Esther. That's right. Mama Michelson was in the fourth coffin. She comes strutting into the room. Everyone is stunned to silence except for Klaus, who is just trembling with fear. She walks right up to him and she's like, do you know why I'm here? Look at me! Look at me! Do you know why I'm here? And he's like, you're here to kill me? And she's like, no, I'm your mother. I'm here to forgive you. And then she turns to the room at large and is like, I want us all to be a family again. Like, go off. Oh my God. We open with Matt and Elena leaving the hospital, having a really awkward conversation about like recapping everything that happened the episode before. It's real strange. It definitely feels like they were intentionally talking because someone was listening to them, but they don't know that. But we do. We know they're being followed through the hospital by somebody listening to them. It's just written really terribly, okay? Anyway, she gets to her car. She backs up. She hits something. When she gets out to see, no one is there, but surprise, it's Rebecca, who starts trying to kill her. And then Elijah shows up, and he's like, "Get back off, sister." And they get in a fight, and she kind of rears up at him, and he's like, are you challenging me? Good God. So he chases Rebecca off and then he turns to Elena and he's like, hi, Elena. We have some catching up to do. We cut to Elena filling Damon and Stefan in on her talk with Elijah. Basically, he just told her, it's my mom. She's back. She wants to be one big happy family. They're like, okay, well, that's a bunch of lies. And she's like, no, actually, I believe him. Then she gets a letter delivered to the front door and it's an invitation to a ball being held by the Michelsons. On the back of the card is a note from Esther that says, I think it's time we meet. The Michelsons are getting ready for their party. Rebecca is just such a bitch now, okay? Like, I know that I had nice things to say about her a few episodes ago. It's real difficult now, okay? Because she's so angry and so mean all the time. Cole is the younger brother. He is unhinged, okay? Very not fun to be around. Constantly talking about killing people, constantly talking about doing just not fun activities. He's just the crazy brother, okay? Definitely the black sheep. The mom is trying to keep peace because all the siblings keep ganging up on Klaus, you know, because he daggered them and kept them in coffins for Finn, 900 years, okay? That's a long time to be locked away in a coffin. So the mom keeps being like, you know, you did do that. You did screw up. You're gonna have to own the fact that you screwed up and we'll figure it out. But like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. They're allowed to be mad at you. And he's like, I know, but like, I didn't think they would be this mad. Then she switches gears and is like, so who are you bringing to the party? You need to make sure you bring somebody really good for the party because it's gonna be a magical night. Suspicious. At Elena's, the boys argue about whether or not Elena should be able to go to the ball. Stefan's like, there's definitely more going on here than what we're being led to believe and we need to be careful. And Damon is like, look, if Elena's going, I'm the one who's going with her. Try to fight me on this. Caroline gets a voicemail from Tyler telling her that he's sorry about her dad and he wishes he could come back to her, but he's just not ready yet. But he loves her and he's doing his best so that when he comes back to her, they'll be able to be together and everything will be okay again. Then she gets an invitation to the ball along with the most beautiful blue dress, okay? And who invited her? Klaus. Klaus invited her, and on the back of her invitation is a little note from him that says, "Save me a dance." Are you kidding? Also, this dress, we can't talk about it too much right now, okay? But this dress is gonna come back. It might be months from now when we talk about this dress again, but we will be talking about this dress once more. Mark my words. When the girls find out that Rebecca is going to take Matt to the dance, Caroline's like, yeah, absolutely, Elena. I will also be going because we have to make sure she doesn't freaking eat Matt in front of us. The ball is just beautiful, amazing, wonderful. The house is now complete somehow. They sped up production, I guess. And it's just this beautiful home with like a big spirally staircase and like a grand foyer and there's marble. It's nice, okay? So at the party, Damon goes to Carol and is like, I can't believe you're schmoozing with the Michelsons. Like, this is ridiculous and so beneath you. And Carol's like, once again, I'm going to remind you that they have my son and I need to keep peace because they are the oldest vampire family ever. So if they want to live in my town, I need to be nice to them, Damon, because I'd like to stay alive. And then Elena shows up and Damon is like, oh my God, this is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my entire life. And he's just stunned into silence. He goes running across the room to get to her, but surprise, surprise, Stefan blocks his path and gets to her first. She's not happy about this, okay, because she saw Damon first too. And then Stefan shows up and they're like, you're not supposed to be here. And she's like, you're not supposed to be here. But then they end up with her in the middle of them walking into the party as a group of three, which is, I hate it. But I will say one of my favorite little moments of this scene is that when they start to walk away towards the party, Stefan is like eyes front looking out at the party, whereas Damon is just like, oh my God, looking at Elena beside him, like just in awe of how beautiful she looks. Priorities. Caroline just gives up on finding a better dress to the ball and wears the blue dress. Look at her. Look at this. Are you joking right now? Ah! So she shows up looking like this and Klaus is like, yes. And he goes right over to her and she's like, oh, I need a drink, and just blows him off. Do you think Mans is deterred? No, he is undeterred. He's just like, absolutely, I'll be chasing you for the rest of my existence. And he just goes after her. Finn, scary older brother, introduces himself to Elena and is like, so I see you showed up with the Salvatore boys. That's not going to work for my mom. And if you would like to meet with her, you're going to have to meet with her alone. Elijah calls the room to order, and it's funny because somehow he's in charge even though Finn's the older brother. The dynamics of this family are very strange, but he basically is just like, welcome, welcome. I'm so glad you're all here. My family's very wealthy and powerful. We're going to begin the evening with a dance. And then when all of the siblings come downstairs to join the ballroom, Esther, the mom, goes upstairs. So Elena is like, now is my chance. And she goes after Esther, and Damon is like, are you absolutely insane? No. You're not going to meet her alone. And Elena's like, Damon, you have to let me make my own choices. And he's like, girl, I will when your choices aren't suicide missions. Now get on the dance floor with me and let's dance. So they do. And then you know who else dances together? That's right, Klaus and Caroline. I can't breathe with the way he looks at her. I want to know who in the writer's room was like, you know what would be cool? You know what would be fun? If we put them together and just tested to see if they have chemistry. Because, oh my God, they have so much. And it's the surprise couple of the season, okay? Nothing's even happening yet. They're just dancing at the ball and I'm frothing at the mouth. He tries to talk to her about her father and she's like, save it. I don't want to do that. And he's like, okay. So then he just starts flirting with her openly and he's like, you look beautiful tonight. I love your dress. What's your excuse on wearing the bracelet that I gave you? Like, did you just do that because you couldn't find anything better either? And she's like, ugh, shut up. And then he's like, you know, you're a really good dancer. And she's like, well, thank you. I've been trained. I was Miss Mystic Falls. He looks at her while they go to spin out of frame and he's just like, I know.
What do you mean you know? Have you been watching Caroline this whole time? Oh my God. What am I supposed to do with that information? What does he mean?
They cut while they're dancing. The couples end up scattered about. So Caroline ends up with Matt and she's like, I cannot believe that you're here with Rebecca. And he's like, okay, I don't know if you know this, but you are quite literally at the ball with Klaus. You can't say anything to me right now, dude. Damon and Rebecca end up dancing. Remember that. It will be relevant in a few minutes. Elena and Stefan end up together, and then she's like, I need to talk to you. Come with me. And she takes him outside. They talk, and basically she's like, Damon's not going to let me do what I need to do, but you don't care about anyone anymore, least of all me, so I need you to help me get Damon out of the picture so that I can go meet Esther alone, because that's what we need to do tonight in order to get what we want. And you're going to help me, right, Stefan, because you don't care anymore? And he's like, yep. You know me so well, Elena. Absolutely. Cole teases Rebecca for bringing a mortal to the dance. And he's like, I can't believe you're going to fall for a human. Like, that's mistake number one, idiot. And she's like, Cole, don't be stupid. I'm not falling for Matt. I'm going to murder Matt because he's Elena's best friend and that'll be perfect revenge. And Cole is like, I want in. Yay. Elena gets Damon to meet her in a back room, and then Stefan pops up and snaps his neck so that Elena can sneak off to Esther. On her way, Elijah grabs her and is like, hey, I'm a little worried my mom is up to something. Things seem suspicious, okay? Can I trust you to tell me what she says when you get in there? And Elena's like, yes, absolutely, of course, because they have that understanding with each other, okay? They're friends. There's a friendship there that I love. When Elena comes in, Finn is hovering with Esther, but he leaves them alone once she gets there. And he's like, thanks for coming by yourself. Then once she's in the room, Esther is super nice. She's like very normal. She's like, Elena, I'm so sorry. I know you must have so many questions for me. Like, go ahead, please sit. Let's just talk. We learn that Ayana, which is the witch that when they moved to Mystic Falls, she was the one that like came with them. She was like the family friend. Ayana was a Bennett witch and she did a preservation spell onto Esther to keep her alive in the coffin. And then when Bonnie and Abby opened the coffin, because they're Bennetts, it like fixed everything. Esther is also drawing power from the Bennett line, given her connection to Ayana. That's not ever clarified more than that. Like, Ayana and Esther were friends, and when Esther went to the other side, I don't know if it's like Ayana being over there with her or what, but the Bennetts agreed to give Esther their power. So that's what she's drawing from to keep herself alive, keep her powers going, do all the spells she needs to do. She says all she needs from Elena is her help so that she can undo the damage she did when she created vampires, because that is what all of the witches on the other side want in exchange for helping her and giving them her powers. Klaus finds Caroline talking to the horses, and he's like, oh, do you like horses? And she's like, why are you even acting like you care? And he's like, because I do. I fancy you. Yeah, that's right. Remember, he's British, so that's what he says. He says he fancies her. And he's like, you're smart and pretty and intelligent, and I like that about you. And she's like, well, you know what I don't like, Klaus? I don't like that you're keeping my boyfriend Tyler hostage. That's right. I still have a boyfriend, okay? I'm dating Tyler. And he's like, are you? Because Tyler's not actually here. Like, where is Tyler? And she's like, hiding from you because you're ruining his life. Why would I want to be with you when you're doing that to Tyler? And he's just like, I see your point. Esther explains her plan to Elena, which is basically that she needs a drop of Elena's blood. It'll go in the champagne toast. All of her children will drink the champagne toast. They will be linked as one. And then Finn will be sacrificed. If they kill him, all the other ones will die. Also, it's absolutely more than one drop of blood. She says one, but like it goes bloop, 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 like a lot comes out of just her little finger, okay? You're telling me that ancient vampires didn't taste it. Damon wakes up and fights with Stefan. He's absolutely shocked to find out that somehow he has been labeled the emotional brother who can't handle himself and is going to get everybody in trouble. Rebecca brings Matt outside so that she and Cole can kill him in the parking lot, but then he's like, why are we out here, girl? It's freezing. And he grabs his coat from the car and puts it on her because she's wearing this gorgeous green strapless dress, and she starts to be like, I'm a vampire, I don't get cold, but he just puts it on her anyway, and she's just like, oh, thanks. She's just a girl who wants to be loved. Oh my God, full circle. So then she panics about Cole coming to kill him and quickly gets him back inside. Elijah goes to Elena and is like, hey, tell me the truth. Can I trust my mom? Is everything okay? And Esther is watching. So Elena is like, yes, everything is fine. And Elijah's like, oh, wonderful. So now he thinks everything's hunky-dory, no problems. They're just going to be a big happy family again. Esther does the toast, telling everybody they're just a big happy family with no issues. And everyone drinks, including Elijah. Klaus takes Caroline to his study to show her one of his passions. And they look around at these like beautiful paintings and landscapes and sketches, and she's kind of just like, oh, you stole these from the Louvre? Like, that's one of your hobbies, is stealing from museums? Like, great, wonderful, awesome, Klaus. And he's just like, that's not what happened. And then she finds a sketch with his name on it, and she's like, I'm sorry. Did you do all of these? Because yes, remember, Klaus is an artist, okay? And then he's kind of bashful about it, and he's like, yeah, I did. I also have landscapes hanging up in places, you know, famous museums. Not that it's a big deal or anything. Do you like art? Is that cool? Do you think that's cool that I did that? And she's just like stunned. He launches into this adorable monologue where he's like, where do you want to go? Do you want to go to a museum? Do you want to go to Paris? Do you want to go to Tokyo? Do you want to go to London? I'll take you anywhere. Where do you want to go? Just tell me where you want to go and I will take you there. But then she just starts snapping and goes off on him and is like, this is your problem. You're way too controlling. You just try to like puppeteer everyone in your life, including Tyler. Like, how can anybody get close to you because you don't actually want to know people? You just like want to use them for what you want and then let go of them again. She's like, how am I supposed to trust that? How am I supposed to like believe you? Like, none of it's real, Klaus. None of your relationships are real. God, she also has like a daddy issues comment here where she's like, you assume that because Michael didn't love you, no one else ever will. Don't be so loud about it, Caroline. Damn. Damon tries to force Elena to leave because he thinks she's stupid for having met with Esther alone, and she's like, you can't tell me what to do. And then they get in a fight about why he's mad at her, and she's like, you just think I can't make my own decisions, that's why you're mad. And he's like, no, Elena, I'm mad because I love you. And instead of saying literally anything else, Elena goes, maybe that's the problem. So that was the wrong thing to say. And immediately Damon is like, wow, I shared too much. I'll never speak about anything on my mind ever again. And he shuts down completely. And Elena's like, whoa, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. And he's like, no, you already did it. It will take me many days to come back. And he, again, you know, he had this revelation with Stefan, but now Elena's also pointed it out. And he's like, I can't believe that I care too much. I can't believe I'm the liability. Cole can't believe that Rebecca didn't let him kill Matt, so he lures Matt outside to the balcony to kill him there. And then Damon shows up because, you know, Damon's got to lash out now. He attacks Cole and snaps his neck. Terrible plan at the Michelson property to do that, okay? Elena is like, what is wrong with you? I can't believe you did this. And Damon's like, oh, I'm sorry. Did I make a problem? My bad. Caroline calls Tyler and tells him that she appreciates what he's doing, but she really misses him and she just wishes he could come home, and she loves him too. And then she finds a second Klaus present. He gives her these, like, they're like long, you know, like jewelry boxes. They're like black velvet with little ribbons on them. I like to imagine he tied the ribbon himself. Of course he did. So he gives her another one of those. And in this one, when she opens it, it's a piece of parchment. And he drew a little quick sketch of her and a horse. And it says, thank you for your honesty, Klaus. Oh my God. I would fall for the villain. I know that about myself, okay? These shows just prove that to me. Like, if you presented me with a villain acting like this and a Prince Charming acting like this, I think I would pick the villain. Esther goes off on Elijah about how Cole and Rebecca just disgraced the family, which is good, at least. So Damon really didn't make that big of a problem. He made Cole mad, but Esther knows that Cole started it, so she's not mad at Damon for killing Cole. It's just funny to me that Elijah is so clearly in charge, even though he is not the oldest, okay? But he's the one with all the responsibility of the oldest child, and that's probably why I love him so much. Man, I'm just making that realization. And then Finn comes in, and he's like, I just was standing in the hallway. I heard you say that you wish we were all more like Elijah. You know, I'm not hurt by that, though, because when exactly are we doing the linking spell so that you can sacrifice me and I can die? I'm excited. I can't wait to die. And she's like, thank you, sweetie. I know. We're working on it. She finishes the ritual, which is basically adding Finn's blood to the spell. You know, you gotta have all the ingredients. So he drips his blood onto a parchment that has the family names written on it, and his blood branches off and makes a little family tree with all the siblings. So now they're all linked as one. Stefan takes Elena home since she fought with Damon. She feels really guilty for lying to Elijah, but Stefan is just like, I don't think you understand how much darkness that family brought into your life. Like, who cares if Elijah goes down with them? They all deserve it, which I firmly disagree with, but whatever. She asks how he turns off his emotions and pretends he doesn't care, and then she practically just like begs him to do something because she's like, I still care, Stefan. So after all this time, this is like one of her final moments of just being like, prove to me that you're still in there. Prove it. And he says that when he lets himself feel anything, all he feels is pain, and he runs away from her. Rebecca goes to the grill to try to apologize to Matt, and he's kind of just like, you know, I don't have time for this, Rebecca. You're really pretty. You're nice to me. But you're gonna have to leave me alone. I can't do it anymore, which really hurts her, but don't worry. Damon shows up, and he's like, oh, wow, rejected by the quarterback. That must hurt. And she's like, whatever, Damon. And he's like, oh, you're right. Like, you're not the kind of girl who, like, feels bad about stuff like that anyway. And she's like, are you saying I'm not delicate or something like that? And he's like, no, I'm just saying maybe you need to find somebody sturdier for you. Yes, they hook up. No, I do not like it. Elena keeps calling Stefan because she really wants to talk to him, but he keeps ignoring her calls. So she calls Damon, he answers, and she's like, you can't stay mad at me forever. And he's like, don't worry, Elena, I'm already over it because, yeah, that's right, Rebecca's in his bed. Yay! When Damon walks Rebecca out in a towel, and she's just wearing her ripped dress from the night before, and they open the door, Elena is there. So that's awkward. She asks if he was compelled, and he's like, no. And she's like, well, what? Are you gonna do this every time I hurt your feelings? You're just gonna lash out? Girl, yes, that's his MO. That's what he does. He claps back with like, maybe this didn't have anything to do with you, Elena. She kind of just is like, whatever, you're an idiot, and then tells him about the linking spell and how she doesn't want Elijah to get hurt. But once again, Damon's just kind of like, I think this is a great plan. I don't think we should worry about Elijah. Elijah finds the sage that Esther used, which he knows means privacy spell. She tells Elena that when Elena comes to see her. She's like, I burned sage, so now no one can hear what we're talking about. So Elijah knows that. He goes to Rebecca and is like, look, I found sage in Mother's study. Mother is lying to us. And Rebecca is like, can you quit being a rain cloud and trying to find things to be upset about? Finn is working with Mom, okay? Just ask Finn. And he's like, no, I don't trust Finn either. Finn hates what we are. And Rebecca's like, no, he doesn't. And Elijah's like, girl, yes, he does. He desperately wishes we were not vampires. Where have you been? Bonnie is trying to learn the privacy spell with Elena and Caroline, but she cannot get it to work. She tells Elena that Esther came to see her and Abby and basically explained like who she was and the story about, you know, being friends with a Bennett once upon a time and how she's drawing from them and their ancestral power, all of that. Once again, Elena is like, Bonnie, can you please help me save Elijah? And Bonnie is like, girl, there is no chance for him. The spell is happening tonight. He is going to die. Elena comes downstairs and opens the front door to leave her house, and Elijah is there, and spooky music plays.
Which I just find so funny because he is just so not a threat to her, but literally like when she opens the door, it's like on his face. And he's just like, hi, Elena, I need to show you something. Come with me. So he takes her out to the woods and he's basically like, they're up above like the Lockwood tunnels. And he's like, I used to come here when I was a boy. You know, this is like where I played with my family. And she's kind of like, okay, that's a weird thing to drive me all the way out here to tell me. I really need to go home. And he's like, you know, Elena, I really admire you. I always have. You know, you're so honest, you're so kind. It's some of your best qualities, which is why I'm so surprised that the night of the ball, you lied to my face. You're lying to me right now. You're a liar. What's going on? She immediately tells him everything and is like, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. I wish there was something I could do. He's like, you know, Elena, in all my years on this earth, the one thing I've learned is be careful what you wish for. And then he stomps the ground so that a tunnel opens up beneath them and he brings her down into it and leaves her there. Damon calls Rick looking for Elena. Rick gives Damon some shit about sleeping with Rebecca because now Rick is Elena's dad, so of course she told him about that. But he also is like, yeah, I have no idea where Elena is. Rick is on a date with Meredith, and she thinks that whoever attacked him with the knife was probably a vampire since he can't remember the attack and he like lost time. So she's like, I think they attacked you and then used compulsion on you and left you there. Bonnie and Abby meet up with Esther and Finn at the witch house to begin the ritual under the full moon. Elijah shows up at Damon and Stefan's house and is like, surprise, I know everything. You're all in trouble. We better figure this out as a team or Elena's gonna die. And they're like, what do you mean? And he's like, one of you needs to kill either Abby or Bonnie to sever the connection that Esther has to the Bennett bloodline. That way she can't draw on their power anymore and she loses her connection to the power and it's all over for her, okay? I can't do it. Because if I show up, Finn and Esther are going to be like, Elijah's here, he's trying to kill us, and they'll stop me. So that's why I need y'all to do it. If you don't, Rebecca is currently babysitting Elena, and she will enjoy killing her. Y'all's choice. In the tunnel, sure enough, Rebecca shows up. She tortures Elena a little bit. Nothing like too bad, but she's basically just like, sit down, shut up, or I will kill you regardless of what Elijah says. I won't wait until 9 o'clock. I'll just do it right now. And Elena's like, I don't understand why you're mad at me when this is literally your mom's fault. This is your mom's fault. Why are you upset with me? Damon and Stefan talk about the logistics of having to kill either Abby or Bonnie. They're both upset about that. Neither one of them really wants to do it. Damon is like, what if we just dagger Elijah? They know that that probably won't work on Klaus because remember, since he's a hybrid, the whole like dagger to the chest doesn't really do anything to him. So it would at least knock out Elijah, Finn, Cole, and Rebecca. And that would be 4 down. And then they would just have to deal with Esther and Klaus. So they think they can handle that if they can figure out how to do it. They end up sending Caroline to the grill where Klaus and Cole are drinking. She shows up. Cole is like, oh, wow, she's gorgeous, isn't she? Like, she looks tasty. And Klaus is like, say anything else about her and I will rip out your heart. And Cole's like, damn, noted. She walks up to them and Klaus is like, hi, can I buy you a drink? And she's like, oh my God, I would rather die of thirst. And then she just leaves. So she walks in, sees them, has that moment with Klaus, leaves. And Klaus is like, isn't she just perfect? And then runs after her. I wish I was kidding. This man is down so bad for her. And for what reason? It happens so fast. He begs her to give him a chance outside the grill. He's like, what do you want to talk about? I'll tell you anything. You want to get to know me? Like, get to know me. Ask me questions. And he sits down on a bench and he's like, come on, Caroline. I dare you. Sit with me. So then she sits down and she's like, okay, well, what do you want to talk about? And he's like, I want to talk about you. I want you to tell me what you want out of life. I want to know your hopes, dreams, passions, thoughts, everything. And she's like, I am way too smart to be seduced by you, dude. And he's like, I know. Girl, I know. That's why I want you so bad. Cole gets all weird and assaulty with Meredith at the grill, but remember, Rick is there. So bada bing, bada boom, that was the plan all along. While Cole is like kind of lightly attacking Meredith, Rick shows up and is like, you should have taken no the first time, and stabs him with the dagger. Outside the grill, Klaus feels it and is like, What just happened? What's going on?
Rebecca drops in the tunnel with Elena, and Finn drops in the ritual circle with Esther. Klaus freaks out on Caroline and is like, what happened? What did you do? And she's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't do anything. I'm just sitting here with you. And he's like, what did you do? And she's like, nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. And then he realizes, and he's like, oh my God, Cole. And he goes running back into the grill to find his brother. He rips the dagger out of Cole when he finds them, and everybody immediately wakes up. We don't actually know where Elijah is for this. I'm realizing that now as I'm telling you guys. We watch Rebecca and Finn collapse, but we do not see Elijah also collapse. Where is he when this happens? Damon is like, go ahead and kill me, Klaus. I don't care. It won't stop your mom from killing you. And Klaus is like, what on earth are you talking about? I am gonna kill you. And then Elijah shows up and is like, hold on. We don't need to kill Damon. This is not the point. And then he tells Damon, if him and Stefan don't figure out the Bonnie Abby situation right this second, he's just gonna have Rebecca kill Elena immediately. And Damon's like, I thought we had until 9 o'clock. And Elijah's like, that's until you decided to do this stupid dagger plan. Now I'm upset with you, and you have a few minutes, okay? Figure it out. Rebecca chases Elena in the tunnels, but Elena gets into the little room that's spelled away from vampires, so Rebecca can't get in now. Damon and Stefan go to the witch house to attack Bonnie and Abby, and Damon is like, you know, she only has to hate one of us. Only one of us has to actually do this thing, you know, which is kill Abby or Bonnie. And they realize, you know, that Elena would just want them to let Elena die. That's what she would choose. If she knew what was going on, she would just say, cool, let Rebecca kill me. I don't care. But obviously the boys aren't going to do that. So Damon's like, let's flip a coin and then we'll just see. He flips it and Stefan makes a face and then it cuts away. Rebecca is truly unhinged. She brings a bottle of gasoline into the room where Elena's at and throws it on her and then starts lighting the room on fire. Now, granted, it is just rocks and a little bit of water. So, like, she says to Elena, the next match goes on you. This one's gonna burn you. I'll burn the room. There's not a lot in there to continuously burn. So, like, it would probably be uncomfortable. I don't know if it would kill her, though, the way Rebecca seems to think it would. Elena tries to reach out to Rebecca in this moment and get her to talk because clearly Rebecca is hurt and upset about the fact that their mom is trying to kill them because that would be upsetting to anybody to learn. And Elena tries to offer her assistance, but Rebecca is like, you quite literally stabbed me in the back. We're not girlfriends anymore. You lost those privileges with me. We are not friends. And Elena reminds her that she's definitely not going to kill her right now because what Rebecca wants is revenge. And say everything gets figured out and the originals live past this day, then what's Rebecca going to do with her time tomorrow if she kills Elena and there's no point to her revenge anymore? Rebecca lets the match burn down because Elena is correct. Klaus, Elijah, and Cole show up at the witch house to stop the ritual. Esther goes on a rant about how for 1,000 years she watched all of them, Elijah included, do horrible, terrible things to get what they want. They're like a plague on the earth. They need to be wiped out of existence, and she's going to be the one to do it, so they wasted their time coming to stop her. They're not going to stop her. Inside the house, Abby and Bonnie get snatched. Stefan grabs Bonnie and is like, you have to figure out how to sever this connection. And she's like, Stefan, you don't understand. I can't. And he's like, Bonnie, if you can't, then I have to do something about it, okay? And she's like, what are you talking about, Stefan? Are you going to kill me? And he's like, the only way to stop her, Bonnie, is if one of you is no longer a witch. And then we cut to Damon turning freaking Abby into a vampire. And he's like vaguely gentle about it, but it's not good. It's a bad moment. Esther's connection is broken, and outside in the ritual space, her and Finn vanish. Rebecca releases Elena and is like, you know what? I do plan on making my revenge last, okay? We're talking slow burn, enemies to lovers level revenge plot right here. Elena goes to see Bonnie because, you know, now her birth mother is gonna turn into a vampire. Caroline meets her at the door and is like, hey, I will tell her you came. She does not want to see you. And Elena's like, excuse me, what are you talking about? And Caroline's like, yeah, see, the thing is, the only reason why this happened to Abby is because of you. So Bonnie's gonna need some time to work through those feelings. We find out that Stefan actually lost the coin toss. That's right. So that little face he made in the car was him being like, dang it, I'm gonna be the one Elena hates. But Damon did it anyway. Damon did the thing. So then Stefan's like, I don't understand why you did that. Like, either you don't like me or you like me. And Damon explains that, like, he knows Stefan is struggling, and he also knows that Stefan is off of human blood. And Stefan's like, you don't know what you're talking about. And Damon's like, I do. I know you're off of human blood. And one more thing for Elena to hate you for would have just pushed you over the edge, and we really never would have gotten you back. So how long have you been off human blood? And Stefan admits that he hasn't had any human blood since the night he almost drove Elena off the bridge. And then Damon continues and is like, you know, yes, I love her, but she doesn't love me. She doesn't want me even when I play by the rules. So I'm done being the nice guy. I'm way better at being the bad guy anyway. Who cares? Nothing matters. When Elena gets home, she finds a letter from Elijah, and it's him basically being like, I'm so sorry. I know I hurt you today. I did things I'm like so not proud of. I can't believe I did that to you. I hope you can forgive me. I did everything for my family. I'm sorry. Good man. He's a good man, Savannah. He's a good man. Becca goes to Elijah looking for Esther, and Elijah's having a moment, and he's just like, I can't believe Mom was right. Okay, we are terrible people. I'm a terrible person. I deserve to die. I've done terrible things. And Rebecca is like, brother, we are better than the humans, okay? We deserve to live. We deserve to have lives just like them. We're better than them. And Elijah is like, no, Mother made us vampires. She didn't make us monsters. We did that to ourselves. We cut to Klaus burning pictures of Caroline because he's a little emo man who does not know how to regulate his emotions. Y'all thought Damon was prone to temper tantrums? No, he has got nothing on Klaus Michelson, okay? So he's just burning page after page of sketches of Caroline. Rebecca comes in and interrupts his little broody moment, and she's like, I have to show you something. And he's like, I don't care about anything right now. And she's like, well, you're gonna care about this. And she shows him a picture of like a still shot. She was taking videos of Elena while Elena was in the cave. She was being like, tell everybody your last moments, Elena. Say goodbye. So she shows him a picture, and on the wall behind Elena, there's like a story that she could make out, which was basically saying that there was a white oak tree 300 years after they burned the white oak tree down. So that is fundamentally bad for everyone involved. Rick wakes up at Meredith's and goes into the kitchen. He finds some scattered paperwork on her desk because her house is very messy. She's a doctor, so she doesn't have time to clean. He starts going through it. He realizes it's like medical examiner reports and things about the murders. He finds the knife, you know, the Gilbert knife and everything, and he's like, what is going on? This is not good. Then he looks up, and Meredith is standing there with a gun, and she's like, you weren't supposed to see that. And then she shoots him. And that's the end of the episode. Episode 16 opens with a surprise flashback from 1912. In this flashback, we see a Salvatore guy and another dude. I don't think we find out who he is. It does not matter. They're talking after a council meeting, and the second dude is like, we need to be careful. These council members are getting murdered. And the Salvatore man is like, please, it's fine. It's probably just a vampire. We'll figure it out. No big deal. He goes home and, of course, gets murdered. In the present, Carol goes to Liz and is like, if you have a suspect in these murders, you need to tell me because I'm the mayor's wife and I need to know. And Liz is just like, okay, but I can't just tell you that because I don't want to accuse somebody who could be innocent. And Carol's like, you tell me who it is right now. We cut to Rick waking up in a jail cell. Damon is there to help. So Liz explains to both of them that Meredith's side of the story is that Rick came at her with a knife. She shot him, she healed him with vampire blood and delivered him to the sheriff and said, he's the one who did the murders. They don't have any real proof other than what Meredith said and the fact that the weapons match up, but obviously Liz doesn't believe Rick did it, and Rick doesn't believe Rick did it, so who did it? Matt and Elena are running together, nice change of pace to her running by herself. He tells her that Abby is going to complete the transition. Bonnie's doing okay, but she still needs a little bit more time away from Elena. Elena gets called down to the jail to check on Rick. She runs into Damon. He's really snarky and just a general jerk. She calls him out on it, and she's like, you need to knock it off. Like, why are you being so mean again? And he's like, I'm mean. You hate me. The world is spinning as it should be. And she's like, Damon, you know, if you keep pushing people away, you're going to end up alone. Stefan is struggling with his, you know, self-inflicted human blood detox. Damon comes in, kind of picks on him a little bit about it, and then starts snooping through Stefan's like various journals, because remember, Stefan keeps a diary, so he's got diaries going back like all the time that he's been alive as a vampire. When Stefan asks what he's looking for, Damon is like, you know, I'm getting a little suspicious because there's several founding family members that have been murdered, and I remember coming home in 1912 for Zacharias's murder. And also at that time, there were more founding family members being killed. So I think we're having a history repeats itself moment. And Stefan's like, well, now, brother, we could be. Cut to the flashback. Stefan meets a young Lockwood and Gilbert woman, and they kind of talk and give up to him that, like, yeah, the founding family members are being murdered, and they're all a little concerned. We see a crow, and then Damon shows up. So I guess they actually did do that more than once, which is kind of funny. And this is the first time the boys have seen each other since they turned into vampires. So it's been about 50 years. They agree to catch up with each other because they've missed each other. Even though Damon's still mad at him, they have missed each other, so they're going to spend a little brother time together. Rebecca meets with Carol to try to find out about the white oak tree. She doesn't expressly say white oak tree. There's no good way to just be like, I'm interested in trees, and there's a certain tree I'd like to look for. But I don't know if Carol just deals with this on a regular basis. Like, maybe this is something that families with so much money, they don't have to worry about like normal things like bills, worry about is trees. I love trees, but I hope you guys get what I'm saying with that, is that she just starts up a conversation about an ancient tree she'd like to find, and Carol's like, oh, absolutely, the logging records belong to the Salvatores. As if it's normal Tuesday conversation. Liz tells Rick that Meredith's shaky motive for Rick doing the murders is that Rick has been defending Meredith. So if you'll remember, Brian attacked Meredith and Rick defended her. Bill was upset with Meredith for using vampire blood on him, and apparently she told Rick that Bill was going to report her. And Rick is like, she never told me that. And Liz is like, are you sure? Because we have this phone call record that y'all spent an hour on the phone together in the middle of the night. You don't remember that? And he's like, no, Liz, I don't, because I'm an alcoholic and I was drinking. Stefan and Damon reminisce about an old friend, Sage. Rebecca's also part of this conversation now, and she also knows who Sage is. Sage is this gorgeous redheaded vampire that was also in town in 1912, so maybe she's the one that was killing founding family members back then. Elena goes to Meredith to try to convince her that Rick is innocent and like insist that Meredith knows Rick is innocent, and Meredith is like, girl, you don't even know Rick, okay? Rick was arrested 4 times before the age of 21 for fighting. Rick's wife, Isabel, filed restraining orders against him and reported him to the police and then married him anyway. So I guess, what do I really know about her? Which was a really gross victim blaming moment on Meredith's part, but anyway. And then she proceeds to be like, he's a borderline alcoholic vampire hunter that you just adopted like a little lost puppy, and you didn't actually know anything about him. Just admit you made a mistake. And Elena's like, no. Because Elena can't believe Meredith, Matt breaks her into Meredith's apartment and they start looking for evidence. They find inside the walls, because remember, the Gilberts kept the hidden vampire hunting stuff in the walls. So Elena is like, I bet Meredith does the same thing, and she's right. They find all these like files on the murders and a file on Rick. Rebecca keeps pushing the boys to get information about the logging records. She is not subtle, okay? But they keep blowing her off. Damon tells us that Sage is the reason why Damon is Damon, okay? He didn't model his behavior off of Catherine. He met Sage, and Sage was like, you're a bad little vampire who doesn't even enjoy being a vampire. You're just wasting your time. You need to learn how to be better at this and enjoy who you are and relish in this part of yourself. And Damon was like, yeah, absolutely. That could be really fun. That sounds great. Would you like to be my girlfriend? We also find out from Rebecca that she knows Sage because Sage was involved with Finn. And Finn was in the coffin for 900 years. So Sage is so old, okay? Remember, the older they are, the more dangerous they are. Matt and Elena also find a set of Gilbert journals in Meredith's stuff. And then Matt finds a paper that corrects the time of death for Brian. So initially, they thought that Brian had been murdered when Rick didn't have an alibi. But now we find out that actually he was murdered when Rick did have an alibi. So Rick has been cleared. Meredith comes home, and Matt and Elena are like, ah! They get in the closet to hide from her. Meredith kind of moves around her apartment for a minute and then leaves and shuts the door. Matt and Elena are like, thank God. They come out of the closet, and freaking Meredith is waiting for them. Also, Matt and Elena get taken to the sheriff's. Obviously, Matt and Elena get taken to the sheriff's office. Liz is like, I don't understand even kind of what you guys were thinking. And Elena's like, I had to prove Rick was innocent. Like, we found this paper. And Liz is like, yeah, you mean this paper? And she holds up her own copy of the report. And she's like, Meredith sent me this the second she received it, okay? She knows that Rick didn't do it. She corrected her mistake. And now I can't follow up on why she would do that because you broke into her house and could have planted the evidence. Leave my office. Damon doesn't think that Stefan's going to be able to handle detoxing on his own because he's very jumpy, and Damon's basically like, all or nothing has never worked for you. We're going to have to figure out moderation. So he attacks a woman and then coerces Stefan into drinking from her. But when Stefan goes a little feral, Damon stops him and is like, no, 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 we're not killing her. Then he heals the woman, okay? So that goes relatively well for Stefan. But then, of course, Elena and Matt walk by at that moment. Matt is disgusted. Elena is, like, absolutely horrified because Stefan's a mess. He's, like, covered in blood. And Stefan is just like, oh my God, I can't believe she's seeing me like this. And Damon is like, please don't make a scene. Just walk away. So Matt takes Elena away. But then Stefan is pissed and like shoulder checks Damon as he walks away. At home, Matt gets Elena to explain to him why on earth she has a thing for both brothers. And her reasoning is basically that in the beginning with Stefan, he made her feel safe because she knew that he was always going to love her and he was never going to die. So just like how her parents died and she lost people she loved, she was never going to have to lose Stefan. And that felt good for her. Then with Damon, he just like snuck in. He got under her skin and she couldn't shake him. And Matt Donovan says, I think once you love somebody, you never really shake them. He's talking about the two of them, and it's a sweet moment, but also we were just talking about Damon. He then gives Elena the Gilbert journal that Meredith had that he stole. Rick comes home and he's doing fine. Elena gives him a hug because she was so worried about him, and he returns it. And for me, that's kind of the moment where it's like, you know, Rick's not going anywhere. Rick is in their life. Rick is basically their dad. We cut to Stefan just like brutally sitting in front of the fire watching the flames. Damon comes home and is like, good work today, brother. I am proud of you. You did awesome. Like, tomorrow's gonna be even better. We're gonna get this figured out. You're gonna be the king of moderation in no time. Stefan's like, I don't know why you care so much. It's not like I even need your help. And Damon's like, wow, do you remember the last time you told me that? We flash back to 1912, where after Damon was like corrupted by Sage, he corrupted Stefan and was like, it's really more fun to drink from people. He got Stefan to drink from a girl. Stefan promptly went Ripper mode and tore her to pieces. Then we get to see for the first time the way that Stefan is like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I did this to you. He tried to put her back together. Damon was horrified by what had happened. Stefan goes wandering off into the woods being like, I don't need your help, Damon. Look what you did to me. And then that is when, because it's 1912, that's when Stefan went off and became the Ripper of Monterey that Klaus heard the rumors of before the 20s when Klaus and Stefan became friends. It was Damon's fault, kind of. It probably would have happened either way, but it was kind of Damon's fault, okay? And in the present, Damon is like, I just feel bad that I let that happen because you killed a lot of people and I just didn't want to be the one to help you. But now I'm going to help you so hard. I'm going to be here for you every step of the way until you don't need me anymore. Does that sound good? Because that's what's happening. And Stefan's like, but why? And Damon's like, because, brother,
You're all I have left in the world. All right, things are about to get crazy. Rick comes down to make a midnight coffee while Elena is reading the Gilbert journal. They have a cute moment where he's like, I don't want you getting in trouble for me. And she's like, if not for you, then who am I supposed to get in trouble for, Rick? You're my family. They agree to take care of each other and look after each other from here on out. Elena explains that the journal that she's reading is not actually Jonathan Gilbert's journal. It's Samantha Gilbert's journal, his granddaughter from 1912. Yes, the one that Stefan met at the funeral. Damon is playing the piano. Stefan comes into the room and is like, hey, I went through the archives like you asked me to. And Damon's like, oh, are we friends now? And Stefan's like, do you want me to be mad at you again? And Damon's like, no, carry on. Stefan explains about Samantha. And he's like, so I didn't find anything from 1912, but a few years in the future, Samantha Gilbert confessed they locked her up in an insane asylum, and that's where the trail goes cold. I guess they covered it up. And Damon's like, that is strange because I'm pretty sure I'd already killed her. Meredith shows up to see Rick, and she's like, I know what this looks like. And he's like, do you? And he goes to shut the door in her face, and she's like, Rick, wait. I turned you in, and then I cleared your name on purpose so that they would stop looking at you. They're not going to look at you again. You're not going to be a suspect again. You've been cleared. Please let me inside so I can explain what's going on. Elena finds messages in the journal saying things like, I'm losing my mind, I'm missing time, I don't know who I am anymore. The boys put together that if Samantha Gilbert wasn't a vampire, she was a Gilbert who probably had the Gilbert ring that Rick now has. So even though Damon killed her, she came back to life. Meredith explains to Rick that the victims were killed with his weapons, and his knife wounds could have been self-inflicted. So she thinks he's going insane, and that's why he's missing time, and that's why he doesn't remember, because the ring that he has is bringing him back to life, but it's changing him in the process, and that's what's wrong. Rick is like, that's insane, there's no way that's true. But then Elena comes in holding the journal, and she's like, actually, Rick, I think it's very much possible. And then we cut to a 1912 flashback of the Salvatore man from the beginning of the episode being killed again, only this time it cuts to the person holding the knife, and it's Samantha Gilbert. To give a quick little recap, we open with Rick, who may or may not be losing his mind, okay? Meredith is running some tests on him to figure out if what's wrong with him is medical, because then she might be able to treat it. So he's in like a big MRI machine. They're running scans on him. Elena and Meredith are watching, and all of a sudden Rick starts freaking out because inside the machine, he can like see his reflection above him, and his reflection starts to like make an angry face at him. So Rick is like, oh my God, what the f-? And then the face above him is just like, no, are we kidding right now? Meredith is like, are we okay in there, Rick? And do you think Rick says, actually, I'm seeing like a demonic reflection of myself in the mirror above me, please send help? No, of course not. He just like calms his breathing down and then stares his face down in the mirror, and his face is once again just like, da-da-da-da-da. It's so scary. Rick also gives the ring back to Elena. He's adamant that like he's fine, but he knows he's not, and he gives the ring back because he's afraid that if anything happens to him, it'll just continue to make the problem worse. Whereas Elena is like, yeah, dude, that's why you need to wear the ring. He's like, no, I can't risk it. What if I kill somebody else? Damon and Elena run into each other, and they get into a little scuffle about the whole Damon helping Stefan learn how to drink human blood thing. And Damon's like, Elena, we're vampires, not puppies. Like, we have to live like this, which his methods are a little questionable, but he does have a point. We cut to Abby, Bonnie's mom, who, if you'll remember, Damon turned into a vampire to save Elena. She's having a really difficult time with the transition. She is drinking and everything, but she can't work in her garden anymore because as a witch, they have like this innate connection to nature. They talk about a lot how they serve the spirits of nature, and that's who controls them. That's who like gives them their powers. So now that Abby has lost that connection to the earth, she just feels like completely untethered and terrible. And Bonnie is freaking out because she doesn't know how to help her feel better. There is a like
quote-unquote council meetup at the Wickery Bridge, which they're renovating. So they're tearing down the old one, putting a new one up. And Rick is supposed to be bringing a Wickery Bridge like historical sign to showcase at the new bridge site. He forgot it because evil Rick agreed to that when Carol asked him. So good Rick doesn't have any memory of that, and that freaks him out. Then while they're all standing there, Sage comes over and is like, Damon, Rebecca, where's Finn? I'm here for Finn. Remember Sage? Sage is the redhead that we were talking about last episode. So Rebecca and Sage get into it. They immediately start like at each other. And Damon is like, can we cool it? Like, we don't need to catfight right now. And Sage ends up talking to Damon, and we realize that the two of them are like decently close. We know they had like, you know, hookup time together or whatever, but they're also like kind of nice to each other, whereas Rebecca and Sage are like at each other's throats. Also, Finn left town, so no one knows where he is, so nobody can tell Sage how to get to him. Elena runs into Stefan accidentally. They're kind of avoiding each other, and she is picking up the Samantha journal that he found. He explains that after Samantha's confession, she tried to give herself a lobotomy with a knitting needle. Ugh. And she died. And Elena's like, oh my God, that's terrible. And he's like, no, you're not getting it. She was in the asylum under 24/7 surveillance, which means she had no personal affects, which means she didn't have her ring. So the ring is not correlated to the madness. Like, what's going on with Rick, there's no stopping it just because he doesn't have the ring on anymore. So Stefan's pretty sure there's no help for him, and Elena's like, well, I'm not giving up. We're gonna figure it out, because she's Little Miss Hopeful, so she's never giving up. Sage tells Damon that Finn is her true love, and she's been waiting for him for 900 years since he's been in the coffin. And she's basically like, Rebecca knows more. Like, Rebecca can tell us what she's up to, and then maybe that'll help us get to Finn. And Damon's like, oh, well, we can't do that. Like, she's too strong. We're not gonna be able to stop her. And Sage is like, she's a woman, Damon. They always have weaknesses, which is a hot take to have, one girl boss to another. But basically Damon invites Rebecca over for a threesome, and she refuses, but the plan is to exploit her weakness in like needing attention, and she'll come anyway. Then they can get her vulnerable, and Sage can do a head dive on her and get the information out that they want. Caroline is visiting Bonnie and Abby. She talks to Jamie outside in the garden, and he freaks out when she gets too close to him. So Caroline realizes, oh, you're scared of Abby. That's not good. That's not good for either of you. You need to get over that, because she's not going to get any better until she feels like she has connections back to her human life still. So you've got to suck it up, Buttercup, and put on a brave face and go hug your mom. Remember when Meredith went at Elena and was like, Rick has all these assault charges. Rick is, you know, scary and mean, and you didn't know anything about him. Well, the writers realized they probably couldn't just like leave that floating in the ether, so we get Rick explaining to us that like, yes, he got into fights, but he got into fights fighting bad people. So did they really even count? Like, he fought somebody because they were rude to a bartender, and somebody else like pushed a woman and he attacked them. But then he does tell her, hey, you know your cousin Logan? Remember Logan Fell? This guy? Yeah. He's like, yeah, so I'm the one that killed him because he was a vampire, and that was my first vampire kill. And Meredith is like, oh, okay, well, that's fine, because like, I'm not really involved in the vampire murders, so, you know, it doesn't matter. I just use the blood for what I need, and I don't worry about the other stuff. Which is so, like, he just told you he murdered your cousin, which I guess Logan was trash anyway, so maybe she didn't care, but like, I would be a little upset. I'd be a little like, wow, that's wild. She just doesn't care. Damon catches Stefan just like downing a dozen or so blood bags, but when Damon is like, knock it off, you need to practice restraint or you're gonna get sick again, Stefan does stop this time, and he basically is like, I'm really stressed. So he's just like overeating. He's just having like a binge episode with the blood bags, which is not funny. It's kind of pitiful. But Jamie comes inside to help with Abby, and she's so excited to see him, she gives him a hug, but then because this happens with new vampires. Her emotions get kind of jumbled up in her head, and she's so excited to see him and so happy that he's hugging her that she bites him. Remember when Caroline almost did that to Matt? Like, all the emotions are like very closely tied together. So Jamie is horrified. He's gonna be fine. She did not like hurt him, but he's terrified now because his biggest fear has been confirmed. And Abby is like, I can't believe I just did that to my adopted son. Damon and Sage talk about Finn while they wait for Rebecca to show up or not show up. And basically Damon is like, you know, he's not gonna want you anymore. Like, he wasn't looking for you. He didn't have any urge to find you again. Like, I think you need to like move on because he's not gonna care that you're here for him. And she's like, no, you don't understand. Like, we had true love. And once he sees me, once he realizes like I still want to be with him, like, he's gonna want to be with me. He's gonna want to stay. Then Rebecca shows up and she's basically just like, hi, what's up guys? Like, I'm here anyway. There wasn't anything better to do, because she's got like fear of missing out and fear of not being the center of attention. And it's all really sad. Like, they kind of glamorize it. They do like this montage of Damon and Sage dancing together. And then he's like, I want to make out with you. And she's like, what about her? Pointing over at Sage. And he's like, I don't want her. I want you. They end up hooking up, and it's just like, I don't like this whole thing that they do to Rebecca in this season, and they did it a little bit before, but it's like mostly now that we're getting to know her, her big thing is like, if you flirt with her a little bit, she'll do whatever you want, which is really sad because it's true on her end. She's so desperate for love and attention that she'll just do anything. That's pitiful. But they exploit it, and Sage gets the info that they need. Rick and Elena talk, and he gives her all of his personal information, like his bank account stuff, his will. He gives her info on like his family that's still alive, because remember, Rick is from another part of Virginia. So I think actually Rick might be from North Carolina. Maybe. But anyway, he gives her that info so that she can find his family when anything happens to him. And she's kind of just like, we're going to get you fixed. It's going to be fine. And he's like, well, I want to make sure that you and Jeremy are taken care of, so I'm giving you this anyway. Bonnie shows up, and her and Abby think that they can help Rick because there is a spell that they can do that I think it kind of like, it either like it drains the dark magic or it keeps it away or something, but it's similar to what happens when witches use dark magic. And it'll like infect them and like start to take them over. They need a personal item though from before he started wearing the ring. So Rick is like, my wedding ring, that's perfect. Like, I haven't worn that since I got here, so that'll work. And Elena goes off. Sage and Damon go over the info that was gathered. Now they know they're looking for the white oak tree that Rebecca's looking for. Damon's like, oh my God, I can find this. It's in our milling records, because he's an idiot. He tells Sage everything, and they realize the wood from the white oak tree was used to make Wickery Bridge. That's right, the bridge that conveniently is being torn down to be renovated. All of that wood is white oak. Rick wakes up from a nap home alone with Meredith, and he's evil again, because remember, the ring itself does not keep the madness at bay. So now he's evil Rick, and she's like, do you want anything? Do you want some coffee? Can I make you something? And he's just like, oh, I'm good. He's dumping out all of the medicine that she had that was to like knock him out if need be. And then he goes towards her in the kitchen. So Damon, as I said, is an idiot. He tells Sage everything about the Wickery Bridge White Oak situation, and she's like, oh, you see how this could be a problem, right? Me knowing that you have a special weapon that could kill the love of my life, you understand how maybe I don't want you to do that. And he's like, okay, look, if you'll help me, you know, we won't hurt Finn. He hasn't really done anything. We don't have to kill him. We just need to kill Rebecca. Just help me do that, and then it's fine. You can go off with Finn, live your life. We won't mess with you. Stefan and Elena meet up at Rick's. He meets her there while she's going to get the wedding ring. He basically is like, I'm not gonna hurt you, Elena. I just can't be who you want me to be right now because I'm not in control. Because, you know, he's getting over the like blood sickness situation, figuring himself out, self-growth, all of that. Then they talk a little bit about Rick and how worried they are about him. Elena is terrified that she's not gonna be able to fix him and she's gonna lose him just like she loses everybody. And he's like, yeah, that might happen. And she's like, well, I don't wanna give up hope on him any more than I wanna give up hope on you. Like, you guys can be saved and I'm gonna be the one to do it. They end up finding like a collection of images of Rick's victims, like a creepy little serial killer box where he's been hoarding everything. He also has a file on Jeremy, and he has like notes written to Jeremy that are like, pass down the traditions, keep the line strong, you can do this after I'm gone, blah blah blah. Damon is all dressed and ready to go to the Wickery Bridge when he comes to get Sage to take her with him. She's gone. Who saw that coming? Rick comes into the kitchen. He's talking to Meredith. She pretty much immediately realizes something's wrong. He picks up a knife and is like, do you ever feel remorse? Do you ever feel sorry that you're a big liar who's supposed to protect the people of this town? That's what the council's for. The council's supposed to be protecting people. The council's supposed to keep everybody safe from vampires. And here you are using vampire blood for your own personal gain, which is just not true. Like, she uses vampire blood to stop her patients from dying. That would be so cool if we could do that, okay, Rick? This is a good thing. But he does not feel that way. He attacks her with the knife. She throws hot coffee on him. Somehow that is enough to stun him. It must have been some seriously piping hot coffee. She gets upstairs. Remember how Jeremy and Elena's rooms are connected by the bathroom? She ends up in the bathroom, shuts the door, locks the doors on both sides, and then ends up in Jeremy's room, I think. Rick almost gets inside, but she gets the door shut, she closes and locks it, and then she has a horrible stab wound that we see. So she is bleeding out in the bedroom. Damon races to the bridge. Unfortunately, Rebecca is already there because Sage turned on him, got Rebecca, now they're burning the bridge. So all of that wood that was gonna be useful is being burned. Sage comes up and is like, Damon, I'm sorry, but you lied to me. You didn't tell me they were linked. So killing Rebecca would have still killed Finn, and you just conveniently left that part out, which he did. And she's like, I'm sorry, I had to do what I had to do. Damon rears up at her and is like, you are so stupid. Finn wanted to die. Finn was the sacrifice in the spell, okay? Finn was already gonna be dead. So he doesn't want you, and you're an idiot, and you'll find that out. And I am gonna put Finn first on my list. Stefan and Elena get back to the Gilbert house. They find the kitchen a mess. Elena is kind of near the stairs. Stefan has gone down into the kitchen. Rick comes down the stairs, and Elena's like, oh my God, are you okay? Where's Meredith? And he's like, oh, I'm fine. He's like wrapping up the knife wound that Meredith gave him because there was a tussle with the knife. And he's like, oh, Meredith? Meredith got called down to the hospital. Yeah, you know, Meredith, she's not here right now. She's okay though, don't worry. And Elena's like, oh, okay. Yeah, sure. He asks where Stefan is. Did she run into Stefan? She's like, oh no, I haven't seen Stefan. I don't know where Stefan could be. Stefan's not here. He gets all the way down to the stairs. He's very menacing, towering over her. And then they look at the same time and see the bloody knife on the floor. And he looks back at her and he's like, and then Stefan pops out and knocks him out. And Elena's like, oh my God, don't hurt him, don't hurt him. And Stefan's like, yes, I'm trying, as he's like putting Rick in a headlock and like knocking him unconscious. So Rick goes to sleep. And then Stefan's like kneeling on the floor with Rick, and they're both just like, what the heck just happened? And then Stefan is like, oh no. And he smells the blood upstairs, you know, because Meredith is dying. And it's such a good moment. He's like, Elena, I'm gonna need you to help me. And they go upstairs and they save Meredith, which is like huge for Stefan, okay? Because she is very much injured and there's a lot of blood, and he's able to help her without attacking her. We cut to Rick waking up. Damon is there watching him. He explains, you know, you're gonna be okay. Bonnie did the spell. Everything's gonna be fine. We're pretty sure it worked. And Rick is like, okay, but where's Meredith? Where's Elena? And Damon's like, Meredith's gonna be fine. Something did happen, but Meredith's gonna be fine. Elena's fine. Everybody's fine. I'm gonna take you to the loft, and I'm just gonna watch you for a little while. We're just gonna hang out. We're gonna have some bro time. We're gonna make sure you're okay, which is a very polite way of saying I'm a vampire, which will make it very hard for you to kill me, so I'm the one who's gonna babysit you, you homicidal murderer. Elena and Bonnie reconnect, they hug, they talk about, you know, how much they missed each other, and Bonnie even forgives Elena and says she like understands, which is not untrue, but a lot goes wrong for Bonnie being connected to Elena, okay? Like, Bonnie goes through so much. We're not even to arguably the worst thing that happens. There are two things. There are two things coming in the next couple seasons that, oh my God, I'll never forgive the writers for these two things. This one specifically, all right? The second one that happens, but the first one is terrible, but the second one, I will never forgive them. Caroline and Jamie garden together. She explains that she went through the same thing with her dad, but her dad chose to not transition. So she just really wants everything to work out for this family and help them through it and make sure everybody's okay. Then she hears Abby in the house and she's like, oh, Abby's awake, let me go get her. She goes inside and catches Abby writing a goodbye note. She's like packed a bag, she's gonna leave. And Caroline's like, I can't believe you're gonna do this to them again. Like, Bonnie is never gonna recover from this. And Abby's like, tell them I'm sorry, but like, I can't do this. Like, I can't be the mom they need me to be, so I'm just gonna leave. Elena calls to check on Jeremy. He's doing really good. He got a dog. She is kind of like on the verge of telling him what happened, but he sounds so good and so happy that she just can't do it. So she's just like, you know, I'm okay. I missed you. I wanted to talk to you. And he's like, oh, well, that's awesome. You know, I miss you too, but I'm actually about to go out with my friends. Is it okay if I call you in a little while? And she's like crying, but she's like, yes, Jeremy, absolutely. Go have fun. Go live your life. Have a great night. And then they get off the phone and he's just like, woo, party time. And she's just like, Stefan is having a little celebratory drink because he is a little stressed, but he's so happy and proud of himself that he didn't kill Meredith. Damon comes in and is like, hey, you had a good day? I had a good day. And Stefan's like, are you sure? Because like we lost the bridge, that sucks. And Damon is like, yes, we did in fact lose the bridge. You know what we didn't lose? The sign that Rick forgot to bring to the meeting. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the Wickery Bridge historical sign that Rick forgot at his apartment is a freaking White Oak sign too. They have weapons. I love this opening scene so much. Elena goes to see Rick at his apartment. Damon opens the door and is like, hey, Rick can't come to the phone right now, but he's fine. I need you to go. So she ends up leaving. He goes back inside and Rick and Stefan are like, they've cleared out the apartment, like the living room. They've got a big old power saw in the middle of the room and they're like about to start sawing the sign into pieces. And Damon's just like, she's going down the stairs, she's in the lobby, she's opening the door, and she's gone. And then Rick is just like, it's so funny. Rick wants to turn himself in for the killings because he's like, I killed people, I'm an evil murderer, I need to go to jail, that's what people do when they kill people. And Stefan and Damon are like, homie, we've killed so many people, okay? You didn't do anything terrible, it's fine, nobody's worried about it, we'll be more upset if you go to jail, just relax, we don't have to tell anybody, it's no big deal. Hot take, okay? But that's what they get him to decide on. Damon also convinces Rick to start wearing the ring again because he's like, you're gonna be crazy either way, so you might as well be protected while you're doing it. Elena tells Caroline about Rick and the fact that Rick is the one that killed her dad. Caroline, understandably, does not handle this well, and then Elena has the nerve, instead of being like, I understand, take some time, you're gonna be mad at him, we get it. She's like, Caroline, he's the victim of something supernatural. He didn't ask for this any more than you asked to be a vampire. And Caroline falls for it, and Caroline's like, dang, you're right, Elena, you're so smart. I won't be mad at him for killing my dad, I'll just forgive him in seconds. Matt and the boys show up, and the boys tell everybody that they've got White Oak stakes, which is wonderful. Now they can kill the originals. They have 12, which means they have 12 chances. They're leaving Bonnie out of the mix because she is dealing with her mother leaving her for the second time. Klaus goes to see Finn. He wants to take him willingly, but Finn is just like, I want to do the linking spell. I'm not going to get rid of it. I don't care what happens to us. Hopefully we all die. That's what I want. That's what mom wants. That's what we're doing. Rebecca shows up and is like, joke's on you, big brother. We're in this together. They snatch Finn and bring him back to the house in Mystic Falls, where they show him Sage. And he is immediately like, oh my God, Sage is here. He's excited. They have a little meet cute hug moment on the stairs behind Klaus and Rebecca. It's nice. It's a nice moment. Damon hides his stake in the fireplace at the Salvatore house, and Rick is like, are you serious right now? Did you not learn anything from the moonstone and the soap dish situation? So funny. And then Rebecca shows up and attacks them and kidnaps Damon because of what he did to her with Sage. Sage brings Finn into town to show him around. They're going to like all the places they used to go when they lived in Mystic Falls 900 years before, and it's really cute. And then Elena and Caroline see them and they're like, oh my god, Finn's back in town. They call Stefan and they're like, Stefan, Finn is here. It's time. We're going to kill Finn. And everybody's like, yes, let's go. And then Stefan is like, okay, but hold on. Damon has been taken. Now we have to deal with this too. Rebecca has kidnapped our dear boy Damon, and she strings him up by the living room parlor ceiling by bear traps on his wrist. It's bad. It's bad all around. Her plan is to bleed him of the vervain so then she can compel him to either kill Stefan or Elena. She hasn't decided yet. Maybe both. The witch that Klaus told Finn he has is Bonnie. So that's where Bonnie is. She's not off dealing with Abby's disappearance. She's stuck with Klaus in the little hybrid murder house. She is struggling because she doesn't think she's powerful enough to do the unlinking spell. And Klaus is like, oh, okay, well, and he calls Cole on the phone and he's like, can you send me a picture, please, brother? Thank you. And then he shows Bonnie a video of Jeremy playing with his dog. And he's like, it'd be a shame if you can't figure out the spell and Cole just has to freak out and murder Jeremy in the park, wouldn't it, Bonnie? Caroline goes to check on Rick just to make sure he's still himself when he wakes up because he'll have a harder time hurting the vampires than the humans. And then he wakes up, he is himself, he apologizes for everything. She accepts his apologies and then tells him, you know, I killed somebody when I was a vampire for the first time, like at the carnival. And she says like, he's like, but Caroline, I killed your dad. And she's like, but the guy I killed could have been someone's dad. He was supposed to be their age. I really hope that wasn't a grown man at the carnival flirting with Bonnie, okay? Because that's who she killed. She says that Rick feels bad about the people he murdered and she enjoyed the killing that she did. So that's what makes it different and that's why she forgives him. Elena wants to go after Damon to save him and she's like, we have to get Damon. Plans on hold, we must get Damon. Stefan, on the other hand, is like, actually, we need to kill Finn first, then get Damon, because once we kill Finn, we'll kill all of them and we'll be able to get Damon no problem. Elena disregards everything and goes to free Damon, okay? She gets him out. He's like excited to see her, but he's so weak. She starts dragging him through the house slowly. They end up like collapsed on the floor and he's like, just go, just leave me here. I'm not gonna make it. And she's like, no, it's okay. We can fix this. And she's like, drink. And she gives him her wrist. He starts drinking from her. Again, it's one of those moments where we should not be watching this unfold on screen. It should be illegal. Then they start to make out. And boom, it's a Rebecca hallucination. She got into his head and he was just like, don't do that. And she was like, oh, why? Are you afraid like Elena's gonna be more mad at you than I am? Like blah, 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 blah. And he's like, actually, I was having a pretty good time in the dream. So you could just keep doing that to me because I don't wanna be looking at you right now. Bonnie hears Damon yelling because after he insults Rebecca, she starts attacking him again full force and is like, what's going on? Who do you have in the house? And Klaus is like, don't worry about it. It's not my victim, it's Rebecca's victim, it's fine. And he tells her that if she'll just do the freaking spell and get it over with, he will help her track down her mom and find her and bring her back. Sage takes Finn drinking at the grill. He tries tequila for the first time, does not really enjoy it. Then a vampire walks by and is like, hi, Sage. And she's like, hi. I can't remember what his name is. It is irrelevant. But she tells Finn that she's been turning a few people so that she has a little vampire army because she feels unsafe with the originals and the Salvatores in the same location, and she just wants to leave with Finn. Stefan passes Matt what we can assume is a bottle of vervain. In tandem to this unfolding at the grill, Bonnie is doing the unlinking spell, okay? They have blood from all the different originals and Klaus, and she's basically doing, remember how it like made the family tree? She mixed all the blood together and now she's separating it back out with the spell so that they'll be unlinked, okay? Sage and Finn take shots of the vervain laced tequila and immediately spit it out. Then they see Stefan going outside, so they're both just like, God, we're gonna go get him. And they go running after Stefan. Bonnie finishes the unlinking spell, okay? When Sage and Finn follow Stefan outside, Stefan rushes them with a stake. They knock him down. Elena bursts out of the door with a little crossbow situation. She fires at Finn. She misses. It doesn't matter though because she got him and it wounded him. And then Matt rushes him and does the killing blow on Finn. So Finn dies in the stairwell. Sage is devastated. She's screaming, crying. Finn bursts into flames, so she can't even hold his body while he dies. It's horrible, okay? So she's just crying on the stairwell, and then she like wipes her face a little bit and is just like murder face. Klaus lets Bonnie go. The group is celebrating the fact that they just killed Finn, so everybody should be dead now. Bonnie is like, they have Damon trapped in the house, and Elena's like, oh yeah, but it's okay because like we're gonna come get him. Klaus is dead. And Bonnie's like, no, Elena, Klaus is not dead. I had to do the spell because he was threatening Jeremy, and now everything is ruined, and they're all alive, and I don't know what to do. I'm terrified of these people. And Elena's like, okay, calm down. We'll figure it out. It's okay. We got one of them. We can get the other ones. Are you okay, Bonnie? And Bonnie's like, no, Elena, I'm not. And then she hangs up on her. Stefan goes to save Damon. He goes rushing out the door because he's like, they're gonna kill him once they find out we killed Finn. But before he can get out, Sage throws him back into the house and is like, this is for Finn. She goes to attack him with one of her little newbie vampires that was in the grill. But before they can do anything to Stefan, they start coughing. Blood starts coming out of their brains. And then they desiccate on the floor. Sage is like, oh, what's happening to me? And they die. Isn't that interesting? Did you guys figure it out yet? I'm gonna give you a second. I'm gonna give you a few seconds, just think about it. Okay, so Elena, Caroline, Stefan, they figure it out. Finn turned Sage. Sage turned that other vampire from the grill. Because Finn died, everyone else died too from his bloodline. Which means if they kill Rebecca or Cole or Elijah or Klaus, whichever one of the originals is from the bloodline that Damon, Caroline, Stefan are from, they're all gonna die. And then Caroline has the horrible realization that like, hold on, even if we're not from Klaus's bloodline, we know someone who is. And they realize that no matter what, if they kill Klaus, they're gonna at least kill Tyler. Bare minimum, Tyler's gonna die. Stefan goes to save Damon. He brings 8 stakes with him and he's like, here are the 8 remaining stakes. This is all we had. I killed your brother, but here are my stakes. Take these and give me Damon. Klaus, instead of just agreeing to it, is like, okay, Damon, go home with your brother. And remember, Damon is hanging from the ceiling with the little bear traps. So he has to like Saw style, just like rip his hands out. Oh, it's so, I can't. The blood level is getting so bad now. Okay, there's so many moments like this where just the sound alone, I'm like, I'm so squeamish with blood. I don't even think I've told you guys that. I am like pass out at needles level afraid of blood, okay? Like it's not good. I don't know how I love this show as much as I do, but wow, it's gonna get really bad really quickly. So that's what's happening to Damon. And then Klaus is like, okay, don't hurt yourself, which is just a joke, okay? Because Damon's very much hurt now. And then Klaus is like, now that I know you can be compelled, tell me how many stakes there really are. And that's when Damon is like 12, which means that Stefan lied, and now they know he lied. And Klaus is like, I'm gonna kill everyone you love, get me the stakes. But Rebecca is annoyed that Klaus took over, so she's just like, ugh, whatever. And she lets Damon go. And she's like, go get us the stakes, bring them back and take Damon as a sign of goodwill. And then Stefan gets Damon out, but now he's gotta bring back the stakes. Rebecca and Klaus talk, they have a little argument. She throws in his face again that he had a family, but it wasn't good enough for him, and now he's ruined it. He's the reason why everything fell apart. And he's just like, I wanted a family so badly. That's literally all I want. That's the defining core of me, is wanting a family to love me for me, and you guys turned on me because I'm a werewolf and a vampire and I killed our mom. So then he's like, I'm gonna take Elena and I'm gonna leave town with her and I'm gonna make my own hybrid family, and this time it's gonna work because I'll have Elena's blood and I won't do it wrong. And Rebecca is just like, whatever. What are you gonna do if I stay? And he's like, if you stay, you're just as pathetic as Finn. And then he leaves. Stefan and Elena talk. She says that he really worried her when he went after Klaus. And he's just like, you know, you don't have to worry about it anymore. I'm done. Klaus is irrelevant to me now. I've lost too much in the process. It's just not worth it. And she's like, you didn't lose me. I still love you, Stefan. I still care about you. And he's like, yeah, Sure, but it's my fault that you now also love my brother. And Elena is like, how dare you say such a thing? And he's like, look me in the eyes, Elena. Look me in my eyeballs and tell me you don't feel something for him. And this girl goes, I don't know what I feel. You do know, Elena. We all know what you feel. Damon goes back to Rick to get the steak. And Rick is like, oh yeah, I put it here. And Damon's like, no, you didn't, because it's not here. And Rick's like, okay, maybe I put it somewhere else. Like, I guess, but oh no. And Damon's like, what? And he's like, I don't know where I put it, Damon. Which means that evil Rick hid the steak from them. We open with Rick locked up in the Salvatore cellar. They're keeping him in there so that when he goes to sleep and turns evil again, they can find out where the steak is hidden. Elena and Damon are going on a little road trip to Denver to talk to Jeremy and see if he can talk to Rose, because they need to figure out their bloodline. So Catherine turned Damon, Stefan turned Caroline, and then Rose is the reason why Catherine's a vampire. So they need to figure out who turned Rose, and then who turned that person, and then blah, 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 and trace it all the way back to an original so that they know which one to kill. Stefan wants Elena to go on this solo road trip with Damon because he wants her to figure out what she feels so that she can make a choice. Caroline and Rebecca get into a fight over the decade dance for this episode. Caroline wants it to be the 1970s, but Rebecca staged a coup and now it is going to be the 1920s. Matt agrees with Rebecca, and that just pisses Caroline off, and she's like, whatever, do whatever you want for the dance, I'm leaving. So she storms out, and Matt is just like, oh my god, oh no, and he goes running after Caroline. He's like, Caroline, I'm sorry, hold on, let me talk to you. And then, surprise, it's a joke. He was in on it all along. It was a plan to get them out of the school without Rebecca noticing anything and being suspicious of them, okay? So Caroline's going out of town, and Matt is like, hey, Care, tell him I said hi. And then Caroline's like, I will, and she goes off. I wonder who she could be going to find. Stefan brings Rick some alcohol to help him get sleepy and take a little nap because they need him to go to sleep and come back as evil Rick so that Stefan can get the info out of him. Stefan's like probably gonna have to torture him a little bit, but they're gonna get through it together as a team. Rick tells Stefan, along with all of us, that he thinks he's a big dummy for letting Elena go on the trip with Damon, and Stefan's like, yeah, I probably was, but it's too late now. Damon and Elena get to Jeremy. They fill him in on everything. He's worried he's not going to be able to talk to Rose because he's like, I'm not just like a, you know, medium. I can't just randomly talk to Ghost, okay? I can talk to Anna and Vicky because they were my girlfriends and I loved them and I had a connection to them. I don't just see dead people floating around. And Damon's like, well, you're gonna have to work on it, okay? Because we need to figure this out. And Jeremy's like, I mean, I guess we can try, but it's gonna have to wait because I'm meeting my friend. They're at the batting cages, by the way. It's not a friend. It's Cole. Cole shows up. He breaks a wooden bat and just starts like bashing Damon. Then he gets a metal one and he's like, I never got used to aluminum. And then he just starts beating the crap out of Damon with it. He doesn't kill him or anything. He just beats him up as like retribution for Damon killing Finn. Damon fights back and uses the splintered wooden bat to stab Cole. He doesn't kill him because you can only desiccate them with the daggers and kill them with the white oak stakes, but it does knock him out for long enough for them to get away. They go to a hotel because they need to like stay off the road. If they go straight home, that'll be like a surefire way for them to get caught on the roadways. So they just pull over and stop, and they're gonna spend the night and then do the rest of their journey in the morning. Jeremy is like, okay, do you guys at least have like a picture of Rose that I could use and go off of? And Damon's like, no, dude, from what? Our trip to Disneyland? I don't have a picture of her. And then to the room, he's like, Rose, come on. I know you're obsessed with me. Come on. Jeremy's like, that's not gonna work. You need to talk about her. You need to tell us stuff about her. And Damon starts saying like, oh, well, she could do this. She could do that. And Elena's like, ugh, stuff that matters, Damon, Jesus. And he's like, okay. And then he starts going on this little like story time about her last day and how it was beautiful and she spent it in a field of flowers like with horses and her hair was in the breeze and she looked so beautiful and blah blah blah. She was happy, she was in paradise. And Elena's like, I was actually there when she died and it was like not paradise. And Jeremy goes, it was in the dream he gave her. She's here. And then the camera pans and Rose is sitting on the bed next to Damon just grinning at him. She's so happy to be there. It's
That's so cute. Oh my god. Caroline gets out of her car. She drove out to the woods somewhere. And while she's like walking around, she hears somebody. She turns. That's right, it's Tyler. I don't know what happened between the last time we saw this actor and now, but oh my god, he comes back. I don't know if I'll be able to find a picture for like evidential proof. I don't even know if there is anything specific. It might just be a haircut change. I don't know. But oh my god, I'm not a Tyler fan until the second half of season 3 when he comes back looking like this. What's going on? Anyway, they are excited to see each other. They start making out. They hook up in a cellar. They're not in the Lockwood cellar. It's another cellar. Okay, but that's where they hook up for the first time after not seeing each other for a little while. Matt takes Rebecca home, and because her special superpower is knowing when people are lying, she's like, why are you being so nice to me? What's going on? Like, are you up to something? What is this? And he is just like, girl, can you get a grip? Some men are just nice, okay? You don't have a car, so I gave you a ride home. Relax. Once again, something about this makes me so sad because they are lying to her. They're just gaslighting Rebecca left and right over whether or not she can trust people. And she can't. The answer is she can't. The answer is everyone's lying to her. It's horrible. Side note, she's really pretty in this episode. When Rebecca gets inside the house, she finds Esther waiting for her, and Rebecca is like, give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you right now. And Esther's like, because I'm dying. The group at the hotel talks to Rose. It's very cute. She kind of cuts in and out of being visible because it's like when Jeremy's looking at her, we can see her, but when somebody else is looking, we can't. It's very nice. She basically tells everybody she's happy, she's comfortable on the other side, she's not stressed out. It's really nice to be able to just do whatever she wants and not have to run. So she's not worried about like not finding peace. She's comfortable and content. She tells Jeremy to tell Damon that she misses him and she's rooting for him and Elena, which Jeremy is like, you're rooting for what now? Because remember, he's been in Denver, so he doesn't know everything that's happened. But Rose is just like, I'm rooting for him and Elena, yes. And then we find out that Rose was sired by Mary Porter, which is, her name is like Scary Mary. That's all we get about her. We don't really learn a lot else. But we don't know who sired Mary. So Rose decides that she's going to go try to find her on the other side. She's like, maybe I can figure it out. Give me some time. And she scoots out of there and leaves them there for the night. Rick tells Stefan that he feels terrible because, you know, he's not compelled when he acts out on the murderous tendencies. It's just him. It's something in him that the ring attached to. And that's what makes him like seek out and kill these people, because it is at the core of him kind of what he believes. Vampires are evil. Vampires should be killed. That's a belief that Rick has, because in general, the vampires are pretty evil. They are predators. They're dangerous. Now, Rick has friends that are good, you know, he doesn't feel like he should kill Damon anymore. But remember, when he first met Damon, that was the whole plan, was to kill him for hurting his wife. So Stefan's trying to like talk him off that ledge and be like, you're not evil. It's okay. We're going to get you figured out. Everything's going to be fine. I just need you to go to sleep so you can be evil, Rick, when Klaus shows up. And Klaus is like, let's just kill him. Let's just kill him and be done with it. And then Stefan explains, you know, well, there's one stake missing. If we kill him, we're not going to know where it is. If somebody finds it and uses it, there's this bloodline issue. We're trying to figure out where we all came from so we don't kill the wrong one of you, blah, blah, blah. Klaus has a lot of self-preservation, so he ends up just like knocking Rick out and killing him, but Rick has the ring on, so he's going to come back. Damon and Stefan update each other on everything. Stefan is very anxious that they have stopped at a hotel for the night, which he should be, because when Damon goes into the bathroom and is like, I'm gonna freshen up for a minute, and leaves, Elena like watches him go to the bathroom and is just like, interesting, you're gonna be naked in the shower? I would like to come. Girl, get it together. Esther explains to Rebecca that she's dying because Abby was turned into a vampire, so now her magic is drained and the whole keeping her body alive situation is not working out anymore. So they're talking to each other and she's like, I'm sorry, you know, I'm sorry you feel like I abandoned you. I watched you for 1,000 years. You know, I've been rooting for you. I've been taking care of you from the other side. And Rebecca is like, then why do you want to kill us? Like, what the heck? And Esther is like, because, honey, it shouldn't have been 1,000 years.
Nobody should live that long. It's not natural. We all need to die. And Rebecca's like, no, I don't think so. Well, then Esther dies in Rebecca's arms and falls to the floor. And Klaus just comes in and is like, what's going on? And Rebecca is like, she's dead. Caroline explains to Tyler all the bloodline issue situation. And Tyler's like, okay, well, it'll be fine. Like, we just won't be able to kill Klaus. Because yikes, yeah, I would die. That would suck. And she's like, I know that, and we know that, and our friends agree with that. But the thing is, Damon doesn't care. And Damon's gonna kill Klaus anyway, so I need you to come home because we need to handle this in person. Here we go, people. Here we go. Are you guys ready? Okay. Damon comes out of the bathroom. He is in his jeans and his shirt is unbuttoned, okay? He's walking around the room. He checks the room. He looks out the window. He makes a drink. All the while that he's doing this, in the moonlight, looking all beautiful and sleepy, Elena is in bed watching him. When he sits down at the table and looks over at her, he catches her looking at him. She immediately is like, ooh, oops, my bad. She closes her eyes. But then she's like, and she looks at him again, and he's just like, what is going on with you? So he gets up, he comes over, he sits down in the bed with her. They're looking at each other. Oh, she says, why don't you let people see the good in you? And he's like, because, Elena, when you do good, people expect good, and I don't want to live up to anybody's expectations of me. I'm scared of doing that. She can't breathe, and neither can I, okay? So she rolls away from him. She's looking up at the ceiling. He's still looking at her. We get a close-up shot of their hands, and he like gently takes her hand, and she doesn't pull away. And then all of a sudden she's like, nope, can't do this. And she sprints from the room, okay? She runs out into the stairwell. He runs after her outside. She's facing away from him, and she's like, don't. And he's like, why not? And then she runs to him, and we get the most amazing Delina kiss ever. It's so good. Never Let Me Go by Florence and the Machine is what's playing in the background of this scene, okay? So as they kiss, the music just swells, the lights flicker around them. He backs her up into a wall, but he does the thing where he like softens the wall before she hits it. Oh my God, it's just too much, okay? They pull back and look at each other for a second, and then they go back in for more. I can't tell you how unhinged this scene makes me, okay? Oh my God. But then Jeremy catches them, and he's like, Elena? And she's like, whoa! And they pull apart, and Damon's like, what do you want, Jeremy? And he's like, Rose found Mary. She lives in Kansas. And Damon's like, awesome, I guess we're going to Kansas. And Elena and Jeremy are just looking at each other, and Jeremy's like, I did not see this coming, man. Rose even warned me, and I didn't see it coming. And Elena's just like, anyway. Rick wakes up, and he's fine. So Evil Rick did not come out. They realize that Evil Rick is probably not going to come out because the best place to hide is inside Rick where nobody can get him. So if Evil Rick just stays away, they never are going to find the place where the stake is hidden. So Rick is like, all right, Stefan, you're going to have to be a big scary vampire and you're going to have to try to kill me. And Stefan's like, I so don't want to do that. And Rick is like, it doesn't matter. He's like, hopefully evil me is going to be more about self-preservation than anything else. And once you try to start killing me, he's going to come out to stop you. Damon, Elena, and Jeremy get to Mary's house. They go inside. They find Mary dead. Cole pops out and is like, sorry about that. Did you guys need to talk to her about something? That's right. We know what's going on now. Don't worry though, I'm the one that turned her. Or maybe it was Rebecca, or possibly it could have been Elijah. Nope, it was definitely Klaus. I guess you guys will never know now. My bad. Cole then proceeds to just beat the shit out of Damon once again. Just absolute smackdown. Rick starts to bleed and it freaks Stefan out, but then when Rick insists that he keeps fighting with him and like, you know, crazy Stefan starts to come out, Evil Rick pops out and is like, whoa, stop, please don't kill me. The stake is hidden in the secret tunnel room that the vampires can't get into on the Lockwood grounds. Please don't kill me. And Stefan is like, thank you so much, Rick. I will go get the stake. Unfortunately for everyone, Klaus also hears this, so now he knows where the stake is too. Damon is okay, don't worry. Him and Elena check on each other. He's like holding her face and touching her gently and using the low Damon register voice that he does that makes me want to jump off a building. And Elena is like, ugh, and like pulls away from him. And he's just like, wow, we just made out at the hotel. What is going on? And then he realizes that she can't say what she wants still. So she still can't pick between the two of them. And Damon is like, aha, you think I'm gonna screw it up. You think that I'm just gonna ruin this. You think that it's good now and I'm gonna make it terrible. And she's like, well, Damon, track record proves that, yeah, that's normally what you do. You lash out, you ruin things, you're a ruiner. And Damon's like, well, I'm not gonna do it this time, okay? I'm not gonna make it easy for you. So I'm gonna be perfect. You can think Stefan's perfect if you want, and you're still gonna have to pick between us. Rebecca goes to the caves with Rick to force him to get the steak. In this moment, Stefan and Klaus are talking, and Klaus once again like threatens to kill Stefan, and Stefan's like, you know, I'm getting real sick of you saying that because you're not gonna do it, all right? If you were gonna do it, you'd have done it by now. I think you don't wanna kill me. I think you're jealous. I think you miss me and you just wish I would be your friend. And Klaus, shockingly, is like, yeah, dude, I do miss you. I don't want to kill you. You were my best buddy. We were brothers. I loved you a lot. I wish you'd just come back. I wish you'd just be the Ripper again, and then we could be homies once more. And Stefan is like, well, I'm never going to be that guy again, and I'm never going to like you. So let go of the dream. It's not happening. And then he has this awesome moment where he's like, the Ripper side of me doesn't control me anymore, which means now you can't control me, Klaus. I'm my own vampire. I'm in charge of myself. Rose pops up to talk to Jeremy and is like, shh, don't tell anybody I'm here. I just want to talk to you. And Jeremy's like, okay. And she looks at Damon and Elena in the front seat and she's like, you're too young to see what I see. They had a fight, but they're gonna be okay. And then she has this like amazing little moment where she's like, you know, Elena makes Damon a better man. She makes him like try to be good and do good things and help people and like be his true self, you know? Because like once upon a time, that's who Damon was. And it got covered up by all these years of being terrible and things being done to him that we've not even gotten into yet, okay? It's coming. All of this stuff that's happened to him has just turned him into something else, and Elena brings out all of that like innate goodness in him. Whereas Damon challenges Elena and pushes her and makes her question things, and that's the whole point of like the morally gray situation with him, where it's like, some of the bad things he's done are truly terrible, okay? But it's kind of that idea of like, if he hurts somebody but it saves her, does that counteract? That's what Rose means by that, you know what I mean? And then Rose is like, Stefan's love is pure and he's always gonna be good for her, but Damon is either the best thing for her or the worst. That's right, Rose. Just lay down the law. Just lay it down. Tyler is gonna stay with Caroline. Liz is not a crazy mother though, so she's like, he will be staying on the couch, okay? Make the couch up for him. When Caroline goes to do that, Tyler finds the drawing that Klaus made of Caroline with the horse. You remember that? Where he was like, thank you for your honesty, that drawing. He finds that and he's like, why do you have this? And Caroline's like, oh, he gave it to me. It is what it is. She does not mention the bracelet or the dress because that would be so bad, because he freaks out over this picture and he's like, does he have a thing for you? Does he have he likes you? What's going on? You didn't tell me about this. What happened when I was gone, Caroline? And she's like, nothing. Literally nothing happened. You need to calm down. Everything is fine. Don't freak out. Nobody's upset about anything. Relax, Tyler. And he's like, I'm upset. I'm upset, Caroline, because he has a thing for you. I'm gonna find somewhere else to sleep tonight. And he just leaves. At the tunnel room, Rebecca gets stopped at the entrance, so Rick goes inside, he picks the steak up, and she's like, give it to me, don't be stupid. And he's just like, you know, there's only one steak. If you help me, I'll make sure it's not you that I kill. And Rebecca is like, well, here's the thing. I don't just want one of them to die. She crosses into the threshold of the room and walks right up to Rick. And she's like, I want all of them to die. Dun, dun, dun! It's not Rebecca, it's Esther in Rebecca's body. So when Esther died at Rebecca's feet, no, she went into Rebecca. So now they're working together and we are all in trouble. So Rebecca, who is actually Esther, goes back to Klaus. She brings the steak with her, they burn it. He tells her to pack her bags because they're gonna take Elena and go. She's like, I wanna stay for the dance. It's important to me. I really wanna go. I put time in. Please let me go to this. He's like, Rebecca, no, it's stupid. We don't need to go to the dance. And she's like, please, please, can we go? I really, really wanna go. It'll be our last hurrah and then we can leave, I promise. And because he's got a big old weak spot for his little sister, he agrees. Rick calls Damon and he's like, I woke up alone. I guess I must have given the steak to Rebecca. I don't remember anything. I'm gonna go out of town because I'm dangerous. So I'm just gonna take myself out of town while I'm myself and I'll come back when I can, okay? And Damon is kind of like, okay, Rick, if you're sure, like, I trust you. Like, if you wanna do that, go ahead. And Rick is like, thank you so much. I'll talk to you later. Well, then when he hangs up, Rick and Rebecca talk, and Rebecca's like, I can't believe he bought that. And Rick is like, oh yeah, Damon's so arrogant, like he would never assume that I was gonna turn on him. Like he trusts me completely. And then we learn that Esther needs help getting out of Rebecca's body and back into hers. So Rick daggers Rebecca, and then that sends Esther back into her body and she wakes up in the casket. Caroline's back to planning the dance since Rebecca is missing now. Jeremy is back and he's staying in town and working at the grill once again. Matt helped him get his job back. Bonnie's bringing Jamie to the dance. That's weird, right? We all think that's like a little bit weird, right? Just like a little bit. Caroline wants Elena to bring Stefan because she's like, it's time. They told you to play the field. You need to figure out which one of them you want. Bring Stefan. I want to see him bring you to the dance. That's what I think is the best. He's your epic love. You need to give him a chance. Caroline's like the biggest Stelina shipper, okay? The way that Rose feels about Damon and Elena is the way that Caroline feels about Stefan and Elena. Who will win? Elena gives in and invites Stefan to the dance and he agrees. Damon goes to see Meredith at the hospital and he's like, hey, so Rick went out of town. And she's like, oh, did he? Okay, well, that's okay. You know, he's gonna be fine. And Damon's like, yeah, he would be if I didn't have this. And he pulls out the jar of herbs that Bonnie made that Rick is supposed to be taking. And he's like, kind of hard for him to take these when he left them behind in his apartment. So something's wrong. I love this because it just like completely proves that Damon cares enough about Rick to know when he's lying. Like he knows him that well that over the phone with Rick doing a really good job of pretending to be good Rick, Damon knew this doesn't track, something's wrong, I need to check on him. Esther takes Rick to the place where Klaus murdered her, which is like a spot in the cemetery. It's kind of cool that that ends up being the cemetery for the town because that's like where the old village was. And I kind of like that it's like still special ground. It's just like used for something else. She basically says that the stake that they have now, they need to fix because otherwise when he uses it on one of her children, it'll burn up. But she's like, if I can make it impenetrable to fire and stuff, then it won't burn. You'll be able to use it over and over again. You'll be able to kill each of them now that they're unlinked. She takes Rick's ring and it's really cool because the ring is indestructible. So she takes that, she melts it down during the spell, then she dips the stake into it and turns it up kind of like a wax drip, you know? But as it like drips down the stake, it like embeds into the wood. It's so cool. I hope I can find a good picture of it. But then she gives it to him. She's like the ultimate weapon for the ultimate hunter. Stefan picks Elena up for the dance. There's a fun little continuity error here where when he goes to give her the corsage that he brought, it looks one way. And then when he pins it onto her dress, it is a different flower entirely. How did no one realize that? It has like stuff on it once he gives it to her. It's like plain white rose, stuff on the rose. What happened? At the dance, all of the couples are together hanging out. It's very cute. It's like a fun 20s. There's like stars, gold, think Gatsby inspired. It's very, very fun. Caroline asks Matt to back off of Elena and he's like, I can do what I want. And she's like, I know you can, but I'm worried about you. I don't want to see you get hurt because she's absolutely gonna pick one of the Salvatores. So you need to just stay out of the equation entirely. Tyler shows up even though he is supposed to be hiding from Klaus and he's basically just like, what's up? I'm too competitive and knuckleheaded to stay away from you. I need to prove that I'm with you and he knows we're still together. Elena wants Stefan to dance with her and teach her some moves and once again, he refuses. Like, my dude, Just dance with her. It is the only thing she continuously asks you to do other than not kill people. Why is dancing so hard for you, Stefan? They end up starting to slow dance instead because lucky him, the music changes at the last possible second. And then right as they start to dance, Damon shows up and he's like, we need to talk. Jeremy goes to interrupt Bonnie and Jeremy accidentally interrupts Bonnie and Jamie. Little awkward. She wants him to stop wearing the ring because it's hurting Rick and she's worried about it doing the same thing to him. And he's just like, I'll stop wearing the ring when my sister stops hanging out with vampires. Damon tells Elena and Stefan that Rick is gone. He's not coming back. He's evil Rick now. And they need to go ahead and kill him because that's what Rick would want, is for them to just take him out of his misery. Obviously, everybody freaks out about that. Jeremy's like, absolutely not. Are you out of your mind? And Elena is like, we have to figure out another way. And Damon's like, homies, there's not another way. We're gonna have to kill him. Esther kidnaps Elena. When Damon and Stefan try to leave the party and go after Elena, there is a circle of salt around the school and they are trapped inside. Bonnie and Jamie get a little frisky in an empty classroom. Again, it's kind of weird to me. I don't love this couple. They start talking about how everybody in Bonnie's circle is like supernatural or magical or something. And Jamie's like, I just can't believe you picked me, a regular guy, to take you to the dance. And she's like, I like regular. It's rare around here. They start getting freaky in the classroom. And then Damon interrupts and is like, I'm so sorry to break up whatever this is, but Bonnie, I need your help. Esther takes Elena to see Rick, where she's keeping him. And basically Esther explains that she wants to remake Rick and basically turn him into Michael. So the idea of like a vampire hunter, but she's gonna do it to Rick now, and Rick's not gonna be corrupted by any of the things that Michael was messed up with, like love and stuff like that. She's like, no, Rick has a purpose. Rick's only goal is to kill vampires. So that's what I'm gonna make him do, and he's gonna be perfect, unlike my husband who was a failed first attempt. Elena is like, that's never gonna work. Rick's a good guy. And Esther's like, maybe, but he's not anymore. And then she explains that each time Rick died, the reason why it was taking longer and longer for him to come back is because Esther was meeting with him. She's been fine-tuning him into a weapon this whole time, right under our noses. Klaus shows up at the dance and tries to take Caroline away from Tyler. Initially, they're both just like, no, I don't want to do that. And then when Klaus insists and tries to like invoke the sire bond, even though it's broken now, Tyler has to pretend, and he's like, yeah, okay, I guess you can dance with her for a minute, and he leaves Caroline alone with Klaus. Klaus is looking just so good. He's in this beautiful light gray suit. Okay, it's perfect. He starts flirting with Caroline while they dance, but she's having absolutely none of it. He's like, honey, be nice to me. I'm leaving town. And I know you aren't ready to accept my offer yet, but one day you're gonna show up at my door and you're gonna ask me to show you the world. And I'm gonna be so excited to give you every little thing that you want.
Oh my God, oh my God. Like, girl, go with him. Go right now, go today, okay? She blows him off and he leaves kind of grumpily. Klaus calls Rebecca on the way out and he's like, okay, I went to the party, it's time to go, pack your bags. And then he gets stopped by the circle of salt and he's like, what is going on here? And Stefan pops up beside him and is like, yeah, so your mom's back. Bonnie is trying really hard to break the spell, but she's really struggling with it. They realize that Matt and Jeremy, since they're humans, could leave very easily and go handle everything themselves, but everybody's like, no, oh my God, you can't do that. They'll kill you. Elena tries to convince Rick that he's not a bad guy, but he explains that, like, yes, he is. The blood of all these vampires' victims that he didn't kill when he had the chance is on his hands because that's what he is supposed to do. He's a vampire hunter. He then says, like, he blames himself for even like Jenna's death and stuff like that. So Rick's clearly dealing with a lot of inner turmoil that evil Rick is just like feeding off of. Esther ends up stealing Elena's blood and then she gives it to Rick. He drinks it and Rick is like, okay, good. Are we done? And Esther's like, almost. She kills him. Now we just have to wait for him to wake up and be a vampire. Bonnie can't get the spell around the school down because Esther is fighting her and Esther's too strong. So instead she does a locator spell on Elena so that at least they can send Matt and Jeremy to the right spot and give them the best chance. It doesn't work properly. Klaus is like, how does she have this much power? She must be channeling a location. Oh, big brain, I know where she is. So he sends Matt and Jeremy off to the spot.
They call them like hotspots. So like the witch's house where all of the women were murdered, the field where Klaus did the spell with Jenna and Jules and Elena. All of those locations are like hotspot locations. Caroline and Tyler are worried that they're not going to be able to stop Esther in time, and she's going to kill Klaus and take Tyler along with them. And Tyler is like, you know, I'm okay with that if it means that you and everybody else is safe, but you specifically because I love you so much. Esther tells Elena that Rick's going to wake up soon, and hopefully he'll be himself for a few minutes and she can say her goodbyes. Elena is like, you're a terrible person. I hate you. I can't believe you've done this to him. You know, what is he going to do? His whole life's just going to be killing now. And Esther's like, yeah, he's going to come back. He's going to kill all the originals. And then one day he'll die and he'll be fine. When Esther goes outside, she finds Jeremy and Matt there ready to attack her, and when they won't stand down, she makes them turn their weapons on each other, and they're gonna kill each other, and before that can happen, Rick pops up and stakes Esther, so Esther is dead. He doesn't have any memories of what happened, so he's just looking around at everybody like, what's going on? What did I miss? And Elena is like, oh no, Rick. Now that Esther is dead, Bonnie breaks the spell around the school and everybody can leave. Stefan thanks her and she makes it very clear that she did not do it for him. Klaus takes Esther's body. They didn't tell him anything. They just said, we beat Esther, yay, she's dead. So he doesn't know about Rick turning into a scary vampire hunter or the stake. They just think the stake is burned and Esther is dead. Rick doesn't want to complete the transition. Damon was right, and Rick would rather die than risk hurting everybody else. So he's just not going to transition, and now that Esther's gone and nobody else knows about it, there's no one to force him to drink, so he can just die peacefully. So that's his decision. Elena is kind of not okay with it, but she's like more accepting of it because she's a big person. She's very pro-choice, okay? So she's like, yes, of course, your body, your decision, Rick. You can do whatever you want, even though I'm heartbroken. Jeremy, on the other hand, is like, this is absolutely insane. I can't believe this is happening. I'm so angry. Don't give me a goodbye speech, Rick. Don't tell me to be the man of the house now. I'm so angry. So Rick is like, okay, I won't do that. And he just gives Jeremy a big hug, and then Jeremy leaves because Damon is gonna sit with Rick and make sure everything goes smoothly. Elena and Rick do have a little bit of a longer goodbye. She tells him she's so sorry, it's all her fault because he was gonna leave them and she dragged him back into their life. And he's just like, don't ever apologize for bringing me in because I care about you guys, and taking care of you two was like the closest I ever got to the life that I wanted, which is so sweet. Are you kidding? Outside, when Elena leaves and Rick walks out with her, he's like standing at the door to the crypt. In the tree line are all of the people that love him. So like the whole gang, including Meredith. There's like a slow pan. Everything's lit with candles. It's just beautiful. They're all crying. They're all upset. Rick is standing there. When it goes back to him, he's just kind of like, and he like is crying, and it's so heartbreaking. It's such a sad moment. There's several moments like this that happen ironically in the graveyard, and oh my god, this is like the first of many. So he goes back inside to die. Klaus undaggers Rebecca so she can wake up, and then he like looms over Esther's coffin and he's like, nice try, Mom, but you failed again, didn't you, you big idiot? Try to get me, like you're never gonna take me down. I'm always gonna be better than you. I dare you to try to destroy me. Which, why would you do that? She has come back twice now. Why would you do that for a third time? Jamie and Bonnie talk once he brings her home. She feels terrible that she couldn't do anything to help Rick, and Jamie ends up staying with her to keep an eye on her because her dad's out of town. Nothing happens. They just like go to sleep together, and he like holds her so she's not alone because Bonnie's like very delicate right now, like very delicate. Matt sneaks Jeremy into the grill so they can drink together. This is when Jeremy finally starts to cry. Elena has a meltdown cleaning out the vampire hunting supplies from Rick's office at the school. Stefan is like, you don't need to be doing this right now. We can handle it later. She's like, no, I don't want a janitor to find it, Stefan. And he's like, Elena, honey, you need to breathe. And she's like, absolutely not. I will not be doing that. I will not be feeling what I'm feeling right now, Stefan. I will be doing everything in my power to not feel the things I'm feeling. He takes her to the gym and kind of formally apologizes for everything that he did to her. And then he says, you know, the most important thing I can tell you is that like you insisted I feel my emotions. You insisted that I not shut myself away. And I'm gonna tell you to do that now too, because this grief that you're feeling is what makes you a human. And that is what's so important. Like, you love Rick, and this is you feeling that love for him. And it's really sweet. And they have this like callback moment when they went to the dance. There was a joke like this. And now in this moment, she's like, wow, who said that to you? And he's like, oh, you know, just some girl I used to date. It's so cute. This is the Stefan and Elena that I love. They make such good friends, I think. This is gonna get very sad. So like, we don't really do trigger warnings on these videos. Perhaps we should, but this is gonna get really dark. So Meredith gives Rick a sedative so that he will just go to sleep, and it'll kind of ease him passing. Damon is outside when Meredith leaves, and she's like, you know, he's in there, he's okay, he's just gonna go to sleep. And Damon's like, okay, cool, I'll be out here. And Meredith's like, you should go sit with him. And Damon's like, no, I don't want to do that. Like, he doesn't want me to do that. And Meredith's like, are you sure? So Damon goes in and sits with Rick. Rick is like, is this the part where you give me a dream and tell me everything's gonna be okay? And Damon's like, dude, I told you about that when I was drunk. And like, they pick on each other a little bit. Again, their friendship is so cute. So this is just like so much more painful than it needs to be. Look who's here. Look who came to say hello. Say hi. Oh, baby. You wanna sit with Mama while I work? So Damon apologizes for real now to Rick and gives him like an honest apology. And Rick is like properly crying. It's heartbreaking. Bonnie, in bed with Jamie, wakes up to Esther in her room, and she's like, your sisters need you to finish what I started, Bonnie. It's your job now. And Bonnie's like, ah! She wakes up fully, and Jamie's like, oh, Bonnie, hold on, I think you had a bad dream. It's okay, go back to sleep. And they go back to sleep. In the crypt, Rick falls asleep. Damon is watching, and it like kills him. So he's just like, okay. He takes the final drink from the bottle, he sets the bottle down, he goes outside. When he gets outside, Bonnie is there. And he's like, what are you doing here, Bonnie? He's asleep. It's all gonna happen pretty quickly now. And she's like, yeah. She knocks him out. He's like, Bonnie, what? And then he's asleep. And then Bonnie goes in and feeds Rick her blood. So Rick is gonna be a vampire now. He wakes up out of his catatonic sedative state, murderous, grabs Bonnie and nearly drains her. So, Rick is now ultimate next level scary vampire killer. Who's excited? Not me. We open with him in the school, like flipping the stake around in his hands. He's waiting in his office. Caroline shows up at the school. She kind of talks to Tyler. Tyler explains like Klaus is moving, so hopefully everything's gonna be fine, but he has to help Klaus move before Klaus leaves town. Then Caroline goes to the dance hall. She sees Rebecca in there. They start cleaning up. They have a moment of like kindness where Rebecca is like being a bitch, and Caroline's like, hey, I'm sorry about your mom. Like, I know she was kind of crazy and trying to kill you guys, but that still really sucks, and I'm sorry that that happened. And then Rebecca is like, I'm sorry about your teacher. He seemed like a really nice guy. And Caroline's like, he was. Thank you so much. Rebecca goes out into the hall, leaving Caroline alone, and gets attacked by Rick. But Caroline helps her, and they both get away. Rick chases them outside, kills Caroline, which, remember, she's a vampire, so he like breaks her neck and grabs her, and then drags her body back into the school while he is burning under the sunshine. It is such a badass scene, okay? It's real scary, but oh my god, it's badass. Elena and Jeremy decide to paint Rick's room as like a coping mechanism because they're both trying to avoid their feelings. Stefan shows up and Jeremy is like, why can't we just have one vampire-free day? Jesus Christ! Instead of leaving, Stefan's like hanging out at the house. He goes downstairs, opens the door, sees Bonnie and Damon, and they tell him everything. Rebecca goes running to Klaus to tell him everything. She wants to just take care of each other and leave right then because she's terrified of Rick. But Klaus is like, no, but I need Elena to make hybrids, so I'm gonna have to get her and then we can go. And Rebecca's like, Klaus, I'm leaving right now with or without you. So she ducks out. Damon is pissed that he didn't just kill Rick like he knew he should have. He's like, this is what I get for letting my friend die with dignity. And Bonnie is like, look, witches don't create things that are actually immortal, so there's gotta be a workaround to get rid of him. We're just gonna have to figure it out. Rick calls Elena and is like, I have Caroline, get to the school or I'll kill her. Klaus shows up at the Gilbert house to get Elena, but Jeremy won't let him inside, so he ends up just talking to Stefan and Damon like through the doorway, and he's like, give me Elena or I'm coming in, I'm gonna figure it out. And they're like, no, sorry, she can't come right now. They shut the door. When they try to get Elena, she's gone, she's not in the house, but Klaus doesn't know that, so he starts throwing things through the windows to break in, which is so funny. He starts with like a big wad of newspaper, like a rolled up newspaper. He just shoots it through the window like a missile. Elena, of course, goes to the school to save Caroline, and when she gets into the room, Caroline's like tied to a chair and held in place by pencils through her hands, which is very creative, Rick, I will give you that. Elena's like, okay, you said you'd let her go, and Rick is like, go ahead, free her yourself. When she goes to get Caroline out of it, Rick jumps up and is like, no, stop trusting vampires, Elena. Klaus moves on from the newspapers to the neighbor's white picket fence. He tears it into little pieces and starts chucking it through the windows. Rick calls Stefan, so now Stefan knows everything. Klaus shows up with a gas tank and a lit torch, and Stefan is like, okay, stop, hold on. Rick has Elena. We're gonna have to tag team this and go get her together, okay? Because we both want her, so we're gonna have to put aside our differences and kill Rick and go get her together. So now Damon, Stefan, and Klaus are working together to kill Rick. Bonnie thinks she can do the same spell that her mom did on Michael on Rick, but in order to do that, they're gonna all have to attack Rick together because they need two people to hold him down while the third person makes like a physical blood connection to Rick. So in this case, what they're gonna do is like punch their fingers through the person's chest to like get close to their heart. Rick explains to Elena that his plan is to weaken Caroline for her, and then he's gonna have Elena kill her. Since she wanted him to train her to kill vampires so badly, now she can go ahead and do it. Abby does come to help Bonnie with the spell. She shows up at the door and she's like, I'm sorry, Jamie called, he told me it was urgent. I didn't think you'd ever wanna see me again. And Bonnie's like, yeah, well, like Jamie said, it's urgent, so come on. Stefan, Damon, and Klaus get to the school. Klaus is basically like, my plan is still to take Elena with me, and Stefan's like, that's fine, I'll just come with you. And Klaus is like, oh, okay, cool, that'll work, because he loves Stefan and wants Stefan to be with him, not in like a, like platonic, like brotherly, but also he ships Elena and Stefan together so hardcore, just like Caroline. Abby tells Bonnie that the magic needed to complete the spell she wants to do is dark and it will affect Bonnie. And Bonnie's like, I don't think you understand how strong I am. I can handle it. And Abby is like, girl, you don't understand. The spell means that to stop a vampire's heart, you'll have to have a human heart to also trade. So Bonnie will have to kill a human in order to be able to kill the strong vampire. But they have Jeremy, and he's got the Gilbert ring, so he can do it, and he should be fine. Also, Bonnie's brought him back to life before. She can technically do it again. Bonnie gives Stefan, Damon, and Klaus her blood so that the four of them are linked to each other. So while she's doing the spell, she can like work through them when they make the physical connection to Rick and then kill him and do all of it at once, even though she's not going to be with them in the same vicinity. This is the moment where Klaus is like, by the way, guys, surprise, but I'm the head of your bloodline. And they don't know if he's lying or not. So they've kind of come to the conclusion that like killing him is just too risky. It would mean potentially all of them are gonna die. Inside, Rick teases Elena about how she's not strong enough, and when she goes to stake Caroline, she flips it around and attacks Rick, but he blocks the attack, and he's like, I thought I taught you better than that. And she's like, you did. And then she smashes the bottle of vervain that he's been using on Caroline into his face. He's screaming in pain. Caroline is able to get away, but Rick grabs Elena before she can also escape. As Caroline runs away through the school, she gets snatched. This scene has been going around on TikTok recently. I don't know if anybody else has seen it, but oh my god, it's one of my favorites. Klaus grabs her from behind and she immediately starts to scream, and he's like, shh, shh, it's okay, it's me, you're safe, you're all right. And she immediately quiets down. She turns to face him and he's like, I want you to go home. We'll save Elena, okay? You go home and stay inside. Go now. And she's like, thank you. And then she runs off Rick threatens to kill Elena the same way he killed all the other founding family members that have been like not doing their duty, but he can't do it. And Elena's just like, what is going on? So there's something fishy there, because she literally tells him, go ahead, just kill me, get it over with, and he can't. So he backs off, and then the boys come out of nowhere and jump on him. He snaps Damon and Stefan's necks in the hallway, but then Klaus shows up and gets a hold of him, and Rick can't get away. Bonnie starts the spell, but Rick is a little bit stronger than Klaus and manages to like get out of his hold, so the connection breaks. Elena pops up and is like, stop, because Rick is about to kill Klaus. She pops up and she's like, no, stop it. I figured it out. I'll kill myself if you do anything else. And Rick is like, what are you talking about? You're bluffing. And she's like, no, I'm correct. And she somehow figured out that remember when Bonnie was like, there's gotta be some kind of loophole, there's gotta be a way to kill him? Esther used Elena's blood because she knew they're all gonna keep Elena alive. Elena doesn't want to be a vampire, so she's gonna live a human life, which means I'll tie Rick to Elena, and when Elena dies, that'll be when Rick dies. Rick says she's wrong, but when she starts to cut herself, he freaks out, and it's enough for Klaus to get away, and he snatches Elena and runs. Elena wakes up in Klaus's house, tied to a chair, being drained of blood. Yes, we're here again. There's a scary nurse that's like, don't struggle, honey. It makes everything more painful when you struggle. Tyler shows up, and remember, he's still faking the sire bond. So when he sees Elena, he's like, I've got to save Elena. And Klaus is like, no, you've got to go and do what I asked and finish moving my boxes. Tyler has to either risk it all and save Elena anyway, or do what Klaus says and go do the boxes, so he does that. Klaus explains to Elena that it'll be painless and she'll just go to sleep, which is not in any way making me feel better about this situation. Damon wakes up because his phone is ringing. Before he can answer it, Rick is there, and he's like, get up, to Stefan and Damon, and he explains what's happened, and he's like, go get Elena quickly. And they're all able to leave because of their daylight rings, but Rick is stuck inside, or he'll burst into flames in the sunlight. So they know that they can at least go try to get Elena and leave Rick alone, and he won't be able to do anything for at least the time being. So Klaus and Elena talk. She calls him out on the whole like fake family situation and how he just wants to be loved and all of that. And he calls her out on the fact that the reason why she hasn't picked a brother is because once she picks one, she'll lose the other one, which is accurate. He's very smart, Mr. Klaus, okay? He teases her and he's like, between us girls, which one would you have picked? And she tells him to go to hell, so we don't know who she would have chosen. Tyler comes rushing back in and frees Elena. As he's getting her out, Klaus catches them. He realizes that the sire bond is broken. He wants Tyler to thank him for like the gift he gave him of not having to turn anymore, and he should do what he says because of that. And Tyler is like, dude, you don't care about me or any of the other hybrids. Like, you just want us to care about you, but you don't actually care about any of us. We don't mean anything to you. In this tussle, Elena gets knocked out, but the boys rush in and kind of fix everything. So they end up pinning Klaus, and Stefan sticks his hand into Klaus's chest. Now remember, Klaus has spent this whole episode talking about how much he misses Stefan as a friend, he loves Stefan, he wants them to have their relationship again as brothers, and now Stefan is doing this to him. So the betrayal in Klaus's eyes in this moment, and the pain in Stefan's, shut up, it's so good. But yeah, basically Bonnie is doing the heart-stopping spell on Klaus instead of Rick, so that they can get rid of Klaus and he won't try to kill Elena. The dark magic, when it touches Bonnie, looks pretty similar to the like vein situation that the vampires get, but it goes like head to toe on her, like through her whole body. It's so cool. Damon gets Elena up. She's gonna be fine. Klaus makes heartbroken eye contact with Stefan as he desiccates for the first time ever. Bonnie finishes the spell and then tries to wake Jeremy up, and she can't. Jeremy is dead. Just kidding, he wakes up. I'm not sure why it took a second, but he wakes up, he's fine. The boys take Elena home. They are gonna take Klaus's body away before the sun goes down so that Rick can't come after them right away. She ends up telling them that she's sorry. She knows it's not fair to not just be picking one of them, but Klaus was right. She's terrified of losing the one that she doesn't pick and never having them in her life again. They can't really give her an answer to that, but they tell her that they'll be safe and they'll call her when they can. When Elena goes inside, the gang is there waiting for her. They're going to celebrate the fact that they finally killed Klaus. Even though not everything is handled, at least that much is over with. Liz shows up to Carol's house, the Lockwood Manor, because Rick is holding a council meeting. He spills the beans on everything. He's like, Caroline's a vampire, Tyler's a werewolf, everybody knows about it, everybody's lying to everyone, these two women need to be stripped of their titles, I'm taking over the town. As Liz is going to leave, to like run out and be like, this is ridiculous, these accusations are false, Rick like vamp steps in front of her, revealing to everyone that he's also a vampire. Scary move from a scary man. Damon and Stefan are in the car driving Klaus's body away. They come to a mutual agreement that whoever Elena picks can stay with her in Mystic Falls. The other one will leave, and then in 60 years, when her human life is over, they'll come back together and they can be brothers again. Jeremy is still painting the room when Elena goes up to check on him later, and they have a conversation about how, you know, he's still plagued by wishing life was different. He wishes like they could have just handled Rick, because now what if Rick goes crazy and just kills Elena? Like, what's gonna happen, you know? Elena assures him that everything's gonna be fine, they're gonna figure it out, they're gonna be okay, they're always gonna have each other. Then when he leaves to go shower, she passes out in the bedroom, bleeding from her nose. She lost too much blood. She kept saying she had a headache. I don't think she just had a headache, people. Elena wakes up in bed. Pink is playing on the radio. She just turns the music up. She's vibing in her room. She's excited. She bounces out of bed looking beautiful because she's in a full face of makeup. She goes and gets in her cheerleading uniform. We're in a flashback, I think. Downstairs, she sees Jenna, and then she sees her mom. Yes, we're absolutely in a flashback. Then boom, she wakes up in the hospital. The boys are livid with Jeremy for taking her to the hospital, and he's like, when you find your sister unconscious and bleeding, you call the ambulance. And they're like, no, you call one of your vampire friends to come and heal her. And Jeremy's like, whatever, she's at the hospital, Meredith wants to keep her here. And they're like, are you insane? She is a sitting duck. All of the originals want her. You need to get her home. And Jeremy's like, okay. In the car, Stefan is like, you know, only one of us needs to go home to her. The other one needs to stay with Klaus and take his body to the ocean. Rick comes to Meredith at the hospital. He dumps out all her vampire blood. He's like, I've already told the council. They're going to go to the medical board. They're going to get your license revoked. Your career is over. Screw you, Meredith. She's very upset about this. And then he's like, also, I want you to give Elena to me. I'm her legal guardian. And Meredith's like, okay, I guess I can do that because she doesn't have any other choices or he'll kill her. And then when Rick goes to Elena's room to get her, Elena is gone. The gang takes Elena home and gets her resting. She falls asleep on the couch. We realize that this flashback dream that she keeps having is from the night her parents died when she went over the bridge. So this is sophomore year that we're seeing. It's her at school. Matt is like, you gotta come to the bonfire tonight. The bonfire is gonna be so much fun. I love you. And she's like, oh yeah, I'll try to come, and just doesn't say I love you back. Bonnie calls her out on it and is like, if you don't want to be with him anymore, you need to just tell him, which is exactly what Jenna had told her earlier in the day. She wakes up with Matt and tells him she's sorry for how she treated him and how she should have just told him the truth. She also acknowledges that, yes, she needs to do that with Damon and Stefan too, but she's afraid. He asks which one she's going to let go of, and then Stefan shows up at the house. Matt wants to take Elena out of town when they realize what's going on, but Stefan is like, no, she's safer here. We need to just keep her safe in the house. And then when she goes up to go to bed because she's exhausted and sick, Elijah is at the door. That's right. Jeremy is picking up food at the grill when Rick shows up. Rick explains what's going on and that he needs to find Klaus and Jeremy needs to help him because they want the same things. Jeremy wants to keep Elena safe, and if Rick kills all the vampires, Elena will be safe. Sure, she'll be sad, but she'll be alive and there won't be any more dangers for her to face. Jeremy's kind of listening to him, and Rick is like, look, if you help me, if we do this, then Bonnie can do the spell on me and lock me up, and Elena can live a long, happy life just like she's supposed to, and I'll die when it's time. Everybody wins. So Elijah is hoping that if they will give him the stake that can kill the originals, and Klaus, the body, then him and his family will just scatter to the ends of the earth and they won't have any more trouble from them, he promises. And they're like, you're really gonna keep Rebecca and Cole in line? And he's like, yeah, they don't want to die. They would rather just work together and leave you guys alone than die. So absolutely, I'll keep them in line. And then Damon's like, how do we know you're not gonna undagger Klaus? Like, what if you just let him loose again? Elijah once again promises, he's like, Elena, I'm not going to let him go for your life, your descendants' lives. Like, none of your immediate family is ever going to know him, okay? It's going to be centuries before I let him out again. Maybe that'll teach him some manners. Damon doesn't want to trust him, but Elijah promises, and you know Elena has a soft spot for him. So she's like, after everything that Klaus did, why would you even want him back? Why do you care? And Elijah is like, he's my brother. We stay together. My heart. Tyler comes home with Caroline to find Liz and Carol waiting on them. The moms explain everything that Rick did, the fact that the town's not safe anymore. So Caroline and Tyler make a plan to leave together. But Caroline wants to stay and at least try to help their friends. So they decide that Tyler will pack up for them and get everything ready, and then Caroline will go help everybody and come back when she can. Jeremy tells Matt what Rick wants to do. Matt is like, yeah, we should do that. I agree, we need to keep Elena safe. I know where Klaus's body is. I'll tell you. So then Jeremy calls Rick and is like, hey, Damon's taking Klaus's body to this location. That's all I know. And then Rick is like, thank you so much, Jeremy. And then when Jeremy hangs up, surprise, surprise, the whole gang is listening and they were in on it and they're setting Rick up. Damon and Bonnie go to get Klaus together from the storage unit that they're keeping him in. It is so creepy when they open the coffin because he's completely desiccated and wrapped in chains, just like Michael, but he can like open his eyes and look at them, and Bonnie's just like, I need a minute with him after everything he did. I just want to enjoy the sight of him like this. And Damon's like, yeah, no problem, Bennett, you got it. And he leaves her alone. And then Bonnie explains to Klaus, she's like, here's the thing, I hate you. I hate everything you did. You've ruined so many of my family's lives. But if you die, my friends die, and my mother dies. Now what are we gonna do about that? Stefan promises Elena that he's going to do everything in his power to keep all of their friends safe, because the plan that they've got in place kind of involves everybody scattering to different locations, and it's just Matt and Elena staying behind in the house, and she's terrified that every time one of them leaves, they're not going to come back again. Elena goes to tell him something, and then he's like, what is it? And she's like, no, I'm sorry, I can tell you later. He rushes to her and kisses her, and he's like, just in case there is no later. Rebecca shows up to pick up Klaus, and Damon is like, hey, Rebecca, what's up? I've got him right here. But surprise, surprise, it is not Rebecca, it is Rick. Rick jumps out, knocks Damon out, and then starts searching for the storage unit. Matt makes Elena tea. And he's like, OMG girl, so you picked Stefan, huh? Wild. I'm really glad you picked the safe option. Seems like a good choice for you. And Elena is like, yeah, here's the thing. I love Stefan. He makes me feel safe. He makes me feel secure. But Damon is like all consuming. And I just love being with him. I love hanging out with him. He's so much fun. And Matt is like, oh my God, we're at square one. We cut to another flashback of Elena at the party calling Jenna and being like, I need to talk to mom. She gets on the phone with her mother. She starts complaining that like Matt wants to get married. Matt wants to have children. Matt wants to do all this stuff and settle down with her. And she's terrified because that's not what she wants. And she doesn't want to lose him. And her mom is like, you're not going to lose him. It's going to be okay. You just need to tell him. That's right, Elena is asleep, which means Matt put something in her tea and she wakes up in the truck and he has drugged her to take her out of town. Rebecca shows up for real to meet with Damon and Rick starts hunting her. But don't worry, Damon shows up and grabs her before Rick can, so then he's like, we have to do this, everything's okay, we've got to get out quickly, he's hunting us. Rick finds the correct storage unit, but when he gets there, the coffin and Bonnie are gone. Rebecca and Damon are like frantically pushing Klaus out of the area, but then Rick shows up, attacks them, gets the coffin open, and before Rebecca can do anything, he stakes Klaus and kills him for real. Dude, I'm not kidding. Klaus bursts into flames in the coffin and Rebecca is screaming and Damon is like, you have to go, and she can't do anything but yell, and then Rick grabs the stake once the body burns up and he's like, next, and Damon's like, get out of here, Rebecca, and so she goes running away. Damon calls Stefan to tell him what's happened, and they realize together that Damon's too far away to get back to town in time because they have like roughly an hour before they all start dying. So he's like, okay, well, I guess this is it then, brother. And Stefan is really sad that Damon's not going to be able to say goodbye to Elena in person. But then Jeremy tells Stefan that Elena's actually not home. She's in the car with Matt on the way out of town too. Elijah finds out that Klaus is dead, along with Caroline, who now is like, wow, 100% Tyler is about to die. In the car, Matt and Elena find out what's happened, so Elena starts freaking out, and she's like, Matt, you have to take me home. I have to be able to say goodbye to them. I have to see everyone. And he's like, Elena, Damon's not at home. Damon is this way, and Stefan and everybody else are this way. Which one of them do you want to go to? Which is wildly unfair because, as I just said, Damon alone is over here. Stefan, along with everyone else she loves, is over here. So who do you think she's gonna pick? I mean, come on. So she calls Damon. They have a couple little chit-chat moments, and then he's like, hey, so where are you right now? And she explains that Matt is taking her home. And he's like, right, to Stefan. And she's like, no, Damon, not just to Stefan, to Caroline and Tyler. All of my friends are back home. Like, I have to get to them before anything happens. I have to be there when they all die. And Damon's like, yeah, I understand. Like, I get it. And then he's like, can I ask you something though? And she's like, of course. And he's like, if it was just me and him, who would you pick? And she says that she really loves Stefan, and no matter what she feels for Damon, she's never not gonna love Stefan. And he's like, right. He starts crying, and he's like, yeah, I know, it's always Stefan. It was always gonna be Stefan. And she's like, I can't think about always. All I can think about is right now, and right now I have to make this choice, and I have to go say goodbye to them. And I do care about you, Damon, and that's why I have to let you go. And I don't know, maybe if I'd met you sooner. And he's like, yeah, maybe. And then she says, but look, everybody's gonna be okay. I'm gonna see you so soon. And he's like, yeah, so soon, real soon. Okay. And then they get off the phone. But Rick is there. He's back again, and he attacks Damon. When Caroline gets to Tyler, she's freaking out, and she tells him what's happened. He's pretty upset, but also he kind of remains calm for her sake. And he's like, look, we knew this was a possibility. You're gonna be okay. It's gonna be all right. I need you to tell my mom that I left town like we planned, okay? She can't know that this is what happened to me. He gets a really bad chest pain that she doesn't feel. So good news and bad news, he starts freaking out. He's like, you have to go. I don't want you to watch me like this. And she's like, no, I'm gonna stay with you. I'm not gonna leave. And he's like, go or I'll make you go. And she's like, no, Tyler, please. Well, then he starts like triggering a turn. So he scares her and she has to leave because if he goes crazy while he's dying and bites her, then she will die too. Caroline calls Elena and tells her. So Elena's in the car with Matt. And she's like, thanks, Caroline. I'll see you soon. And she hangs up. And Matt beside her is like, what now? And it's so pitiful. She says Tyler died, and he's like, oh my god, okay. He starts freaking out and like hitting the steering wheel and just panicking because this was not supposed to happen. This was not the way their life was supposed to go. They're about to lose so many friends in one night, and he can't fathom it. Rebecca and Elijah reunite and hug each other over the fact that Klaus is dead, but they're okay. And then they're kind of confused because they know that they're not the ones that turned Damon and Stefan's bloodline. So why is it that if Klaus is dead, and he was for sure, they're positive that he was the one that is the bloodline for Damon and Stefan, why isn't everybody else dead? How is that possible? Bonnie goes to the Lockwood cellar, and she's like, I know you're in here. Come out. Tyler walks out. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. She put Klaus's body into Tyler. Plot twist. Did anyone see that coming? Rebecca calls Stefan, and he's like, hey, I'm so sorry about what happened to Klaus. That was not the plan. We still have a deal. What can we do? And she's like, oh, sweetie, there is no deal. We need to get rid of Rick now because my family no longer wants to run. And the only way to get rid of Rick is, boom, that's right, to kill Elena. So Rebecca goes to the bridge while Stefan is like, Rebecca, no, please. She stands in the middle of the road and runs Matt and freaking Elena off the Wickery Bridge. we cut to Elena in the car with her parents. Her mom is unconscious, but her dad is furiously beating on the window trying to get them out of the car. It is horrific, nightmare fuel, and then they go underwater fully. Damon and Rick are fighting, but Damon is not fighting back because he knows he's gonna die and he doesn't want to hurt Rick. Rick keeps calling him names and making fun of him for being weak. Damon gets knocked out by Rick, and we cut to Damon's version of the bonfire night. None of you are prepared for this. He is laying in the middle of the road when he hears little Miss Elena on the phone with her mom talking about how she's not sure about Matt. He comes running over to her and is like, "Catherine?" And she's like, "Oh, no, sorry, I'm Elena." And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. You just look so much like somebody that I used to know." And she's like, "Oh, okay." They start talking. They flirt. She likes him. And she talks to him right away. She tells him everything she's going through. He listens to it. And he's like, "Well, what do you want to do? What do you want?" And she's like, "I don't know. That's the problem." And he's like, "I know what you want." And she's like, "Oh, really, mysterious stranger? Tell me." And he's like, "You want a love that consumes you. You want passion and adventure and even a little danger." Sorry, Eli. Her parents start to pull up, so he has to compel her, and he's like, "I want you to get everything that you want, but right now I need you to forget about this because we can't have anybody knowing I'm in town, all right?" And then he leaves. Rick tries to stake Damon, but Damon pops up and starts fighting him for real. Elena cuts between the memory of being underwater and actually being underwater with Matt. So we see her dad struggling to get them out of the car. In the car with Matt, Matt's unconscious and she's the one trying to get them out. With her dad, they knew they were gonna die. They knew there was no getting out. So she took his hands and like held onto him. They like shook heads to acknowledge like, we're not getting out of here. Then they said, "I love you." And then they let go of each other and gave up. With Matt, Stefan pops up in the window and he's like, "I'm here, I can get you out." With her parents, Stefan pops up in the window and sees her dad and is like, "Okay, homie, I got you. Let me get you out of here." But her dad insisted that he take Elena first, so he like frantically starts pointing for him to go get Elena in the back seat. In the car with Matt, Stefan goes to grab Elena, but because Matt is unconscious, she's like, "No, you take Matt." And she insists, and Stefan's like, "No." And she's like, "Yes, you take him." So he grabs Matt and takes Matt out. Yes, you all see where this is going. The second Matt is out of the truck, Elena passes out and her body starts to float. Damon and Rick are fighting, and then Rick starts to die, and Damon is holding him while he's dying, and he's like, "No, what's going on? No." And he's holding Rick, and his voice breaks, and he's like, "You are not dead. You are not dead." Because if Rick is dead, Elena is dead. Jeremy is frantically trying to get somebody on the phone to tell him what the heck is going on, and then Rick pops up in the freaking living room. Jeremy's like, "How are you here? You are not supposed to be here." And Rick is like, "I'm not really sure. I just wanted to say goodbye, and then I showed up here." And Jeremy's like, "Goodbye? That's right, it's Ghost Rick." And he's come to tell Jeremy that Jeremy doesn't need to be afraid. Rick is always going to be with him. He's always going to be watching out for him. And Jeremy is never going to be alone. And this is the moment when Jeremy realizes if Rick is dead, then that must mean Elena is dead. We cut to Elena on a table in the morgue, completely dead. Elena is dead. It's season 3 and we've lost her. Damon makes it to the hospital. He comes rushing inside. He's like, "Where is she? Show her to me." Meredith stops him and she's like, "Damon, hold on. There's something I have to tell you." And he's like, "I don't give a shit. Let me see my woman." She's like, "No, Damon, listen. Earlier, when Elena came in, it was much more serious than I told Jeremy, okay? She'd had an aneurysm. She was dying. I helped her. Do you understand?" And Damon's like, "Oh yeah, you're a doctor. Of course you helped her." And she's like, "No, Damon, I helped her." And then we go back to Elena in the morgue with Stefan, and she wakes up. Oh my God. Were any of you prepared for that? I can't. I remember when I saw this for the first time, my soul like left my body for a second. It was like an out-of-body experience. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like and comment down below. As always, thanks so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you so soon. Have a good one. Bye.